Good morning and welcome everyone. Call this meeting of the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services to order, and we acknowledge that we're in the unceded traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Meigs is in the chair. Mayor Robertson. Councillor Louie. Councillor Stevenson out in the chamber. Councillor Deo. Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer. Councillor Ball, not in the chamber. Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck. Councillor DiGenova. You have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we get into the main business, I think Acting Mayor Raymond Louie has an announcement to make regarding our recognition at this year's Climate and Energy Action Awards.
Their own homes to save energy and save money to make their homes more comfortable and safe. Available in 3 Asian languages and Chinese languages, Farsi, Korean, and English, with many more languages to come. The award-winning Empower Me program has reached more than 200 Vancouver homes, saved over $40,000 on Vancouver residents' utility bills, and removed more than 1,200 tons of CO2 emissions from the atmosphere since the City of Vancouver joined the program in 2015. The City of Vancouver has been recognized by UBCM, the Union of British Columbia Municipalities, in September of this year as part of its Climate and Energy Action Awards, and granted the award to the Empower Me program. We are pleased to have Dale Littlejohn with us today, who is the Executive Director of Community Energy Association, and he's here to present the award to Council and just say a few words to all of us. Mr. Littlejohn. Are you giving a presentation or are you coming up here?
Yeah.
It's easier to have my notes on the...
All right, let me get this out of your way.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Mayor and Council, for having me here. I'm Dale Littlejohn, Executive Director and CEO at Community Energy Association, a nonprofit that helps local governments on climate and energy. We're very pleased to be here representing not only CEA, but also Province of BC, UBCM, Fortis BC, BC Hydro, and Real Estate Foundation of BC. Recognizing and congratulating the Acting Mayor, councillors, and City of Vancouver staff on receiving the Climate and Energy Action Award, honorable mention in the Public Sector Collaboration category for the Empower Me program. I know that the Honourable Mary Polak, Minister of Environment, was very pleased to present the award to Councillor Reimer at the Union of BC Municipalities Convention in September. And as Community Energy Association, we organize the award. We do this to not so much to have the glitter of the awards, although that's very nice. It's really about the achievement and the activities and the precedent set behind the awards that matters. So the reduction in greenhouse gases, the innovative approach that can be replicated by other communities, and the overall results of the program. So from all the 2016 award applications, and there were quite a few, it was a difficult decision to make for our judges. The city's application was selected by the judging panel, and again, this is collaboration amongst a lot of, a number of communities, so it's not just City of Vancouver, but also Coquitlam and Surrey and other organizations, as well as the public sector groups. It was selected because Empower Me recruited more than 1,400 energy champions across Metro Vancouver and avoided 8,000 tons of emissions across the entire region. So Vancouver is definitely a part of that, and it's definitely beyond Vancouver as well. The program delivered energy conservation information to Canada's newcomers in a culturally appropriate way at no cost to users. It's become a trusted brand that sponsoring municipalities use to deliver a broad range of messages on conservation to these specific communities. And as we promised, this year's award winners will be highlighted in the December issue of Municipal World. So if you're getting Municipal World, make sure you take a look at the December issue for this. So again, on behalf of Community Energy Association, our co-sponsors, I would like to congratulate the City of Vancouver on this innovative and collaborative project that's delivered real results. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And if we have an opportunity for a picture.
There it is.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And we're now going to get on to the business of the meeting. Before we begin, I just have a couple of announcements to make. There are no consent items, so we have the whole agenda in front of us. So we'll begin to hear from speakers on item 6 as announced yesterday at 1 p.m. So we'll get our answers from staff, hear the speakers, and do that item at 1 p.m. And I would just like to remind speakers they have 5 minutes to make their comments and may only speak once. And council members may ask questions of speakers following their presentations, but you're under no obligation to respond. Also, council, I'll probably look for your advice. We normally would stop for lunch at noon, but that would leave perhaps quite a long gap to 1 o'clock. So we'll see how we are getting up to 1 o'clock at noon and then try to make sure we find that hard break without disrupting the agenda too much. So our first item, electric vehicle ecosystem strategy. Mr. Smith, I think you have, or Mr. Kelly, you've got a few things to show us, and then we'll hear from speakers.
Chair and council. We actually have 3 items today on the sustainability agenda for you, and I thought I would just preface those with a few brief remarks, and then we'll present each of those in order. But I did want to just give a bit of an overview here to wrap those together with your indulgence. I'll do that. I wanted to sort of just give a brief overview of the Renewable City Strategy, and I have some images here that I'll be showing you. The first piece is to distinguish, in a way, the Greenest City Action Plan, which you all adopted in 2010 and runs through 2020, which is the sort of large umbrella document that covers everything from trees to green jobs to water conservation, and GHG reduction, greenhouse gas emissions reductions. That last piece, the greenhouse gas reductions, is the focus of the Renewable City Strategy, which takes that component of the Greenest City Action Plan and lays out a longer time frame, because frankly it will take till about this time to meet the GHG goals, which in our case are very aggressive. And it also involves a lot of individual and private sector engagement in that, along with the city. The city is not doing this on its own. However, we are leading the way for that engagement, and we'll get to that in just a moment. We move to the next image here. One of the things you did last year was to adopt, earlier this year was to adopt the Zero Emissions Building Plan. We'll be touching on that today, how we're furthering that piece. And also the need for engagement, continuing engagement in public education around this and public feedback. So that's a piece that is really kind of in our sights right now, because frankly, making the progress that we want to make really depends on having a knowledgeable and invested public in this, who can see the connections and see the long-term aspirations and how they actually meet these stepwise activities that will get us there. And so part of the public engagement has actually been to create accessible means of communicating, and one of the most effective ways we found is through video. And so with your patience here, we'll show a very short video.
As a mother, I'm always thinking about what kind of world we're leaving for our children. And there's no issue that's more urgent than the impact of climate change.
The City of Vancouver has adopted the goal to be powered 100% by renewable energy, which means energy that's naturally replenished as it's used, like solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and biomethane, a renewable form of natural gas. And that's for vehicles, that's for buildings, that's for everything that we do, and we're trying to get there before 2050. Our roadmap is to reduce the energy that we consume, to supplement it with renewable energy, and then to increase the supply of renewable energy in the City of Vancouver.
Facilitating more active transportation choices reduces our need to use motor vehicles and in turn is a powerful way to reduce our energy use. We're building an active transportation network to be available for people of all ages and abilities. It offers people the opportunity to connect to the places they live and the people around them.
It'd be wonderful just having everything more accessible for bikers and pedestrians. There are some really wonderful bike lanes, but the more the better, especially when my girls are a little bit older and start riding on their own bikes. I want them to feel safe and have less pollution as they're growing up and starting to raise their own children.
We know that the climate is changing, but we also know that the economy is changing. Overall, globally, the movement toward renewable energy, it's just explosive. We really want Vancouver to be at the cutting edge of that. By being the first in North America to commit to 100% renewable power, we improve the competitive advantage of our community and for the businesses that are here.
We chose to be carbon neutral because of a personal ethic, but we have to have gas in a restaurant for anything where you're charring or it's on a grill, so we pay a premium for renewable natural gas. It strengthens our brands to be an early adopter, and it's exciting contributing to a bigger picture.
What we need to think about is where is the energy of the future coming from? British Columbia has an abundance of mountains and rivers, and those natural features generate a huge amount of hydroelectricity. But we can also look at wind power, geo-exchange systems, and the sun to supply the energy right where we need it.
Together, you can really achieve more. We are first in BC where solar panels are leased by a community, really. And that's because all of us are in agreement that this is good for us and good for the environment.
The Renewable City strategy is totally achievable, but we can't do this alone. We'll need to work with other levels of government, organizations, and businesses. We really need every single resident to be a part of making Vancouver a 100% renewably powered city. Ultimately, this is about making Vancouver a better place for all of us.
Okay, that's your entertainment for the morning. It's nice to have, yeah, it's nice to have a Hollywood caliber city manager who can front for us with the public. Anyway, there are people who can't wait to get their hands on a 100-page report and wade through the detail, but in other ways we also need to communicate just really effectively in a short fashion with a lot of the public in general. So I think these videos are actually play an important part, and I think you'll be seeing more of those as we get into other planning and community development issues as well. Just a little footnote here, since I have the opportunity. I wanted to really thank Doug Smith and the entire team of the Sustainability Group. This is a world-class outfit we have here, and it's just really a pleasure for me to be working with them, and I think it's a great thing to have the opportunity to integrate them into the planning, design, and sustainability department, because I think in many ways the department needs to integrate and reconcile goals for sustainability, for all other facets of community life, from transportation to housing and so forth, and so great placemaking and so forth. These need to work together, and so I think it's a great moment of this integration. So thanks, Doug, and everyone for all the work you've been doing leading up to that. I did want to say that there's some big things coming forward in 2017 along these lines as part of the Renewable City Strategy implementation, and you'll be seeing those as we come forward. Green building bylaws for low-rise buildings, building retrofit plan update, and some updates to the implementation plan for the Renewable City Strategy. Today's focus is on three pieces, and I'll introduce the speakers. The first two actually are a part of the Renewable City Strategy, and the last one is the first implementation piece of the green building, a rezoning policy. So we'll get to that one as the third item. But first, let me say that the electric vehicle ecosystem strategy is a really great piece that we're rolling out to you today, and Ian Neville will be presenting that to you first. The second is a report that introduces the second generation or iteration of the Greenest City Fund, which has been very successful, and we want to kind of renew that and present the 2.0 version of that to you today. And Angela Daniluk will present that piece. And then the final piece, as I mentioned, is the green building rezoning policy. And these changes will ensure that the rezone properties and buildings in Vancouver continue to be the most energy efficient that they can be. And that last report will be presented by Parq Enright. So all of these things, I should say, have gone through extensive internal review and coordination, and also have had a lot of participation from outside entities in the industry and in the development community as well. And I think you've seen some letters probably that have been communicated to you, letters of support from the building industry and others. So just wanted to acknowledge that. And Doug, I don't know if you wanted to say anything else to introduce, or we should just get Ian right up. Okay, thank you. Take it away, Ian.
Great. Thanks, Gil, Mr. Chair, Council. No, wait. That's the one. Seven. Back me up one. Okay, well, I'll back up one. Thank you. Oh. Okay, awesome. Thank you. My name is Ian Neville. I'm the Climate Policy Analyst in the Sustainability Group, and I'll be presenting the EV ecosystem strategy to you this morning. I'll run you through some of the context around our current EV infrastructure and electric vehicles in Vancouver as it stands now. I'll walk you through some of the barriers that we're seeing to electric vehicle uptake, our objectives in developing this strategy, and then I'll walk you through what comprises an EV ecosystem, followed by the city's role and our approach to getting more electric vehicle charging infrastructure out there, and there'll also be a capital request within that. So this summer, as part of our broader consultation process, we ran a public survey that had over 2,000 respondents in less than a week. 85% of those respondents said that if the next car, if they're going to buy one in the next 5 years, would likely or would at least consider buying an EV. Within that, more than 2/3 are also somewhat or very likely to consider buying an EV if there was a fast charger located within a 10-minute drive at a preferred amenity near to their home. And then another 50 to 60% of respondents were in favor of us charging fees for accessing any public infrastructure. None of these large numbers is very surprising. The uptake of green technology, starting with hybrid vehicles 15 years ago, has always been faster in Vancouver. We have some of the cheapest electricity in North America, which is already at least 93% renewable. Using electricity for transportation fuel equates to about having a 20 cent per liter gasoline. So for a lot of people, it's an obvious choice. Within the context of the Renewable City Strategy is how we've developed this particular action as well. Our Greenest City Action Plan goals around climate leadership to reduce GHG emissions by 80% by 2050, as well as our air quality goals, are all supported by electric vehicles. Transportation 2040 also provides for support for infrastructure that would support electric vehicles, and the Healthy City Strategy, its Good Start goals around air quality are also supported through this. One thing to keep in mind is while we do talk about the personal and shared electric vehicles, we still follow the transportation hierarchy. Walking, cycling, public transit are still preferred. However, if people are going to be driving in light-duty vehicles, we'd like them to be electric. Many cities and other leading thank you. You can do that. Many cities and other leading jurisdictions around the world are taking a more active role in advancing the transition to electric vehicles. For example, Seattle, just to the south of the border, they're installing 20 fast charging stations just next year, which is about what we're looking to do throughout this entire strategy. Portland has a big focus on social equity and environmental justice and getting electric vehicles into low-income neighborhoods from a shared perspective. San Francisco has a large focus on getting electrifying ride-hailing services and as well getting hubs of fast charging around the city. Los Angeles has also done great things with integrating within their own corporation. Their police fleet has bought many electric vehicles, and they've done some really interesting, innovative work around electric vehicle car sharing in low-income neighborhoods. Going further afield, our strategy is probably most similar to what's being done in Amsterdam. Their motto is public charging is home charging, and you'll see in a couple of minutes why I tend to agree with that. And of course, there's Norway, which is sort of the utopian view. In September, 50% of the cars that were sold in Norway were electric. So they are where we'd like to see. They have 14 times as many electric vehicles per capita as the USA does. That being said, we're not new to the electric vehicle space. City of Vancouver has been doing things around electric vehicles for over 10 years, starting with the EV working group between BC Hydro, the province, and the city. And our relationship with BC Hydro in particular has continued to expand. They supported our DC fast charging rollout at Empire Fields that you can see in the top right there. And we have an MOU to work cooperatively with them on these issues. In 2009, the city was the first jurisdiction in North America to include electric vehicle charging requirements in our building code. That's since been followed by the state of Washington. The province of Ontario is just bringing in a rule very similar to ours. And that was some leadership that we definitely had right out of the gate. We also had the first plug-in hybrid and battery electric vehicles in North America here in the city, and we now have the largest electric municipal fleet of anywhere in Canada. We ran a 3-year field trial testing out different types of level 2 charging equipment throughout the city, which ended with having 114 charging points, mostly in public locations, but also fleet, workplace, and in some multifamily buildings. And then this year we installed our first fast charging station at Empire Fields to support people traveling through along the number 1 highway. That being said, there are a number of barriers to EV adoption in Vancouver. A big one is a lack of home charging access. Ideally, most people will charge their vehicle at home, but when they don't have that plug at their house, it becomes much less convenient. The current public charging network does not meet user needs. The time required to charge on the systems we provide is too long. The charger availability is low, and by availability I mean that many of them are in use virtually 24/7, so new entrants to the market don't see it as something that they can access. The reliability of the current network is also not enough to be relied on. And then public awareness, especially of the vehicles, but also of the charging stations themselves, is still quite low. In the past, most vehicle ranges were less than what people thought of as their peak driving needs. And then as well, there's a business risk to installing more EV charging deployment. There are restrictions under the BCUC to sell electricity. If you're not a utility or a municipal government, you have to go through a lengthy and onerous process. And on top of that, there's not that many customers, which doesn't make for a great business case. And finally, historically, the number of models available of electric vehicles in BC and access to stock has been low, although those are changing, as does the range piece I mentioned above. So our objective in formulating this strategy, well, at present, our only policy regarding electric vehicles is our building code requirement. As you'll see in the following slides, a broader approach is needed if we're going to achieve our goals under the Renewable City Strategy and to overcome the barriers to EV uptake. So what is an EV ecosystem? The ecosystem perspective takes a holistic approach to placing infrastructure that is integrated into residents' lifestyles rather than adding complications to it. Infrastructure reflects building use and is adaptable to changing technologies and occupant needs. Expanding outwards, it considers charging needs and the charging needs and characteristics of a neighborhood, including the built form, complementary amenities, and existing charging access. And finally, it incorporates EV charging into the community planning process. The purpose of this strategy is to remove barriers to EV adoption so that most people can use an EV as their primary vehicle. That includes improved access to charging infrastructure, reducing cost barriers to EV uptake, and developing a market large enough to support private sector business cases in the future. The strategy looks at the demand side of the EV market, considers the relationship between home, workplace, and public charging, It considers the role of carbon pricing in utility pricing and regulation. And it seeks to increase the awareness of EVs and their associated infrastructure, creating an easy transition to these newer technologies. It does not consider public transit, the supply of vehicles through sales or through car sharing. However, it is important to remember that those points that aren't in scope are still critical to achieving our 100% renewable transportation goals and will rely on support from businesses and other levels of government to be successful. The strategy, or the city's role in this strategy is fourfold. It's a 5-year strategy but with a longer-term view to getting to that 2050 100% renewable transportation. It supports an early EV market and ensures that infrastructure is available and reliable. It uses land use and building policies for public, residential, and workplace charging. And it creates the option to transition to private sector operation in an estimated 5 to 7 years. The city's role is to act as a market accelerator as well, to get us to that completely renewable future. The market may eventually get there, but without our intervention, it won't be fast enough to meet our goals towards 2050. The average vehicle life in Canada is about 13 years, but it actually takes about 15 to 17 years for new transportation technologies to get full market penetration, which means there's really only a couple of cycles left before 2050. In the short term, we plan on a larger deployment of public charging connections that support home and small commercial fleets that do not have EV charging access, while over time increasing the number of private connections. In the long term, most vehicles will connect through a privately accessed charging point, either in a fleet yard, at a home parking spot, or at their workplace. Overall, taking this ecosystem perspective, it's important to note that public charging can substitute for home or for workplace charging. And at the same time, as more homes, fleets, and workplaces add charging connections, this takes pressure and congestion off of that public network. So this strategy includes an estimated $3 million in capital investments, which will be required over the next 5 years. I should point out that this is an investment. The deployment of public infrastructure will have a revenue stream that grows with the market, creating a net positive return to the city. By increasing access to charging, we're able to support the expansion of electric vehicles and associated infrastructure. We expect that we'll see a positive return on investment within about 5 to 7 years. And then once the business case is stronger and provided provincial regulatory barriers to private sector sales of electricity are also removed, we can expect that private sector uptake of public charging infrastructure and the city having the option to exit the market at that point. As you can see here, right now we're at about 1,000 electric vehicles in the city. We expect about 30,000 by the mid-2020s, and our long-term goal of getting to 100% renewable transportation shows about 200,000 vehicles in the city that have a plug on them. We have a 3-pillared approach to getting the EV ecosystem running. It starts with expanding access to home and workplace charging, improving the public charging network, and integrating EV infrastructure into core city processes. Starting with home and workplace, the long-term goal is to move EV charging to homes as much as possible. We're going to expand the requirements in buildings that are reflective of building use and provide more flexibility to designers as they install it. We know that putting in EV infrastructure when a building is new is about 1/3 of the cost of retrofitting later. We'll be moving the development-specific elements of EV charging into the Vancouver parking bylaw to allow more flexibility and more ability to adapt to technologies and building use. We'll be developing incentive programs for multifamily buildings and workplaces to retrofit with EV charging, and we'll be requiring builders to provide specific and highly visible labeling of charging points in new homes so that when people move into a new home, they know that they have that capability for the next vehicle. Many people who move into new homes now aren't even aware that they have EV readiness there when they get there. We also want to provide certainty to residents that they can access EV charging. We'll be changing the standards of maintenance bylaw to ensure reasonable access to existing charging infrastructure, and we'll advocate with the province for rules that allow residents' rights to access charging in multifamily buildings. From improving the public charging network, and you can see here this is probably one of our busiest stations. It's in use virtually 99% of the time. We will be expanding or deploying what are called e-hubs, which are essentially charging hubs of clustered fast chargers that are co-located with amenities that have a similar length of stay. For example, you would use fast charging at something like a grocery store or a coffee shop, somewhere where you'd be there for sort of 20 minutes or half an hour, versus having a slower charge at something like a community center. So that it becomes a seamless experience. When people do their weekly grocery run, for example, they can charge up while they're shopping. These public hubs will support residents who do not have home charging, commercial fleets, EV taxis, EV car sharing. We'll also be integrating the planning of these hubs within our community development plans. We'll also be expanding or improving the public level 2 network. The stations you see in this picture are what's known as level 2. It's sort of a mid-grade speed. First of all, we'll be providing fair access. By charging fees and bringing in other enforcement mechanisms, it'll ensure that they're used by people who need them and doesn't simply provide VIP parking. At the same time, we'll be expanding the level 2 network to all the remaining city-owned public-facing buildings that don't currently have EV charging. We'll be investigating potential carbon credit mechanisms for private sector uptake. We'll be developing public charging points to be sources of information for non-EV drivers, and we'll advocate with the provincial government, the BCUC and BC Hydro to exempt or streamline regulations to enable the private sector to start charging fees and become stronger market participants. Finally, we'll be integrating within our core city processes. These are just some examples, but engineering services will be taking on operation of the city-owned network. That will include the use of third-party end-to-end support for faster deployments and simpler user experience for people accessing our charging stations, integrating it with city-owned applications, for example, things like pay by phone, and integrating it across the series of networks we currently operate. Building and development services will be providing staff training, provided with staff training on EV charging, which they can deploy to the development community as well, creating more understanding as technologies evolve. And then the planning department will be working to develop guidelines for deployment of new public charging as part of community development. There's a number of good models out there. The UBC TIPS Lab, for example, we've used extensively in our current developments, and we would probably base our guidelines on that. So our $3 million over 5 years, it gets us 20 to 25 fast charging stations located at about 10 charging hubs dispersed throughout the city, 40 level 2 stations. By the mid-2020s, when we see that 30,000 EV number get up there, we expect $40 million in community savings on fuel and 117,000 fewer tons of CO2 emitted every year. As I mentioned, this strategy is a 5-year strategy, but it does have a longer-term view. We're looking at how we can get ourselves to 2050 with our 100% renewable goal. Affordable, longer-range vehicles are coming to market now. We're seeing those as the basis for a lot of our planning. Faster charging technologies are coming out, which means that people will be able to get more mileage in a few minutes rather than a period of hours. Over time, we expect increased revenue as the market grows. At some point, we will probably within about 5 years, we'll be seeing positive returns on the equipment we've put out there. And at that point, the business case will also be much stronger for private sector intervention. Going to the long term, we'll see residential charging as being the primary way that people charge up their vehicles. Obviously, a higher prevalence of autonomous vehicles, wireless charging, and shared autonomous vehicles within that. So there's a lot happening between now and the next 34 years, but we have to start now and really consider how those technologies can be supported as we build out our city. So next steps, I will be presenting our final strategy to stakeholders. We met with over 50 external organizations in the development of this, and we'll sort of be allowing them a deeper dive. We'll also be presenting to Parq Board and developing a parallel approval process for any public charging that we put on Parq jurisdiction lands, and assembling an internal ACES working group. ACES is an acronym for Autonomous, Connected, Electrified, and Shared Transportation. And then within December and January, working on regional pricing strategies to have, again, a consistent pricing view for people traveling around the region and getting into our quick start actions. From there, I leave you with one vision of an EV ecosystem, and I'm open to questions.
Thanks very much. You have questions from Councillor Reimer.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Mr. Neville. You started this work, well, maybe not you, but the work started back in 2007. My memory was former Councillor Peter Ladner was a big proponent of EVs, and it eventually got off the ground. What's the biggest change between then and now? Like, what have we learned in a decade about EVs?
I think a lot of what's changed is that the technologies themselves have become more accessible. The vehicles do what more people need them to do. We have, I guess, had some stumbles along the way with how we structure the building code and how the power itself works within the building code, and so we've learned that. But really just the level of interest. It's not a niche market. I think I'm quite surprised by the sheer volume of people who are just looking for a way to get into an electric vehicle. I would say that's the biggest thing, and most of that's happened since 2010 when the first mass market vehicles hit the ground.
Right. So a fairly radical, it's not been a linear progress year over year.
It's definitely heading skywards.
Okay. I was interested, you mentioned quite a number of cities, Portland, San Francisco, cities across, down the West Coast, similar cities to us, culturally, their economic profile, demographic profile. Really looked at this as a bit of a social justice and affordability strategy. Can you speak to that? I didn't totally make the link that you were making there.
Well, I think there's a few things with that, especially in the U.S. A lot of their sustainability strategies are very focused on environmental justice. They have much bigger issues around energy poverty, and so having low fuel costs can be really helpful to low-income families. But as well, pollution does discriminate. The poorest people in society are the most likely to be impacted by poor air quality, by the impacts of climate change. And I think in cities that are struggling with bigger social problems, they've seen having this sort of shared electrified mode as being something that they can really help those communities out. And certainly it was a consideration within our strategy as well.
So you spoke to 40 million annual savings by sometime around 2020.
Mid-2020s.
Okay. That 40 million, it wasn't totally clear to me. I'm guessing some of that accrues to the city, but it sounded like that's 40 million total, like our residents would stand to save $40 million in transportation costs.
That's right. That's what the residents would be saving in fuel costs. So basically the difference between gasoline, assuming it's about $1.25 a liter versus much less expensive electricity. And the fact that also electric vehicles require almost no maintenance.
So you're projecting out that gas would not cost significantly more than it does today?
My personal feeling is that it will.
Right, of course, yes.
Energy markets are a little tough to predict this week especially. But I bet as an estimate from now, it would be equivalent to current dollars as well.
Okay, so no, that's a very conservative estimate so it'd be
absolutely
probably significantly more than $40 million in savings for our residents.
Could be, absolutely.
That does bring me to the question of demand. I know that the mayor of Hudson Hope and Fort St. John have some concerns around our desire to increase demand on electricity because of the impacts it can have on their community. Can you speak a bit to that? I know the answer, but I think it wasn't in the presentation. I think it'd be useful to get a sense of why it's not just about pulling energy off the grid, that it's putting back into at critical times of the day for us.
Well, there's certainly most people would charge in the off-peak times. If you're charging your car at home, for example, then that tends to be when, overnight. And in fact, most vehicles have the ability to work within a smarter way just because many places like California have time of use billing. But in terms of the overall demand, all the advice we've received from BC Hydro is that they have no concerns about meeting that from a generation perspective. The challenges that BC Hydro has are more related to the neighborhood distribution system, and we work really closely with them as that network expands and ensuring that it can meet it. So I would say that's the short answer, is I don't see any challenges with the whole city going to EVs and actually affecting the amount of total supply in the province.
The other piece of that I'd like to add, if I could, Councillor Reimer, is that we're also, through our other strategies, particularly on the building side, we're really trying to reduce the overall energy that's consumed, which is part of the other reports that are coming today. So the idea is really reduce the amount of energy that's used in buildings, frees up so that electricity can be used for the mobility sources that we're talking about here. So it's not overall increasing the electricity that's consumed in the city, it's reallocating it.
Right. Okay, that's great. In smart and more affordable ways, which sounds like a good way to do it. So that brings me to my last question. You did say that one of the barriers is the current network doesn't meet current needs. It would be good to understand what we've learned about that to make sure that the next network does meet the future needs.
Sure, and there's a few things on that. The first one is that most of our network is based on level 2 chargers, which will give you about 30 kilometers of range per hour that you're plugged in. So as a you know, if you're going to be somewhere for a while, it works well, but to fully supplement someone who doesn't have home charging, it's usually pretty inconvenient to have to go and take your car to like the community center for a couple of hours every day. And versus this strategy has a much bigger focus on fast charging. We are getting 200 kilometers of range per hour or more. Those numbers continue to climb as those technologies improve. So that's a big piece of it. Part of it is also somewhat jokingly, but the whole network part, the integration is a big part because right now I manage the whole network and I'm not as effective of a call center as maybe some other groups in the city are. So, but a lot of it is that we've just essentially done a lot of things through trials. And so we have kind of an inconsistent set of networks around. How people actually interface with the machines varies from place to place. It doesn't matter right now because we're not charging fees, but as we go into charging fees, that becomes a real headache for a lot of people. And also the deployment of any aging infrastructure, deployment of repairs for aging infrastructure is something that needs to be sped up. So,
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Emmer. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I am really excited about this report, so thank you so much for all the work that you've done and the team has done in terms of presenting it. I want to start by talking about the barriers, as Councillor Reimer had introduced, and certainly for me, the only reason I got a hybrid as my most recent vehicle, and I would have got an EV, but I live in a condo and there were no charging stations and it was not about to quickly implement any kind of charging stations within the condo. So that if you know, for many people, this is a real barrier. And the public charging stations, if they had been available as they're being proposed, I would have made a different decision. And models not being available, Councillor Jang will like this. You don't know how hard it was to find a bright green hybrid. It's for many people, the model is important. And from all the research I've done, 3 years, if we're ahead of the game, by 3 years when they're bringing in 300-kilometer range EVs and faster, we are going to be, our citizens will be just so well placed to be able to turn to EVs. So my first question is really around the promotion to the public and making sure that we're very clear around the cost savings and not just to the public in terms of residents, but also to businesses. The savings that can be made, you know, and that's not just in terms of gas savings, but regenerative braking. I mean, my last hybrid, no brake job in 10 years. What is in the report? What do you mean when you talk about workplace retrofit incentive programs? How is that going to work for businesses, for example?
Well, the exact details of that program haven't been worked out, but basically through either maybe awareness campaigns, but also potentially financially working with other organizations to essentially allow them to get EV charging into their parking areas. It's a little bit different here in the U.S. They've had something called the Workplace Charging Challenge, and it's been amazingly successful throughout the U.S., but they have a lot more businesses where that business has a parking lot, whereas here we tend to deal with landlords a lot more. We don't have sort of commercial parks. So the specific details on how we would do that, but it would essentially be finding ways to help businesses retrofit their buildings with that electrical supply.
So we're going to be facilitating.
Yes.
Great. And are we continuing to facilitate and will be expanding the facilitation around installing charging stations within you know, apartment buildings, condos, et cetera? Is that?
Yeah, that was sort of the same part and parcel, finding ways to help them get it in. Recognizing that a lot of buildings, there are probably going to be upper limits on how much they can retrofit. The existing building stock is a challenge, which is why this bigger focus on sort of the public charging hubs will be essential. But also expanding what's required in new buildings. So as new buildings go up, they'll have that electrical supply, they'll have the plugs sort of laid out, so all someone has to do is attach a charging station. So, because that reduces the cost significantly, but at the same time we want to be able to help people retrofit where they can.
Excellent.
And especially leveraging other energy efficiency, as Mr. Johnson referred to, you know, as someone does an LED lighting retrofit, there's more energy left that could be put into EV charging.
Totally agree with that. And it's usually in a low peak demand time period, as you pointed out. In terms of building code, are we going to anticipate a change in the building code to require a greater percentage of the stalls, parking stalls, to be outfitted with EV charging stations?
Well, one of the big things we're doing is we're actually taking a lot of those, specifically the percentage type requirements, out of the building code, and we're going to move those into the parking bylaw, partly because the building code doesn't distinguish between what you use the building for. It really looks at like, you know, commercial, industrial, residential, but it doesn't differentiate between a luxury condo and social housing, for example. So having in the parking bylaw, we can have a bit more development specific sort of focus. And a little bit more flexibility there, but in terms of your question as to the expansion, yes, we'll be requiring more than 20%. We expect that 2/3 of the vehicles on the road will have plugs, therefore we would like them to be able to plug in at home.
My final question has to do with the City of Vancouver fleet. I've been pushing for electric vehicles in the fleet. Does this, do you anticipate this broader implementation of an EV strategy into all our policies and programs to be resulting in an increased turnover of older non-EVs into EVs?
Well, our fleet is actually an area that's already very well mainstreamed, and so they actually have a pretty strong policy on replacing light-duty vehicles with electrics. We have, I think, around 35 in the fleet now, but I know that there are plans to buy dozens and dozens more in the next few years. In some ways, this will support them, though, especially areas where maybe there's not a lot of space left for EV charging. We're looking at trying to work with other businesses in our fleet to have fast charging available and sort of in a commercial sense. Partly also some duty cycles are a little challenging. Any 24-hour shifts with our fleet, they never have time to plug in, so getting them some fast charging. But our fleet's actually taken a real leadership position already, and certainly I work with them, but this strategy doesn't address that as directly.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi. Just wondering, what you in your report you talk about 1% of the vehicles are electric or hybrids. What's the number of vehicles? Do we know how many vehicles are electric or hybrids in Vancouver or in the province?
Within Vancouver, it's about 1,000. I haven't seen numbers since June, and they're increasing fast enough that that's a big enough gap. Oh, about
4,000 in BC.
In
BC. So approximately 1,000 in Vancouver.
Yeah, about that. Right. And about half the EVs in BC are all in the Metro Vancouver area.
And that's EVs and hybrids, or just EVs?
EVs and plug-in hybrids, but not like a Prius.
Okay. One of the, you have, you know, the growth has been fairly steady, but there's been some recent developments in the United States with a new president. And there's been stories that have been reported that they're going to pull out of the Paris Accord, that the car industry is lobbying not to produce as many electric cars. What has that been talked about internally, how that might impact if they're not making the cars? We may not see the kind of the growth curve that we've been seeing because of that. Have you factored that in at all in your conversations at this point? It's early, but it's certainly it's out there.
I've lost enough sleep over it to get lots of thought in on this. No, I think that, oh, sorry. Is that better? Can we raise this?
It's good, yeah.
Go up more?
I don't think it goes any higher there.
You're
You're the tallest that we can have at City Hall, I think. Yeah.
So I would say that two of the things from that, a lot of the incentives in the U.S. are actually state level. For example, the zero emission vehicle mandate is in California. It's also been adopted by 8 other states in the U.S. So they require zero emission vehicles to be in place. So President-elect Trump cannot actually impact that. The federal tax credit in the U.S. could be a problem, but we're seeing globally this phenomenon is taking off. China is actually the leader in building electric vehicles. The largest electric vehicle manufacturer in the world is BYD.
That's right.
And so climate goals and air quality goals around those are continue to grow. So it could be a bit of a speed bump, and it could hurt the ability to get the supply of some vehicles here. But overall, I don't see this as something that's declining. I mean, in the last time that manufacturers started making vehicles that people didn't want, we had to bail them out. So hopefully they'll be a little bit more cognizant of that. The fact that there is demand for electric vehicles out there.
Okay. The funding is coming from a couple of different areas, but I'm wondering why we didn't use our parking lot fund. We have
don't know how much, 30 million in there funds. I'm not sure if that's a question for you or somebody else, but why didn't we tap into that money that we have sitting? Obviously, this is related, it's kind of related to parking because you got to park your car to charge it. I'm wondering why we didn't look at that as a possible place for revenue or for funds.
Wow, this thing's tall.
Yeah.
We work with corporate finance to try to come up with the best funding mechanism, but I can't answer directly why they didn't recommend that fund in particular. But I can definitely follow up and get an answer for council on that.
Might be something to look at for future growth. Within the city, and I couldn't see in the report anywhere regarding the city parking lots, the Easy Park, we have about 95 parking lots that we either own or manage. Have we, and then there's the other ones, the other companies, the private companies, which I don't know how many parking lots there are, but it seems like that would be an obvious place to really expand the program in a significant way, certainly the ones that we operate. Have we looked at that as an opportunity? And I know it talks a bit about the lower level charging systems aren't as good, but why not access those lots that we have, that we manage as a priority?
It is certainly a priority to look at those. It partly depends on where the site is relative to other amenities and how people use the area. But certainly we've worked extensively with Easy Park in the past for our existing deployments, and certainly city-owned parking lots would be the same. So in many cases we are working with them, and we'll continue to look at ideal sites. And one of the other challenges is how much electrical capacity a building has. There were many sites that we identified in earlier trials that were ideal, except that the cost to do the retrofit was prohibitive with the funding we had before.
So it's not as simple as sort of saying, okay, this got 30 spots, let's just make them all, plug them in, and if you have a car, you can...
It's not quite that simple, but it is getting easier because there are a lot of smarter technologies that have come out in recent years that will allow to kind of squeeze a little bit more out of the existing supply. So it's certainly something that's on our list.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Ball.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the report. I know this is a passionate subject for many of us. I bought my first hybrid when I first came to council, loved the car, just loved the car, it was wonderful. But when I needed to get a larger car to accommodate a wheelchair, I found that I couldn't trade it in. And this was universal, go across all of the dealers. We don't want them back. There's no way to guarantee how long they're going to last. No, you can't trade it in on a bigger car, a newer car, or any of the above. So I, like many people, took a financial hit and decided to buy a car that actually recovers energy, even though I would have much preferred to have an electric car or another hybrid. Do you think that industry and those who represent it through sales can be encouraged to actually see the electric car as a good thing, and that the more they sell, the better it is for everybody? Because I am worried about what's going on in the United States, and certainly it's the same here when you're dealing with dealers, unless they happen to just sell electric cars, which at this point are a little beyond most people's pocketbooks. So I'm just wondering if you could comment on how we can help industry look at it as a good thing.
We are certainly working with them right now it's more of a gentle push, since it's not an area that we have a lot of jurisdiction over directly. But certainly there are a number of dealers that have figured that out, and a certain number of manufacturers that have really thrown in on the electric side. But I do recognize that it sometimes can be a challenge. New technologies are sometimes challenging for any salesperson. So really helping to educate them is a piece that we're looking at as well, and working to try and get more information out there to how they could maybe change their business model that would be more amenable to selling electric vehicles. So yeah, and then on the resale piece, this province, if nothing else, the province does offer a scrap it program, which will offer up to over $3,000 on a vehicle. So those can be put towards an electric vehicle on top of other incentives. So there are other alternative cost recoveries for people who are concerned about that piece. And then finally, the vehicles themselves are lasting a lot longer than people initially anticipated. They're finding that the batteries really do last hundreds of thousands of miles with very little reduction. So I would say those three, but certainly working with dealers is something I'd like to continue targeting.
Great, thank you for the good news. I'll pass on those to friends who are very worried. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Robertson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you very much for bringing this report forward. And it's been a huge goal of council to make electric vehicles, zero-emission vehicles, top priority, and to see this transformation happen as quickly as possible. And it's been a little frustrating to see the car manufacturing industry lag, I think, behind what we thought 5 or 10 years ago. It hasn't ramped up quite as fast as we might have liked, but that does give us the opportunity to make sure we're ahead of the curve with the infrastructure. So I really appreciate the work that the team's put into this, and I think it's a great next step. It's good to see it kind of right on the leading edge of cities embracing electric vehicle technology and ensuring that we are ready. So my question is, first of all, on the private sector side of charging, and that if we're leaping ahead with creating this infrastructure, what does it look like? And have you seen examples in other jurisdictions where there's a combination, is all public or public-private combination, or has private sector stepped in as they have with fossil fuels, for example, to provide the energy for vehicles?
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Outside of Vancouver, outside of BC, that does happen more often. One of the challenges is that our utilities are very heavily regulated to protect the consumers, which is great, but it also makes it, there are big barriers to private sector selling electricity. There is one private sector operator in Abbotsford now who's been exempted through the BCUC to go ahead and do that. But certainly if you go to California or many other cities in the West Coast, and actually the province of Ontario just provided a category exemption for EV charging so that to essentially open up that market. And the province here has signaled that they will look at it on a case-by-case basis. So it can happen. It's just right now in BC's context, it's a little bit more onerous than I think many businesses would be willing to take on when there's not a large number of customers to start with.
Okay, and at this point, requirements around conversion of vehicles to electric, I'm curious if, are you seeing other jurisdictions where they're starting to require that conversion? Obviously it's difficult or impossible to do unless the infrastructure exists, but I know the technology now is out there converting diesels to electric. Not widespread yet, but are you seeing that those regulations start to land anywhere and drive the pace from the regulation side?
I assume you mean like transitioning the fleet, not like individual vehicles being converted. Is that just to be clear?
Both.
Okay. Yeah. Well, certainly on a market-wide, there are 9 U.S. states that have what's called a ZEV standard, which basically says a certain number of vehicles need to be sold that are zero emission out of the total sales, and those are definitely effective. Companies like Tesla wouldn't exist without it.
Right.
I haven't seen any and Quebec just brought in a ZEV standard as well. They're the first jurisdiction in Canada. So, and that's just a few weeks old, so I don't know how effective it's been yet, but fingers crossed. And then within the conversion of individual vehicles, I haven't seen that. I think that I haven't seen anything requiring converting out like individual vehicles. I think that just the differences in the vehicles would be awfully expensive to do, but I'm not aware of anything anyway.
Okay. Yeah, there's definitely some buzz among the mayor network around the world about phasing out diesel as rapidly as possible, given the pollution. And many cities, Vancouver not as afflicted as many others, but the connection of poor air quality in many big megacities in the world is tied quite directly to diesel engines, and there's a movement afoot to push that transition from out of diesel. But the question that immediately comes up is, does the infrastructure exist to actually charge all of the diesel vehicles, particularly the trucks, all the service vehicles? But I'm in our case, your sense is we'll be ahead of the curve in terms of the infrastructure, regardless of how quickly the industry side or the regulation side ramp up.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and I think for a lot of what we're doing is designed so that it will support things like autonomous vehicles, which we understand that there are many pitfalls and benefits. So, but having that sort of groundwork laid, at least that may also be a driver of that market down the road. If maybe if the electric vehicles aren't on their own aren't exciting enough, maybe self-driving ones will be. But having that in the ground as we build things is a much less expensive way to do it, and that may move the market forward as well. And so we try and support where we can on that side.
Last quick question is on autonomous vehicles, and I know with some of the leading contenders, Google, for example, their focus with driverless cars is on electric vehicles, zero emissions. So, you expect that to be the norm with autonomous vehicles and all the major players that are pursuing this right now? Are they all piloting EVs, or is there a range of technologies that, in terms of the energy source?
There can be non-EV autonomous vehicles, although most of the ones that I'm aware of, and I don't see anyone from engineering here who can answer this more clearly than me, but essentially they don't have to be electric. And certainly our preference would be to have that, and there are probably rules that we can build in to ensure it, but it makes more sense, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it'll go.
Right. Well, I know we're working on that strategy at the same time, so it'd be good to see the electric vehicle approach and the autonomous vehicle policy and regulation going forward be integrated for sure. Thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report, and as the Mayor said, this is an initiative that we've been long interested in, and despite what might be happening in the United States, think that it's still important to continue down this path. Not just like the Prime Minister continuing on with his carbon pricing, regardless of what's happening down in the United States. The question I had was the fair access slide that you put up, and it's a combination of things that are currently limiting some of the access to the plugs. One is regular vehicles parking in them, for instance, and I've received some complaints on that. Some being that the vehicles are fully charged and not vacating the spots and such. And I was wondering, how much are we speaking with vehicle producers and the technology producers for these charging stations so that it's an integrated system where through an app, likely, that you're able to tell that your vehicle is fully charged, and you can release the mechanism so that the next person, and depending on how we align our parking spaces, that the infrastructure itself is more accessible to multiple vehicles and more quickly transferable, because even though you're not back of your car, you're not releasing and moving on to the next one. This way, it reduces the capital costs for the private sector to enter into the realm of providing these facilities, and thereby increasing access and adoption. What's your comments on that?
Well, certainly one of the first key things that we're looking at is charging fees for those stations. Part of it is back to people being plugged in and just staying there for hours, is that there's often little incentive, and because there's little incentive to leave, and a lot of the EV charging we intentionally put in sort of preferable locations. So some people feel that they can get VIP parking in Yaletown, so stay there for 12 hours. So charging fees, and they can be not related to just the energy. They'll continue to basically charge someone's credit card as long as they're plugged in. So we hope that will incentivize a move off of the infrastructure as much as possible. Certainly there are other technologies around telling what vehicle's in place, and I think I saw Eric, I don't know if you want to talk about parking sensors at all and sort of how we've discussed having those in place, or? Okay, sure. So some new technologies around basically being able to have a sensor of whether a vehicle is in place, and we can hopefully tie that into the vehicle itself being charged and determine if it's an inappropriately placed vehicle. You want to elaborate on that?
Eric Mattel with Parking Management. Yeah, so not a lot more to add except to say that there's new technologies coming to help manage the curbside space, and things like occupancy sensors can help in terms of understanding how long vehicles have been there, and having an enforcement approach to similar to how we meter curbside space. And so even a parking meter could be used in a similar fashion to incent sort of turnover and better use of infrastructure.
Okay, but so then it goes to whether or not that's enough of a deterrence, the charging, the cost of it, because the end result is that we're after is that vehicles have the opportunity to access the power and recharge their vehicles, and whether or not the fee or the enforcement level is sufficient, because even under our current regime, there's often there's infractions that continue, and it's just a cost of doing business for some of these individuals. Beyond the pricing, and the ticketing, I guess, of these vehicles, and perhaps towing any other. What I'm after is a model where there's actual access to that, where they can access the charging infrastructure rather than ticketing the vehicle that's blocking, so they can move off of the existing vehicle and still have access to that space.
So I would say in certain situations that can be configured that way. Parallel parking is a little bit more challenging because of cable lengths, but we tend to place in a like the City Hall surface parking lots where your park nose in. If the station is set between two parking stalls, you can go on either side. And so we've often done that where one car's blocking up or doesn't need the charger, and you can unplug it and just move the car next. Sorry, Jerry, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I think there's two components to it. One is the geometry, as Ian was saying, and if it was in a parking lot, there's more options. If it's a curbside space, there's two: the spot in front or the spot behind, because the geometry doesn't allow other cars to come and fit in there. But I wouldn't downplay the impact of our meter pricing and our bylaw fines. That's how we manage very, very high demand for curbside space. And so I think that we would be able to have the turnover using our existing curbside management. And so we've got two components. One is make sure the infrastructure is available for people, and then we already have very high demand for curb space, and I believe we can use our existing tools to have the turnover and the concerns that deal with the concerns that you're raising.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Louis. So we have some speakers. Our first one is Morgan Merrick, Recharge Technologies. Thanks. Mr. Neville.
Thanks.
All right. Can everybody hear me okay? I just wanted to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. It's my first time at a city council meeting, so it's quite the honor. And I also wanted to thank Ian and the whole team for putting together this strategy. I think it's a very important component to what we're all trying to achieve here, which is a shift away from fossil fuels and a reduction in overall greenhouse gases. It's interesting, the last topic that you guys were speaking on, which related to the parking management. Actually, let me step back a second. I've started a social enterprise. It's called Recharge Technologies. And what we're wanting to do is provide free electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And then when we hit 100 stations, we want to start donating 10% of our profits to putting solar on the rooftops of schools as a way to create more energy for the demand that's going to be there in the future from all the electric vehicles that are going to be on the roads. So one the things that I actually looked at addressing through our solution are parking management. So we have an intelligent parking management system that can detect what vehicles in the stall and notify the user 15 minutes before they're done charging or before their time is up, so that they can come back and move the vehicle. So what I was thinking is that we would have 2 hours of free parking or 3 hours of free parking and free charging. And at that end of that time, you would put a fee that would be much higher. So that would be an incentive to move the vehicle. Not sure if that's the best solution, but it was one that we came up with as a way to allow for an incentive for electric vehicle adoption, which is free parking and free charging in downtown cores, which is actually what they're doing in Amsterdam, Copenhagen, and Norway, is having free parking, free charging around the cities. That's something that you can't offer fossil fuel vehicles. And it also allows for people that have a plug-in hybrid to get from their home to a downtown location, plug in for free, never have to use their fossil fuels, and then get back home. If there's more level 2 charging, which is what plug-in hybrids require, they would be able to completely drive on their battery power without ever having to use the fossil fuels. I've actually heard of people that have had the gas in their tank go stale from not having to use it because they're able to plug in at so many locations, which is the benefit of having a lot more public infrastructure. My second point was that there should be some incentives for private companies to install electric vehicle charging equipment on public property. So accessing a metered location and taking over a metered stall is a significant expense for a private enterprise that has either a long-term return on investment or no return on investment if they're providing free infrastructure. So shifting some of the funds to allow for public or private enterprises to access those stalls is something that I feel will be a good addition to the strategy. Also, increasing awareness. So the way that I'm able to provide free infrastructure for the city would be through advertising on the charging stations. Using this ad space, you actually can increase people's awareness of the availability of the charging stations and also promote the vehicles that are parked there. When a Nissan Leaf parks in front of one of our stations, we can put up an infographic to show how much the Nissan Leaf has helped impact the battle against fossil fuels and to help with the shift away from it. Also, having a greater amount of public infrastructure can allow for more electric vehicles and car sharing. I've been in discussions with a local car sharing company that has an interest in having more charging stations so that they can increase the numbers of electric vehicles in their fleet, which is a very expensive endeavor for them. They have to pay for both the stations and the vehicles, and they're trying to do it at as low a cost as possible to their members. So if I can go out and build this infrastructure, or if we can go out and build this infrastructure for them, then it will give them access to a location, one for them and one for the public to use with a dual charging unit. That's the model that I'm coming up with to help with this problem, or that we've developed to help with this problem. And yes, as I said, out-of-home advertising is actually one of the most effective forms of outdoor advertising, and using that to get people into electric vehicles is a great way to use public advertising. 58% of Americans who saw who have public advertising visible to them end up going to look up that item online later on that day. It's an incredibly high conversion rate, which we could utilize to help change the way that people think about electric vehicles. And also, 85% of people believe that outdoor advertising is useful and that it's informative, or 83% say it's informative, and 82% say it helps create jobs and stimulate the economy. I'm done. Thank you very much. Any questions?
That was perfect timing. A question from Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much for coming
Thank
and for particularly describing your project, which sounds very, or your social enterprise, which sounds very interesting. So I did have a question about it because you talked about how you intend it to be free charging stations, and then after you hit a certain amount, like 100 charging stations, then you would take 10% of any profit and reinvest it in solar panels on schools. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so where are you getting the money from?
Through advertising.
Oh, and the advertising would go on the charging stations?
Yeah.
All right, and have you lined up advertising?
I've been in discussions with a few companies, one major telecom company as well. They're very interested in being involved with it, and a major cosmetics company as well. They're also very sustainable,
Right.
so they want to be attached to that kind of
Right, and how about locations?
That's something that we would require assistance from the city to help obtain, because they need to be high visibility locations so that we can raise awareness, but also generate enough revenue to expand and then be able to give back to the community at the same time.
And have you talked to any staff yet at the city?
I've been in discussions. Apparently a lot of stuff is waiting on this meeting for the ecosystem strategy to go forward.
Okay.
So.
Okay, then I'm assuming that you will have the opportunity to talk to people. You're all here in the same room together. So that's great. I really appreciate you coming in and your initiative around this.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Good job. Roger Bailey.
Good morning, Chair and Council. I'm grateful for the time that staff has taken recently in meetings that we had on November the 3rd with the Tesla Energy Group, and also particularly grateful to Mayor Robertson and Doug Smithe, who joined us in a dinner with ex-Premier Michael Harcourt and a group of other development interests to really look at and talk about renewable energy and renewable transportation and sustainability in the city. As an EV owner, I will, over the last year, I can report that I've only used an ex-home charging station once. It cost me $18 for parking the car in the parking garage, and I got $1.50's worth of free electricity. So Frankly, the network out from beyond your home isn't actually of that much value to an EV owner if they have that charging station at home. Most vehicles are now quite capable of providing sufficient capacity for a day's driving. On long distance, of course, it's a very different issue. My wife and I went to Yellowstone Park. We used 18 of the Tesla charge stations. And the great thing about it is we always arrived with about 20% of our energy left, and the car always called us at least 20 minutes before it wanted to leave the charge station. So, you know, the technology is there in terms of delivering those kinds of transportation issues. And I certainly am very supportive that in high-rise development that our building code be modified to include those charge stations. But I really want to talk about it in a slightly more radical way because the reality is the average family car has a carbon footprint of about 10 times the average family home. So the real issue about carbon reduction is the vehicle that a family owns. And I would really like to propose some very significant changes in terms of how parking policy is implemented on high-rise development. If you look at a high-rise development program, the average car space in a high-rise is worth about $35,000 to build. So if you deleted half the spaces in a typical high-rise, which is probably going to work in terms of car usage during the average day, you would have a significant amount of money, enough to buy and give every person in that building a free EV car share vehicle. And at that moment in time, you would have gone from a carbon footprint of 10 times what that building is actually consuming in its current state to an absolute emission-free building if you also initiate the other interests that we'll be speaking to today. So I really think it's time to get radical here and to really look at the planning program that you're implementing and how to actually encourage people who are interested in living in a downtown urban community to really venture out and look at the use of car share. I think we're going to see within 5 years almost a complete revolution of the transportation system. If we're building buildings today, it takes about 4 years from the day that someone has an idea and a piece of land to actually deliver that product. So we need to think about this now. I think probably in 5 years' time, cars will be driving almost autonomously. We'll simply order the car we want to drive where we want to go. It's not that far away. As much as we might like to think it is, I don't believe it is. I think it's going to happen far more quickly than we have anticipated. Bob Rennie at our dinner that we shared on November the 3rd really made a pitch for the city kind of attaching itself to the Tesla brand and using that as a way of really going into the marketplace in a more positive and constructive way. And I'm very encouraged by the amount, kind of the way that Vancouver has adopted that technology. I know within 200 yards of my house there are 7 Teslas, which I find quite staggering. And a lot of people that I talk to are all looking at buying into the new lower cost product. So I think we're going to see significant changes. People are ready to live in essentially give up their car ownership. If you just simply ask younger people, they're quite prepared to take on that kind of role. And I think that's the kind of initiatives that we should be taking as we move forward. Thank you.
Great timing, Mr. Beale. You have questions from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. What an intriguing idea. I just want to know that I have got it straight. So right now, we offer incentives for reduced parking requirements to achieve social benefits, for example, the provision of affordable housing within that building. Fewer parking spaces need to be built. So are you suggesting that there be a different approach or a different suggested quid pro quo where the social benefit is a developer buying a fleet of EVs in exchange for which they don't have to build half of the parking spaces?
That's what I'm
That's
suggesting,
what you're
yes.
suggesting. Okay, well, if that is very innovative, you're
And
absolutely right.
I think you'll find that there are developers in the marketplace with particular product focus that would come to that idea and take it on. Because I think they see how the marketplace is emerging in terms of where they're selling their product to, and they will respond to that in a constructive way. But the policy has to be there in order to engage them, right? And you know, we do a lot of work with a lot of developers, and we talk to a lot of people in the marketplace, and we know that that sentiment is there if we set out to engage it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean-Michel Toriel.
Good morning, honorable councillors, mayor, and staff. My name is J.M. Toriel, and I've been in this space for a number of years now, since 2011. As a business owner, I started a business called Big Green Island Transportation. We do installations of charging infrastructure for residential and commercial use. We install charging equipment in MURBs, for instance, as well. I'm also on the board of the Vancouver Electric Vehicle Association, and we strongly support any commitments to electrifying transportation with the city. We represent about 15% of current EV owners in British Columbia, and that is quickly growing. So I'd like to stress, as a community on the ride over here in my BMW i3, which is a fully electric vehicle, I looked at all the other vehicles around me, of which more and more are becoming electric and plug-in hybrid. But I think the fundamental question we have to ask ourselves is, recognizing that cars are still on the road, what kind of cars do we want those to be? And I think there's no question, given the improvements in technology, that electrification is the way to go in transportation of personal vehicles. So, for instance, I calculated the savings just this year for my family, and it was nice to see our building represented so nicely in that movie that we saw this morning. I live in Vancouver co-housing. We do have PV solar on our roof. We offset a lot of the charging that the two current electric vehicles have in our parkade. And so looking at this as an ecosystem, I think, is really the important aspect, because we do have to recognize our energy use fundamentally, and that over 80% of that time of charging is done overnight. The main points I want to get to in my time here is that we really need to support more level 2 and DCFC or fast charging in the public arena. And so, you know, I would basically argue that $3 million is a very good start, but we need to ramp this up very quickly. We're talking about the GM Bolt, which has a range of 300 kilometers coming on the roads starting next month in Canada. So given the rebates of $5,000 from the provincial government, and in places like Quebec where it's $8,000, and they have the ZEV mandate, as we discussed earlier, we need to ramp this public charging up quicker than we even anticipate. So along with that, curbside access to the DCFC and level 2 charging in commercial and industrial zones to promote greater fleet adoption, reduce the orphaned electric vehicle owners, of which there are a growing number in the city, and that will increase accessibility as well to new owners of electric vehicles. So it needs to be more than just a pilot initiative. We need to really open up these curbside access charging. We also need to support more education and awareness. There's a lot of people that are discovering this technology and are still quite confused as to the benefits. So that's part of what we do at the Vancouver Electric Vehicle Association, soon to be BC, and we're growing quickly. So really we need to show that it's better than what we have on the roads right now and more convenient. So removing the barriers in MURBs, for example, with 240 volt access and cellular access, I think is something that we really need to look at as autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles are on the rapid rise. And certainly lessons from the building of our Vancouver co-housing has shown that having a designated panel for the parkade was a real improvement to having level 2 charging installed in our buildings. So I'll leave it at that and I'll take your questions.
Councillor Carr has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing on this for many, many years, leadership role. So the first question I have is around one of the first points you made, which is the place you live in, which has charging stations and then solar PV on the roof, which is generating your charging station. So do you advocate for changes in our building code that might accelerate or support that kind of a sort of a complementary system? So EV stations, I guess we're going to put that more in our parking code, but you know, in the building code, PV that could be used to charge them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, if you look at places that have adopted to electrification early and quickly, like California, you know, we've seen a big crossover in people that get electric vehicles, and their next step for their homes, for example, is to put PV solar panels on the roof, because they make that connection that, okay, so I've reduced on the transportation side, now I want to go the extra step and completely get off fossil fuels by reducing the emissions from our homes.
Mm-hmm.
So that is being seen. I think, you know, data can back that up in research, that there is a very strong connection. And so, you know, the ecosystem is really the key word again, in how we see our energy use both on the transportation side and our energy use at home.
Right. You raised MURBs, multi-use residential buildings, several times. So just explain to me, what are the barriers? You're saying remove the barriers was one point you made. I mentioned barriers to installing the charging stations. And secondly, was it something about designating a panel, like a electricity panel? Can you just quick, I have one more question, so if you could go over those.
Yeah, so in the work that I do, part of what we do is we go to a building, say, and an owner or owners or strata want to put in the charging in their building. Often it is a very expensive process because you have to bring the conduit out to the stalls that require it. So having, you know, a better approach to converting our building codes to make it easier and cheaper for the stratas to actually implement charging as soon as they move in, such as with what we did at Vancouver co-housing. And part of that is to have the capacity already there. And I think having a panel that is designated for the parkade with you know, 40 amp breaker to each stalled use, because most of the current level 2 chargers run on 32 amps. So having that access on move-in will greatly encourage EV owners to purchase properties in those buildings that are EV ready.
Right. I'm assuming that you are talking to our staff around this. Yeah.
Certainly, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, that's good. And my final question is, you know the field well because of, you know, your work over the years in Viva. A big barrier we have in the city in converting our fleet is not our light duty vehicles, it's our heavy duty vehicles. So can you just explain what your prognosis is for the transition of trucks and heavier duty vehicles to EV?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm optimistic that the technology is improving. Certainly for the smaller sized vehicles, that's happening quickly. It will also happen at the larger level as well. It may happen more on plug-in hybrids. I think this is part of what is fundamentally important with having more DC charging for fleets. For larger companies that have a number of vehicles, it's going to make sense. You know, taxi fleets, for example, they'll want to have access to very fast charging throughout the city. So I think, you know, progressive cities in the world are now recognizing that and putting in DC charging in places like Norway that was mentioned, Holland, even in Seattle, as was mentioned as well, they're putting in 20 DC chargers this year. So there's going to be a rapid increase, and I really think if the city of Vancouver wants to keep to its commitments of being the greenest city, as well as you know, having the renewable city mandate, that transportation is a very big part of that, and public charging, such as DC charging, is going to really help those larger vehicles to come online as well.
Thank you.
Robertson?
Yeah, thank you, JM, for your leadership on all this. And I just wanted to drill down a little more on the on MURBs and the work that you're doing and what you're seeing out there. Difference between new buildings where there's a requirement that the infrastructure is in. It sounds like there's some improvements that we should embed in the code in terms of dedicated panels and we can improve what's going in from the outset. It'd be great to make sure we have that, and staff can, that's part of our work going forward. With existing buildings and retrofitting, I'm curious how it's going. Are you seeing many older buildings putting in or able to put in that? Is that common at this point from what you're seeing?
It's certainly becoming more common, and the demand is increasing. There is a lot of frustration amongst EV owners that, you know, think about the car, and they're really happy to purchase one, and then they run into the strata that basically tell them, oh, well, we don't want you to put in charging, we don't want to take on those costs, that's going to be up to you. You know, there's a variety of, you know, difficult situations out there that we're still partially helping to alleviate.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, fundamentally, being EV ready is at the offset of new buildings is going to be critical, especially when we see, you know, the potential rise that we're looking at with numbers and the vehicles themselves, you know, improving to like the 300-kilometer mark, and the price obviously reducing as well. So they're not just luxury vehicles that we're talking about here. So to get to your point, the parkades often have run-ins with clients that want to put in level 2 charging. There may already be level 1 charging, so 110 volts, but that doesn't really help their situation. They want to have level 2 charging, and they still have to run the conduit from the original panels. So unfortunately, often what happens, even with newer buildings, is we'll come into a situation where they already have a designated parking spot for electric vehicles that has the 110 outlet, but they want to increase it to the 240, and they have to basically still pay a very similar amount than they would if they just started from scratch. Mm-hmm. So I think really we need to look at putting in the faster 240 volt charging as a base point. And batteries are increasing in size, so this will be even more important. Mm-hmm. Yeah, changing the building codes to allow that will really help.
And in terms of who's doing it, are you seeing some stratas moving forward on this readily, and others are not willing to put the money in, and so the owners of those cars are stuck?
Yeah. Yes, both. And, you know, I've seen customers that have moved out of the buildings as a result of the frustrations with stratas, right. not allowing, for whatever reason, for them to have charging. So, you know, places like California, for example, are actually changing their, you know, bylaws to ensure that EV owners can actually put in level 2 charging without getting into conflict with stratas, that it's their right.
So they can go ahead and pay for it out of their own pocket. It can't be vetoed by the strata, basically.
Right. Yeah, there's different ways of doing it. There's cost sharing mechanisms that are in place. Okay. Often, you know, we actually go to strata meetings and discuss the options, and it varies from building to building.
Right. And what about rental buildings? And are any of the companies that own larger portfolios of rental buildings, are any of them proactive on this and
not as much as they should be at this stage. I think there's this notion that, you know, I think perhaps, you know, Tesla's part of this, the popularity of the Model S, is that fundamentally people think that they're luxury vehicles. Certainly I wouldn't consider my vehicle to be in that category, but, you know, that's going to change very quickly. Just like cell phones, when they first came out, I always make that comparison. You know, mobile phones, the only people that had them were very wealthy at first, but then it quickly changed and shifted. So that's, I think, what we're starting to see now already. And certainly for jurisdictions that have better policies in place, that will happen quicker. So if we want to really reduce our transportation emissions and improve our air quality, then, you know, electrification and transportation is a big chunk of that. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe last, this question, I guess, of autonomous vehicles. You know, if we're deploying massive scale infrastructure in all these parking garages, and then 5 or 10 years from now, it's all autonomous EVs that have their own charging program. There's probably not a good capital investment on the front end. Any leading contender for in terms of whether it's worth deploying all this at a home, you know, home charging systems versus being a little patient and seeing the autonomous vehicles come in?
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing elements of autonomous vehicles on the road right now. Certainly one of the companies I work with, EcoMoto, we rent out Tesla Model S's as well as Nissan Leafs. And the autonomous feature is improving drastically as the media has picked up on. So we're almost there already as far as the technology is concerned, which brings to the point that, you know, we need to have, you know, the readiness for vehicles that will be purchased by people as well as, you know, shared vehicles. And so if there's shared vehicle space in parkades, for example, then certainly those will be also shifting over to autonomous vehicles, which will be electric. And I think that also reiterates the importance of having the 240 volts at a bare minimum with cellular access as well, because cellular networks, most of the level 2 charging right now runs on on networks that are broadcast through cellular networks. And having the cellular access in parkades, which currently is mostly not available, is also very important and key to the building codes.
My mic was off. So thanks for coming today. That's all your questions. Paul Carter.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Chair, and council members and staff. And a special thank you to the City of Vancouver staff for putting together a really good strategy. I'm a resident of Vancouver. Is it not close enough? Thank you.
That's much better. Thank you.
I'm a resident of Vancouver, property owner and landlord and EV owner. And I volunteer some of my time to Emotive BC. I'm an ambassador for them. I'm also a member of Electric Mobility Canada and president of the Tesla Owners Club of British Columbia. I stand here today as a citizen to support the electric vehicle ecosystem strategy. The barriers to electric vehicle adoption requires your support during this disruptive, inevitable change that is urgently needed to help our city become a greener one. I urge Council to work with both the provincial and federal government to ensure everything can be done to help that. For the past few months, I've actually been trying to move in the city of Vancouver, and one of the biggest barriers that I see, that I faced, is I can't find a place to buy in Vancouver to charge my car. So everything I've looked at has issues with either the strata or the allotment of the electric vehicle station that the strata has put into place with, for example, the 20% MURB, and I can't access it. So why would I want to buy that property if I'm basically going to have to give up my car? So I think it was just been said before, people are moving out of the buildings. So that's a big frustration and something I believe is a big barrier. I also think there's a lack of options for ideal charging alternatives. Empire Field and the North Shore DC fast chargers that are in place are great for interurban travel, but for an urban choice and an urban dweller, having something more closer, as the EV strategy points out, like at a grocery store, where the car can go to either charge itself as autonomy is quickly coming, or an EV owner, while they're getting their groceries, can top up their car, is a great alternative if you don't have access to home charging. So even though it's not the best way to charge, I believe that this is a very good alternative. Also at the workplace as well would be another acceptable alternative. So I urge that, you know, the alternatives also be considered. I also think the smart charging and load balancing proposed in the plan should definitely be considered some good options. For example, JM was mentioning about the 240 volts and the dedicated electric panel. I believe that that is a great start, because with this technology that is coming out, you have some really smart solutions in which every single EV could take, you know, a 15-minute slot here and there, and everyone can basically top up their batteries overnight. And finally, I'd like to say that we really need to consider public advocacy of educating people on electric vehicles. Something like your pop-up type events that the city has been doing has been really, really wonderful, and I'd like to see the city support more of that education of electric vehicles in our city. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're ready for further questions to staff, or are we ready to move those? Okay. Councillor Affleck has questions. Councillor Reimer, do you have further questions too? Okay. Councillor Reimer, away you go.
Short question, although you did cover it off at the outset. A lot of the suggestions that were made today all seem like they would be able to be accommodated by the strategy as it sits now. I guess the question is, did you hear anything today that wouldn't be possible to accommodate in the next steps if we approved the framework?
And absolutely not. I think everything is, in fact, many of those things we actually have in policy, like 240 volt circuits are already built into the building code, and accommodations for load balancing. And certainly the cell repeaters are one of the key actions. So I didn't hear anything here that's not actually already in the strategy document. So I think we're good to go on that.
Even the radical parking and all that, those are things.
Okay, that one we would have to look at, actually, the parking reallotment piece. It's not blocked out by the framework, but isn't considered.
But the framework wouldn't preclude that from happening.
Wouldn't
okay,
preclude
great.
it, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Affleck?
Same line of questions regarding the advertising side, though. Sorry, we had and the opportunity that could underwrite some of the costs of it. Are we open to that, or do we have restrictions as city for signage laws and all those different things?
Well, in general, we are looking at ways to create more awareness by using the infrastructure. Certainly, fast chargers are a large enough piece that in of themselves you have a big canvas to work with, and we do see infrastructure as being a big leverage for it. In terms of signage and bylaws, I'm hoping that maybe Jerry can speak to that a little bit more clearly.
And sure, and while he's walking up, just have we talked to, have we looked at this opportunity of having somebody else do the infrastructure and so therefore costing us nothing? Have we looked at that as an opportunity? And then also just on the, well, I got you there, I'll throw the other question on the revenue side. Can you clarify if there's any funds being, where the money will come from as far as potential revenue? So you can answer all those questions, Jerry, or you can...
I'll leave the last one for Ian, but in terms of have we looked at advertising opportunities, yes, we're approached regularly on that. We have a couple of different ways that we're regulating it. One is on private property, which is part of our sign bylaw that planning administers, and then also on city property or on street right-of-way. Currently we have the street furniture contract that funds millions of dollars of benefit in terms of street furniture through advertising revenue. So we have some of that model in place already, and we continue to look at opportunities to increase that. There would be a procurement piece for that, so we have many groups coming to us with different proposals, but certainly we have one proposal in place now, and we look at options to expand it as well regularly.
Thank you. And just regarding the ongoing revenue, charging for the charging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's basically the model for this, and getting us to that positive return that I spoke to assumes that we would be charging revenue, and it would be structured so that still way less expensive than fossil fueled option, but fast charging stations would be more expensive than a level 2, which has a longer sort of dwell time, and all of them would be structured to push people back to home charging if they have it, so that they have an incentive to use that home charging, but all of those would be revenues coming to the city.
Not yet, though.
We do not currently have that yet. No,
Right.
part of this strategy is to develop a mandate to do that.
Right now, no money to be made, but there's potentially where you'd put in your credit card and make some and be charged for it. But we can't because of the Utilities Commission, or is that how it works, or what is the problem?
We are actually able to. We're exempted from most aspects of the restrictions on the BCUC Act. The BC Utilities Commission Act is a bit old. It's about 50 years old and never really anticipated.
It's young. Hold on. Wait a minute. 50 is quite young.
My apologies.
McGregor? Right?
It's in its golden years, and it never anticipated this sort of transaction, and so it's kind of, there's a gray area on exactly what we would have to do, but at most we see some small administrative filings that we, for the most part, are able to go ahead and charge fees. And in fact, many municipalities around the city or around the province are already charging fees for their fast charging units. So we don't see that as a challenge for us in the way it would be for private sector organizations, especially because we're also more capable of dealing with a regulatory body like the BC Utilities Commission. I feel like I've gone off track from your question.
No, I just think that there's no revenue yet, but there might be, but we don't know what it will be. But it hopefully will at least underwrite the cost in the future, and if it creates a private sector opportunity, that will be something that will happen.
That's exactly where we're going, and we have a fair bit of elasticity on what we can charge, just because electricity is so inexpensive here, to make it cost competitive and an incentive to move to an electric vehicle. It's not that hard, so we can structure it fairly creatively.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson.
Yeah, I don't have questions. I'm prepared to move.
Okay, did you have a motion, Councillor Carr?
I'll second. I'll let you speak to the motion.
Okay, so go ahead, Mayor Robertson.
Okay, well, first, thanks to staff for all the good work on this, and your ambitions to make sure Vancouver is on the forefront of adopting electric vehicles and embracing the opportunity to go green and clean up our transportation system. I think the report, the strategy is excellent, as is the report. I really appreciate the feedback today and all the work that EV leaders in the city have done. We've had a lot of leadership from the community that's pushed this along as well, and that's obviously been important to get us here today. I think it's a great strategy, and certainly fits well within our Greenest City 2020 action plan and our renewable city strategy. So for me, this is more about needing to go further and faster. I think many of the A lot of the feedback we've had is this is coming faster now than we might expect, and will be more comprehensive in terms of a dramatic shift for transportation. So I think we first and foremost need to stay ahead of that curve and be ready for what's coming. I will note a particular concern with autonomous vehicles and driverless cars. I think from everything I've heard, they're coming sooner than any of us might believe, given the biggest companies in the world are in a race to create and deploy this technology. So I think as Councillor Reimer mentioned and Councillor Carr mentioned, I think a lot of what's been raised today in terms of questions and feedback from leaders here, we need to make sure that's part of our strategy going forward, that it has that flexibility and nimbleness so we can respond to opportunities to deploy the charging infrastructure wherever it makes most sense as quickly as possible, and that as autonomous vehicles, driverless cars show up with EV front and center, we're ready for it, and we haven't gone too far down the wrong path. I think we've got to look really carefully as we do the work on autonomous vehicles to keep these two in sync, so that whatever we're working at with infrastructure is going to work across the board. And I know it sounds like a challenge right now, given we don't know how quickly the new technologies are going to emerge and be adopted. But I'd like to see our city in the lead globally in terms of adopting EVs, whether they're personal or fleet or autonomous. I think we've got to be at the forefront. So on the infrastructure side, it's obviously critical to keep all that in mind and be agile as it comes down the pike. So I'm thankful for the leadership we have to date. Looking forward to getting regular updates back on this and staying tuned with the onset of these very promising new technologies for both environment and affordability. It's can't wait for it to scale up here, and we got to do our part as a city to support that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, very happy to second this motion, and I really want to again congratulate staff on all the work and thank them for all the work done on this, and to all the speakers who came today. Thank you for your advocacy. You're in the lead out there in the public, and you're really driving this change within the city. I think one point we need to recognize is that, and it was stated by speakers. Private vehicles are going to be a part of our landscape, and what we have to recognize is they have to be electric. Like, there is no choice for our planet but to go electric in terms of personal vehicles and all the public vehicles on top of that. So I would be encouraging, at the same time as we want to encourage as a city the infrastructure to enable the more rapid conversion to electric vehicles, we need to also be advocating with TransLink, that our transit infrastructure is also electric, because that's another source of emissions. And unless, some of us aren't aware, 41%, I think you did state it, 41% of our greenhouse gas emissions are transportation based within the city. So we have a goal to get that down to zero. That is the goal that we are focused on here. And the barriers, as vehicles increase the range, which can be a barrier for some, really it's around charging. And so advocacy with the province to encourage the ability to resell electricity so that any private landowner can put in a charging station and charge the electricity for that. That is good advocacy work as well. But barring that we can't do that right now, and so we don't have a private network, and the multi-residential buildings are a real barrier for many people, most people that I know of in the city that would like to have an EV, the city has to step in. It's the only way to go. I love that chart where it's like the public charging network has got to be on the fast up curve, and then over time, the private charging network is going to increase as long as we get these changes, especially from the government. Really love the support, the continued support for incentive programs, both in terms of workplace and in terms of the MURBs. Those are essential. And the $5 million, is it 5? No, 3, sorry. My wish, the $3 million over the next few years is totally supportable. Although I love Councillor Affick's suggestion of why not, if there needs to be more money in this, look to the parking funds. It seems like a logical kind of source of funds for this. So all in all, well done, and very happy that this has come forward.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back in the late 1990s when I was in my 30s, not my 50s, and the early 2000s, I was chair of the car co-op, now called Moto, and we negotiated the first deals with the city and TransLink for parking for the co-op cars. It was a transformational decision, and the support of the city and TransLink gave the sharing community in that industry, in the car sharing, a real boost and transformed us, and I think is one of the reasons that Vancouver is a leader in the sharing economy, certainly in the car sharing. I think electric vehicles have the same opportunity, and they need that little boost from government to push it a little further ahead because the private sector simply is not there yet. I do worry of the policy shift that looks like it might be happening in the United States with the new president-elect. That could be real negative and take a step backwards in this industry, and I think that could have an impact overall. So that's a real concern. I think we should all be concerned about that. I'm happy to hear from the speakers, though, that there are some ideas for ways for revenue, for ways to underwrite the costs for us as a city, that we may not have to bear the costs too much further into the future. I think it's important that the private sector gets involved in whatever way, whether it's through advertising or support or through strata councils or whatever it might be, to get more electric vehicle charging stations. So I'll support this. Happy to see this industry grow, and I think Vancouver being a leader in this is important to show Vancouver as a leader in this kind of technology, so that we can make an impact locally on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Gosh, Councillor Affleck, I can hardly believe your enthusiasm on this. I'm really pleased to support this as well. I'm actually very pleased that I'm on council when this report has come through, and it's one of the more significant reports for us in my time on council, which is a fair stretch actually. But I'm very happy to support this. I personally have been looking at vehicles, and the problem I've had is similar to Councillor Carr mentioned, just availability of areas to recharge and so on. So with this, it gives me an opportunity to relook now again fairly soon. I also am a bit concerned about what's happening in the United States with President Trump, as Councillor Affleck is, but I'm concerned about a whole bunch of things down there, not just, this may be the least of our worries. We'll see what happens in the future, but obviously I think it's important that we go ahead and we become a leader in this area. The one downside for me is I absolutely love to drive. I got my license at 16. I've driven my whole life. I drive to relax. If I want to relax, I go out and I drive. No, I know.
They had cars back then?
Yeah, they had cars back then. I've driven buses, tour buses. I can parallel park tour buses. I've driven for Handy Dart. I love to drive, and the idea of driverless cars, not my great idea.
Luckily not on the agenda today.
I know, but there's been a lot of talk about those. I can't see just sitting in a car and driving around, but there we are. Anyway, I'm happy to support this particular.
Councilor Reimer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is indeed a very exciting day. Often these super exciting moments are fairly modest, actually. Like there's no parade that will happen, no big giant cake is going to show up. But it's been 15 years in the making. It was 2002 when we did the first electric vehicle pilot for city vehicles. I'd forgotten actually that it extends that far back, but I was refreshing myself on that because I remember sitting with former Councillor Ladner 5 years later in 2007 and him talking about this big exciting moment where he was pushing forward on the working group. And then, of course, here we are today in 2016. So to think about, we've been sort of trekking along or driving along on this, incremental progress, and much thanks to the advocates. I know I've met with many of you over the years, and I know how frustrating it's been watching this sort of like game of inches as we sort of gain like just a little bit more pilot or a little bit farther on something. But I really feel like it's your determination, it's staff's tenacity at pushing it forward. I know in 2009 when it came to council, the building code bylaws, staff thought 10% of multi-unit residential building spots having plugins was a bit, it was edgy. And then on the floor of council, we doubled it to 20, and that seemed completely crazy at the time. And now here we are talking about, that hockey stick. We're really there now. We are ready to move straight up. The idea that 34 years is 2 generations of vehicles is kind of like, that is a sobering thought, right? That anything we are doing today is creating a better world in 2050 or a worse one, in not an indirect way, but a very direct way. And I think we see and we know now that this is a necessity to act driven by the environment. I mean, that one's been a clear one, but also, I mean, the affordability issues here are quite stark and latent. Even if gas doesn't go up a single cent between now and 2025, you're talking about a $40 million saving to make this kind of conversion over to electric vehicles. I mean, obviously that's a huge issue in a city where affordability is the #1 concern. But it is also, frankly, about local control and local determination. It's a bit weird that our own Prime Minister's policies haven't come into the debate and where that might be going and heading and how that enables that, and instead some individual south of the border that has zero policy ability over us as Canadians, although I think we're going to have to keep reminding ourselves that. It's not to say we should be ignorant of what their plans are, but to suggest that we would take an action because he wouldn't is exactly the reason that we need to localize our energy sources as much as possible, and electric vehicles in the context that we're in is a way that we can do that. So I think for every reason, affordability, for the environment, and for ensuring that we are in control of our future, not some crazy whim of voters in some other country, this is the way to go. So thank you to everyone who's made it possible to be here today so we can be where the strategy wants us to be in 5 years, in 35 years. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. I will just say that I was disappointed to hear the other day that they're proposing in some jurisdiction to require electric cars to make a noise so they don't knock people down. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, they're so quiet. Anyway, could we go to a voting screen, please? And all those in favor, please show. Any opposed? And that passes. Oops, we're waiting for. Okay, we're going to call that unanimous. Do you need to do that again? Oh, we're all there now. Okay, good. Thanks very much. So that's unanimous. So fascinating as these topics are, they do take time, and there is a present. Oh, okay. There is a presentation available for the Greenest City Fund item, but I'm proposing that we waive it in the efforts of trying to make a bit more headway. Is council okay with that? Okay, we have staff present, obviously, to speak on that item. Doug Smith, Angela Daniluk are here. Are there any questions from council for the staff? Councillor Carr.
And the one question is, I'm just looking at the various ranges of grants that can be requested by a neighborhood versus the greenest sort of city, the larger amounts. And the greenest city neighborhood grants are quite small, $500 to $1,000, whereas some of the others go up to like 50,000. Can you just explain why? Is it still okay to, is $500 to $1,000 still adequate? Because that neighborhood program is quite phenomenal.
Yes, I do believe that that amount is still adequate. Mostly it's been a very successful program for the last 4 years. We've worked with it, and we worked very closely with the Vancouver Foundation and the neighborhood houses as we refreshed this grant to make sure that it was still going to meet the community's needs. And the feedback we received from them was, yes, this was an adequate amount and it was good enough to get projects started and launched. And again, those people, if they want to move to a bigger project,
yes,
they can move to the larger grant.
That's what I needed in terms of a response. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. Councillor Reimer?
I was prepared to move the recommendations and speak briefly to them.
Okay. I think that's great. Go ahead. Yep.
So I'm happy to move the recommendations with thanks to staff who I know have worked hard on this, both in the original program development, the Vancouver Foundation program partnership, and now this next phase of it. I know I've observed learning all the way through it that has made it a really robust program. I think one of the most robust in North America, which is saying something, because this is a big area of work for cities. I do think it necessarily morphs and changes over the time. There was a time when we were busy writing policies, so we sort of saw the community needing to be enabled. As our policies have grown and implementation is a primary focus, the needs of a granting program and the desires of the community to support the city's work change. So I think it's great to see that responsiveness in the program. As someone who ran a nonprofit for many years and wrote grants, granting programs don't always keep up with the needs of the community and the nonprofits who are delivering those programs, so necessary next step. I would also give this as a short plug that it is actually exactly the time of year that all the Greenest City Neighborhood Grant presentations are happening. There's 5 of them happening around the city. If you haven't yet been to one, counselor, staff, member of the public, they are very worth going to. Incredibly innovative and really community innovative ideas that are sort of matched with the concept of how we bring community together around innovation. And I think if I had to sum up what the Greenest City has been about at a meta policy level, that's exactly it. So seeing it played out on the ground in the community is inspiring. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just really can only reiterate what Councillor Reimer has just said. I have been to the presentations that happen at this time of year, and they are so inspiring. And that's why I'm so very pleased to see the continuation, especially of the small neighborhood grant programs, because from what I have learned by attending those meetings, these programs don't only achieve something in the way of becoming a greener city. They really mitigate what the Vancouver Foundation has identified as a key problem within the city, which is social isolation. And they really, really bring people together of all ages, of all backgrounds, new people to the neighborhood and those who have been there a long time, and bring them together in fun and innovative projects. And I just can't speak highly enough about this program, and I'm so very pleased that it's going to continue.
Okay, Mayor Robertson.
Yeah, my only addition to this is hoping for another addition to it. It's fantastic. It's been extraordinary for years now, and great to see it happening again. And thanks for all the great work that you guys do on this. I just love to see us be able to scale it up another notch or two and encourage us, whatever we need to do, working with Vancouver Foundation, or if there are other partners, financial partners that we need to work with on this, let's figure out how to grow it from here. I'd love to see it scale more, and I'm sure the need is out there in the community, and there's so many great people doing good things that warrant support. So just let us know going forward how we can grow this. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, I think we're ready for the vote on this. Madam Clerk, if you don't mind putting it up there. All those in favor, please show. Contrary otherwise. And how are you doing, Councillor Jang? System's working flawlessly. Okay, all in favor. It's unanimous. Thanks very much. So third item on this theme, green buildings policy for rezonings. There is a presentation available. Does the council wish to see the PowerPoint presentation or just go straight to questions, if any? Pretty major. Want to see it? Okay. All right. Is that you, Mr. Smith or Mr. Kelly? Anyway, the PowerPoint for this would be welcome.
And the PowerPoint is relatively short. I'm going to introduce Patrick Enright, who's our green building engineer, who will be presenting to you on the rezoning policy updates.
Thank you, Doug. Good morning, Mayor and Council. As Doug said, my name is Patrick Enright. I'm the green building engineer on the sustainability group. And I've been working to bring the recommended changes to the green building policy for rezonings together with departments of planning and engineering. And the important point is that this policy implements the first step of the zero emission building plan that was passed by Council on July 13th of this year. So you may remember the zero emission building plan identifies 4 priority actions, the first of which is to create limits on greenhouse gas emissions, heat loss, and energy use, and embed those limits into rezoning policy and into building bylaw. Other priority actions include demonstrating city leadership through building to zero emissions in city-led projects right away and to share those learnings with industry, creating catalyst tools for private sector leaders to build to zero emissions right away and share their learnings, and also to build capacity in industry by creating a center of excellence where those knowledge and learning can be shared among industry, as well as removing barriers to building to zero emissions. So this report focuses on that first priority action of creating limits in greenhouse gases, heat loss, and energy use, and putting them into the rezoning policy. The zero emission building plan also laid out 2 pathways to move toward zero emission buildings. The first pathway focuses on high performance envelopes, heat recovery, ventilation, and other measures, and encourages these by setting aggressive limits in heat loss and energy use. Alternatively, investments in energy efficiency can be balanced between efficiency and low carbon energy systems. So this is where we have low carbon energy supply is guaranteed through these low carbon energy systems. And these requirements still include a modest improvement in heat loss and energy efficiency, but they focus on a balance. So here we see the framework or the rezoning policy for green buildings, the proposed policy for multifamily unit residential buildings. So not shown on here is that the lead requirement, the current lead requirement in the existing policy is continued for commercial and all other building types. However, for residential buildings, we are focusing the policy around key outcomes. And you can see here 3 key outcomes that the policy focuses on. So the lead requirement is not required for residential buildings, but we have requirements structured around 3 high-level outcomes of zero emission buildings, healthy buildings, and resilient buildings. So establishing the limits is really the heart of the policy, and I'll come back to that in the next slide. But just want to briefly talk about these other requirements that support these high-level outcomes, including air tightness testing of whole buildings as well as suites. This is an efficiency measure that also improves comfort and indoor air quality, enables those improvements. Sub-metering of energy systems such as domestic hot water or corridor ventilation or energy use in different parts of the building. This allows owners and stratas to understand where energy is used in the building and to understand if there's areas where it's being wasted and how it can be improved, the performance of the building over time. Reporting of embodied emissions. This requirement helps project teams and the city understand the impacts of construction, emissions from construction activities, as well as the materials that go into buildings. And this information can actually help project teams make low carbon choices in their design process. Direct ventilation continues the best practices from the current policy around ventilation and ensures that fresh air is provided to the spaces where it's needed, including bedrooms and living rooms. And this, in addition to helping deal with possible moisture considerations, can ensure that strong indoor air quality is delivered into our buildings. It's really a critical measure, and we're continuing that measure to maintain great indoor air quality. Supporting this as well is a requirement around limiting VOC emitting materials. So this limits the pollutant sources that can be present in a building, and through sources such as low VOC paints or urea, formaldehyde containing wood products in buildings. So we're limiting those pollutant sources that can go into buildings. And in addition to integrated rainwater management and green infrastructure requirements, we have a resilient drinking water access requirement. And so this is a simple resiliency measure that, for example, if you're in a high-rise building on the 30th floor and the power goes out for an extended period of time, an access point must be provided to all building occupants where they can come down and get access to drinking water, safe drinking water, without power. So as long as there's pressure in the pipes, you can have access to safe drinking water. So now looking at the limits, as I mentioned, are really the heart of the policy. We established limits for the rezoning policy in greenhouse gases, energy use intensity, and heat loss or thermal energy demand intensity, the TEDI. And the important point here is that we can see there are different limits by building type, whether low-rise residential or high-rise residential, and also different limits, as I mentioned, for different pathways such as low-carbon energy systems. But if you look at the outcomes or the greenhouse gas emissions here, and you compare them to the typical outcomes from our current policy, across all building types, we're seeing over a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And an important point with this is that these limits can be achieved with approaches and technologies that are readily available and used in construction today. Some of these approaches could include, for example, a modest reduction in glazing ratio, including wall assemblies that insulate slab edges of exposed concrete rather than leaving that concrete exposed to radiate heat. Improvements in ventilation and heating equipment efficiency. And also important to note is that the limits allow for a mixture of fuel types to be used for space heating and domestic hot water, corridor ventilation, whether electricity or natural gas. A combination of fuel types can be used while meeting these limits. When we look at what it might cost to meet these limits, it's important to note that detailed construction costs were compiled by a quantity surveyor, the BTY group, and compiled by the city together with the operational costs that were provided by maintenance providers in the city. So these detailed costs were shared with stakeholders throughout the consultation process over the last few months. And when we look at these numbers, it's important to note that the hard construction costs of a residential building in Vancouver today is on the order or above $300 a square foot. So these numbers are very small by comparison. And when we look at the construction costs of what it takes to build to these limits, we represent a range here with savings indicated in brackets. And what we found is that increases in cost of envelope or other efficiency measures are often offset by savings on simplified mechanical systems, this efficiency in simple mechanical systems. The other requirements, we also show a range, the soft costs. So this is the commissioning, enhanced commissioning of buildings to make sure that they perform the way they were designed to, as well as air tightness testing and other requirements. We represent a range of those soft costs here. And we expect that those costs to come down over time as industry learns and adapts in the most efficient way to carry out those requirements. And additional savings are also seen from focusing the existing policy for residential buildings onto our key outcomes. And when all these costs are put together, they were shared together with industry, and the development industry supports the conclusion that these requirements do not add construction costs to residential buildings, as supported by industry. Looking at the operational costs on the bottom of the slide, we see that a slight increase in energy cost is also offset by a modest decrease in operational costs. So again, the takeaway being that these requirements do not add construction or operational costs to residential buildings. That was important. So just to summarize the policy, we're taking the first step in implementing the zero emission building plan, and this first step reduces greenhouse gas emissions in new buildings by over 50%. It does so without impacting affordability. It takes an approach that emphasizes simple and low maintenance buildings, and has other very important outcomes such as increased comfort and indoor air quality. And finally, you may not have had a chance to see all the letters of support that we have received for this policy. So just to summarize quickly for you, we have received letters of support from organizations such as the Condominium Homeowners Association, the UDI, or Urban Development Institute, Landlord BC, the Canada Green Building Council, Homeowner Protection Office of the BC Housing, as well as many others. And with that, we can move to questions, and I'll pass it off to Sean Pander, the Green Buildings Program Manager, and he'll lead the response to your questions. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Mr. Reinhart. We've got to do a bit of business here first. So it's close to 12 o'clock when we would normally, the council may wish to do so today, stop, but we have a couple of speakers on this and some other items. So the lunch has arrived for councillors. If I'd welcome a motion as a suggestion to go to 12:30 before we have that break, and then if there are those who want to get a quick recharge earlier, sorry. Yep. Pardon me? No, I understand that, Councillor Ball. That's why I'm raising this. Councillor Reimer, you had something to add?
I'm sorry I won't be in council, but I must take a break. Okay.
Yes. Councillor Reimer.
I appreciate it. Creates some challenges on this item, but trying to accommodate everyone. I think it would be easier just to break rather than push it half an hour at one person's expense.
Okay. Well, it's up to council to decide. We have a hard commitment to come back at 1 o'clock and start the other item, and we'll continue through that item, which in my judgment will take several hours at least. So
a suggestion, if
yeah, that's
I
what
might,
we're doing.
perhaps Councillors DeGenova and Louis could email their questions to staff, and we could come back at 12:30, hear from the speakers, and then see where we're at. So at least the speakers could get out of here before 1 o'clock.
Okay. You want to prepare to email your questions?
Fair enough. Okay, so
12:30. The propositions would come back at 12:30.
finish this item before we.
Okay, so you were prepared to do that, Councillor Affleck? You were saying sounds good? Okay, so we'll break now till 12:30, and we'll resume this item at that time. If councillors are prepared to do so, it'd be great if they send their messages to staff. Mr. Pander, I guess you're the guy.
Yes, Councillor Meigs, please, if council has questions, please email them to me, Sean Pander, and I will attempt to respond before 12:30.
And we'll, there'll be time at that point to have follow-ups. It's not the only, okay? All in favor? Contrary, opposed? Thank you. Okay, I think we have quorum and we have our staff here. So, Mr. Panda, did you receive any questions you want to take a run at?
Yes, we've received a number of questions. I also want to point out that one councillor asked that we print and distribute copies of all the correspondence received on this file, so and the recommendations, which I believe have been distributed and are now with all the councillors. So I will quickly run through these questions that I have received. One councillor asked that the greenhouse gas emission reductions in new buildings will be reduced 50% over what baseline, and that's a 50% reduction as compared to the current rezoning condition requirements of LEED Gold and 22% better than code. Over what timeline will emission reductions in new builds be ramped up, recognizing a zero emissions target by 2050. So this report does not cover that time frame. These are immediate changes, but the zero emissions building plan does propose changes between now and 2030 to get new emissions from new buildings down to zero by 2030. Another question relating to the zero emissions building plan, saying 90% of emissions relate to heating and hot water. And questions about whether we are going to be making requirements for photovoltaic or domestic hot water. In this report, we're not making any technology-specific requirements or recommendations. We're setting outcomes and leaving flexibility to designers and builders on how to meet those outcomes. The last question from that one was, we're requiring reporting on embodied emissions, but are we proposing any limits or controls on those? And no, not at this time. There's really not enough data to inform good policy around embodied emission reductions and what it would cost to get those down. So we're really leading the way in terms of being one of the first jurisdictions in North America to require that information. Additional questions. One councillor asked about the extent and nature of the consultation process. So the consultation that informed these recommendations was done extensively. Quite a bit of consultation was done in developing the zero emissions building plan itself. We worked very closely with provincial staff in developing and doing consultation around the proposed provincial energy step code, which follows the structure and nature and many of the limits that we're proposing here as the first or second step of their proposal. But ultimately, specific to the recommendations we're bringing forward, we did extensive consultation that included over a dozen workshops that were tailored, workshops and open houses that were tailored to specific audiences to address their questions and concerns. We engaged over 100 organizations. We included consultations with green building leaders, utilities, homeowner associations, the development industry, green building designers, and others, including professional associations. So quite extensive consultation was undertaken in this. One councillor asked that I summarize and speak to some of the issues that Fortis has raised in their letter that we received this morning. Fortis raises the concern that the proposed changes will increase operating costs in buildings. And the response is that detailed costing information, both construction and operations, were shared with all stakeholders. And the conclusion reached was that there would be no incremental construction or operating cost implications due to these changes. And the stakeholders, no stakeholders doubted the conclusion. We had some debates about specific elements, how much different elements would cost and or save. But we had not received any questions about the ultimate conclusion that it would not increase costs. Fortis raises concerns about mandatory neighborhood energy utility connections, limiting consumer choice. And in this report, there are no changes. So there's no implications for NEU connection requirements. So it's not any information that's been provided in this report under your consideration. I do want to observe when the zero emissions building plan was brought forward, we referred specifically to renewable neighborhood energy systems as one of the pathways. Since that time and in our engagement with some of the stakeholders, we've modified that definition to just speak about not renewable neighborhood energy systems, but just low carbon energy systems to allow for more flexibility and a variety of ways of delivering that, not necessarily at the neighborhood scale. Fortis also asserts that the changes proposed here will make it impractical to provide natural gas to buildings and therefore limiting consumer choice. Historically, the recommendations that we're bringing forward now actually allow for a greater variety and selection of energy sources. The current rezoning requirements effectively prohibit the use of electricity as a heating source in buildings, and the recommendations now allow for and assume a mix of natural gas and electricity. We were a little surprised by Fortis's assertion that it wouldn't be practical to provide gas to these buildings because we see a mix. We see a number of buildings currently that use electricity as one of the forms of heating, and gas is being provided to those buildings. So we don't have details on the assertion of why that would no longer be practical. I also observe in the Southeast Falls Creek development, where we have NEU connection, gas was still provided to those buildings for certain features. Finally, Fortis has raised general concerns about the future implications and future policy implications of the zero emissions building plan. And again, we're not making concrete recommendations about future changes at this time. We're making recommendations on changes right now that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions from newly rezoned buildings by over 50%, will improve indoor air quality above our code requirements, and will not add additional construction or operating costs. The last questions I just received a few moments ago, so I don't have a printed copy. A question about the use of the word aggressive in the zero emissions building plan and the timeline that the city has set out. How will using different types of energy be affordable as current options? Again, we're making recommendations about changes immediately right now. And when we did the costing analysis for it, that yes, there is a reduction in energy use. There will be some shifting towards some shift, not absolute shift, but there will be some shift away from natural gas and probably more use of electricity. It is a more expensive form of energy, but because we're using less of it, and because of the simplified operations and maintenance, there is no incremental operating cost to these buildings. What are the costs and ramifications of the BC Utility Commission saying no to the creative energy franchise agreement? They don't want a monopoly on a utility. Unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with that issue, and there's nothing in this report that references that item. So I'm not really prepared to speak to that ramification because nothing proposed here. It depends on that decision. For rezonings, what energy supply would the cities expect developers to hook into? So under the rezonings, it provides for the use of low carbon energy systems. It allows for the use of natural gas, and it allows for the use of electricity. And we assume in any given building, we'll see a blend of at least two of those three options, if not all three. Will natural gas stoves be permitted in the new guidelines and policy? Absolutely. Natural gas stoves under this rezoning policy are completely allowed. The use of gas stoves for cooking in residential settings is a very, very minor source. And again, we're not limiting technologies and we're not prescribing them. We're setting greenhouse gas limits, and very much it will be possible to use natural gas cooking under the new rezoning policy. As the city phases out energy that isn't considered renewable, what are the ramifications on the cost of natural gas for homeowners who rely on natural gas? What if they can't afford to renovate or move? So this question really speaks to the renewable city strategy, which will play out between now and 2050. Nothing in the recommendations we have before us right now actually have implications out to 2050. And so I think this is a complex question there's nothing in the current proposal that makes changes or implications for that question. Those were the questions I've received so far, and I'm happy to field any additional questions, or council can move to speakers as they choose.
Mr. Pandor, I suggest we do the speakers, and then the members of council can have a further round of questions before we do the vote. Okay?
Thank you.
And so you were on the question queue, Councillor. I'll just advance you off and invite Mr. Jason Wolf to present.
Thank you, Council. As noted, I'm Jason Wolf from Fortis, BC. I'm the Director of Energy Solutions, which means that my job is about attracting and retaining customers, but I also have the responsibility for our renewable natural gas program. And I'm also a resident of East Vancouver, where I live with my family, 2 cats, a green roof garage, and a few thousand honeybees. At Fortis, though, we're concerned over the proposed changes to the City of Vancouver's green building policy for rezonings. We think that the proposed changes are being implemented in a short time frame, and combined, these policies would effectively eliminate natural gas. The rezonings, as noted earlier in the presentations, will result in a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. To comply, these buildings would be forced to adopt electricity for space heating or connect to a city-designated energy system. This would effectively ban natural gas. As natural gas is 1/3 the cost of electricity, the result is that Vancouver residents and businesses will be paying more for their energy, and this in a region that is widely accepted as facing an affordability crisis. For example, our analysis shows that a high-rise multi-unit residential building would incur higher costs of approximately $600 per suite, which includes common area costs. For businesses, we estimate that the utility bills would increase by 11%. It was noted in a question previously about the making it impractical for developers to put natural gas piping into new developments. That's because as a utility, we have to do an economic test, and if there's not enough gas load, developers will have to pay more to have natural gas in their buildings, and that'll be passed on to consumers at the end. Also, if this were to occur, if natural gas piping didn't get into a suite or building, the customers or the consumers wouldn't have the option of renewable natural gas. We also have concerns that the forced rezoning and connecting to a district energy system is inconsistent with a British Columbia Utilities Commission decision on creative. In that decision, the Commission made it clear that such franchises for the exclusive end use of energy were not in the public interest. Considering the significant impact this would have on Fortis's 108,000 customers, which really represents hundreds of thousands of Vancouverites, we believe that a more comprehensive and transparent consultation process that demonstrates how concerns have been addressed and required to move forward with this policy. We reiterate our concerns voiced in July that decisions of this magnitude should not be made in such a short period of time without fully exploring the impacts. And lastly, the city's proposed rezoning policy creates a patchwork of energy policy across BC. We view this as problematic considering the integrated nature of the energy systems. Without harmonization of standards federally, provincially, and municipally, the proposed changes will add additional costs and complexity for residences and businesses, both within Vancouver and outside. Restricting gas use in one jurisdiction drives up costs for all British Columbians. To be clear, Fortis BC is also committed to helping customers save energy. In fact, we've invested over $80 million in BC in the last 3 years to do so. As a result of our concerns, we continue to maintain that the city include a significant and transparent consultation process with Vancouver residents, businesses, and industry in its plans to reduce emissions. We also believe that the policy should be harmonized federally, provincially, and municipally, and we continue to support customers and consumers' ability to choose the appropriate energy solution for their needs. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Before we go to questions, Mr. Wolf, I just want to apologize to 2 speakers who were supposed to come ahead of you, but I'll go back to them. So we'll complete your submission now. So Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I do have a question regarding, and I suppose it's looking towards the future. So we just heard from our staff that we're not making decisions for the future, but we're expecting people to build to these standards for the future. So in doing so, if there was a future decision made, and it's inevitable as the renewable city strategy looks at the year 2050 being the deadline, I'm not sure quite that I'm in line with the fact that we'll be able to do that because we weren't able to end homelessness when the mayor promised to in 2015. But that being said, what would the cost be on the individual homeowners? For instance, we were using examples in council yesterday. So let's say Mrs. Smith lives in a home and she relies on natural gas, and she's a senior citizen. She doesn't have very much income coming in. She wouldn't be able to afford the infrastructure. Let's say her house is still knob and tube to change over her gas furnace or her gas stove. Would the cost of that, do you feel, impact single-family detached homeowners? And also, do you feel that the price of gas, natural gas, would go up for users if you have less users as the city begins to phase it out? Sorry, there's a number of questions.
A number of questions. We noted in our July submission that for a detached home, the increase in just the cost for operating the equipment using gas or electricity, the increase for electricity would be about $1,400 for a normal family home, 2,200 square feet for people living there. For a single person, it would be a little less of an increase. That doesn't include the, as you noted, the capital costs. Mm-hmm. So taking out the gas equipment and putting in either a higher amp panel for electricity or changing that. And so that would be in the thousands of dollars as well. As far as the price of gas going forward, if I knew, I'd probably be in another job. But right now the prices are low. I don't think the consumption in Vancouver will affect the price of gas, since that's more set on the international or on a national and North American basis. So expectations, though, is for gas pricing to remain relatively stable where it is right now.
Thank you. Another question that I had, as staff weren't prepared to answer the question that I had posed on the BC Utilities Commission's recent decision on creative energy. You had mentioned in your comments to council that you did see this as a factor. Would you mind elaborating on that?
Yes, I was involved in that proceeding as well, and the commission decision said that they favored choice and that the consumer should have a choice of energy providers, and that there was an active market available for consumers from which to choose energy providers, and that as a result, the having a monopoly provider where there's only that one option was not in the public interest. So they suggested that that's an open market and any players could play in that.
Okay. Another question is our staff just mentioned natural gas stoves will still be available under this new policy. Can you, and I suppose natural gas actually does play a large factor in running the types of energy that we would rely on right now. So that to me is kind of ironic, but I'm just wondering if you might be able to comment on, do you have any concerns if you're hearing from staff as I am that natural gas will still be involved in this new plan? What are your main concerns?
Well, I'm encouraged that cooking is still in the mix, but again, cooking consumes natural gas, which has emissions. If you add those to the amount of energy that would be used for heating or hot water, one of those or more than one of those uses has to move out. And so if you chose perhaps hot water heating, you may have enough emissions, or you may hit that cap of what's being imposed, and you wouldn't have the option of putting in then a natural gas stove because it would be too many emissions. So there would have to be trade-offs. And as I also mentioned before, the fewer appliances that go into a building, the more expensive it might be for the developer or the homeowner to get natural gas service to their building. So they may make that choice that they're not willing to pay to bring it to their building, and as a result, then there's no option for them to use it for cooking.
Great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ball?
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. I've read your letter and listened to you. And the question that I have is, what kind of further consultation do you think is needed? You mentioned that twice, and both in the letter and in your presentation, for you to be able to look at this with support, because obviously you've supported the city on other issues in terms of green initiatives. So I'm wondering what makes this different, and what kind of consultation are you thinking about, or just looking for?
And Mr. Pander did note the number of groups that were spoken to in the consultation that has taken place. But when we talk to our customers, they are not aware of what's going on. Mm-hmm. They didn't understand that there's a policy, a green building policy. They had heard the word renewable city strategy, didn't know what it meant. And so when the average consumer is spoken to, they don't understand what's going on. And the comment that we would get is, oh, I don't want my stove taken away. We had customers calling us on our contact center worried about putting new appliances in because they didn't understand what was going on. And so it's that grassroots understanding from the general public that we don't feel is there. And those are the people that will be affected by the decisions made here.
And so your question is, inform people what the city's trying to do, tell them what it will or will not cost them as much as you can, and what the effect is. So basically take the report and add more information into it and make sure that everybody using gas or even electricity knows what the suggestion is. That's what you're...
Yes, and I think it would also be helpful to provide other analyses. We've seen Mr. Pander's numbers about whether there are savings or not. We disagree with that. We think that there are increased costs for moving forward in the direction of this plan. But the public should understand that there may be differing opinions on that, and that they should have enough information to help them understand the implications.
And one more thing is, could you go back to the choice, because I understand our staff to say there will still be those choices, but you're saying something different, just so that I can have a balance here, why the city thinks there's choices and why you don't.
There will be trade-offs, and that's the challenge. If there's not enough gas use in a building, it's harder to bring that to the building, so that effectively then eliminates that choice for consumers. Or that consumer might have wanted to use gas for heating and hot water, but to meet the threshold of a 50% reduction, cannot do that. And so that choice for them is now taken away, and they would have to choose another source or perhaps move to the city designated system. That's taking options away from the consumer versus giving them the option to choose.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've raised a number of questions, Mr. Wolf, but they're not really on the agenda today, so I'm going to forego the chance to ask any questions of my own. We'll go to our speakers, other speakers now. Thanks for coming. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Michael Dreger, Edge Consultants. Sorry, Mr. Dreger, I skipped you there.
All right. Honorable members of council, thanks for passing the electric vehicle plan to start with. My leaf without a charging station parked in the Olympic Village thanks you, as do my kids who will probably be driving electric cars someday. My name is Michael Dreger, and I'm a green building consultant and principal at Edge Consultants in Vancouver. While I obviously support the reduction of GHG in the city and in buildings, I'm concerned with the direction that this plan is taking in order to reduce GHG in buildings in Vancouver, as the devil is always in the details. And the details of this plan, as it now stands, I don't think are the best thing for reducing GHG in Vancouver. I helped author the recommendation to use the current energy code standard the city is using back in 2010. I've also helped BC Housing with their building envelope design guidelines, along with working to advise Fraser Health, UBC, and governments in the Middle East on their energy efficiency standards. I'll address only one of the many items I have with the current plan. In the last 10 years of advising public sector clients on appropriate codes and standards, the teams assigned to help these authorities having jurisdiction have always advised against using energy intensity values, as that's focus and standards that focus heavily on building envelopes. Energy use intensity and thermal energy demand intensity are not a measure of the building's efficiency, and were not intended to be used as building code standards or design targets. They were intended to be used as building portfolio management tools for things like benchmarking. If you had 20 houses all the same size with the same number of people in them, then a building using 400 when the rest are using 120 units means that something is wrong with the house using 400. The intensity value is therefore really useful in identifying outliers, but not a good indication of how energy efficient a building actually is or space is. As an example, if you had 100 square meter or 1,000 square foot 3-bedroom apartment with a family of 4 in it, and the total energy use is 13,000 kilowatt hours a year, then this house meets the city's new, or this space meets the city's new proposed standards of 130 kilowatt hours per square meter a year. But you can also take a penthouse, imagine an entire floor, that's a 10,000 square feet with 6 bedrooms and a single occupant who is rarely home, and their energy use could be 10 times that, i.e. 130,000 kilowatt hours a year, as the family, and they would have the same EUI. It's a measure of intensity. The same problem would apply to Teddy, as a floor plate with 9 units on it would have a much more difficult time at meeting Teddy than a floor with just 4 units. So the more efficient and denser floor plate or housing situation in urban Vancouver is being penalized based simply on floor area. Teddy is penalizing efficient floor plates, and an EUR target penalizes density of use, because each standard is based on floor area usage rather than efficient use of energy. Another major issue is that both Teddy and Passive House standards do not address domestic hot water usage, which in residential high-rise buildings account for roughly 25% of the overall energy. Both ASHRAE and EnerGuide, which are the standards you're now using, do cover that item. And according to the city's website, from 2007 to 2015, the city has reduced their their carbon usage in buildings by 30% in new buildings and by 20% overall. In simple math, that means the city kept their keeping with their current strategy on emissions will have reduced 55% over the next 22 years. While it's 30% off the new target, to be fair, any strategy that is giving you a 2.5% yearly reduction would be a strategy that one would rather build upon rather than abandon. Also note that ASHRAE is very similar to the National Building Code and is the duty of care which all engineers in North America are held to. As I did in 2010, I would again recommend staying with the standard and applying it to more building types or increasing the efficiency threshold. Right now for rezonings, as was mentioned, the buildings need to be 22% better than ASHRAE. Making that a requirement of non-rezonings or increasing that value is likely going to be much more effective than changing from a standard that is currently helping the city reduce GHGs. In conclusion, the current standard is working to lower GHG, and the new standard is not focused on efficiency, but rather intensity based on floor area. The design industry is familiar with ASHRAE and EnerGuide. ASHRAE, for 41 years, has addressed energy efficiency, domestic hot water, and has been very effective while also being flexible for designers and engineers. I'd recommend working with the CAGBC, USGBC, and the partners at ASHRAE towards a standard that would help reduce GHG in the city of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you. You got a question from Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was writing as fast as I could get these down. So what's your suggestion besides we should meet? We have this in front of us. What do you think is the next step? Do you think the meetings you're talking about should be the next step? Or what do you think we should do here?
Well, I don't think you should approve the plan as it stands. Further meetings, I suppose, would help. I know the CAGBC has been talked to, but I would also recommend talking to ASHRAE, who actually are the authors of the standard that you now use and that most cities in North America use. I mean, the National Energy Code is based on ASHRAE. It's very, very similar. So those are some other consultations I'd recommend having.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dreger. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. So it's funny that I'm not reading this the same way you are. I don't believe that there's it's an either or. So there is a focus on envelope here, but that doesn't mean there isn't also a focus in our code on ASHRAE and hot water, for example.
Yeah.
Is that your?
Well, it's as Sean Pander mentioned, they're keeping the ASHRAE standard for non-residential buildings, and they're applying this new standard to residential buildings, so single family and MURBs.
Well, certainly I'll ask staff after we have all the
That's
speakers.
my understanding.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll clarify on that. And in terms of the passive house standard, which is used extensively throughout the world.
I wouldn't say extensively.
Well,
it is
certainly
used
in Europe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Extensively in jurisdictions that have been achieving quite remarkable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah.
So it seems to be working there. I don't understand what your concern is if, especially if one of your points was hot water, and I'll clarify around that because I don't think that, as I say, that's an either or. I think it's both. But in terms of the building envelope, and the use of energy efficiency standards. What is the is ASHRAE the alternative on the, because that's what we've been using, but that hasn't been getting our emissions down.
But it has. It's been going down by 2.5%.
Can it get us to zero?
As I mentioned.
We're aiming
Well,
for zero.
Again, Passive House is also not going to get you to zero. Right now I'm wearing my winter jacket. It was 18 degrees last week. If a Passive House envelope is kind of like wearing a parka year-round, you have issues with overheating. You have issues with ventilation. For example, the standard requires that you have no more than 0.6 air changes an hour. In the hospital projects I work on, it's 10 air changes an hour. I don't know. You have a standard that seems to be working quite well. Passive House is not used that extensively. It's not being considered at council in Calgary or Toronto. It's confusing to me why it would be part of the agenda in mildest climate in Canada.
Well, I'll ask, but my understanding is we can't get to the 100% renewable city and the GHG reductions that we need to get to using the standards that we are now. LEED, for example.
No, you could. You could.
Okay. Well, I'll ask staff about that. And in terms of issues for overheating, et cetera, is there not air exchange systems that work to mitigate that issue?
Yeah. However, the standard is the standard. Like you can have a system that gives you 10 air changes an hour, but the Passive House standard is 0.6.
Okay. I'll ask the questions. Thank you.
Mr. Affleck?
Sure. You had mentioned you were involved in the previous process for this, the decision-making, and can you tell me a bit about that process? I mean, there's a lot of stakeholders that were involved in this process. I don't see your company's name here.
No. It was pretty straightforward back then. We were recommending what most cities were recommending, which is to work with ASHRAE, the largest organization that creates building code standards. That's about as simple as it went. We looked at Passive House.
And who's we back then? Can you remember?
I was working with Perkins & Will at the time, and we'd had talks with various stakeholders, but mostly it was a peer review of what was going on inside of other countries. So we looked at Green Globes, the Australian rating system, which is where I believe the GHG intensity target has come from, which is totally fine. EUI, we looked at that as well, but as I said to the health authority, EUI is really not meant as a design target. It's meant to sort of give you a sense of how well buildings are performing, right? So if you just took straight EUI, basically you might say you can't have a pool, you can't have a hot tub, you can't. It's not a good standard for measuring energy efficiency.
I think that's actually what seems to be what we are saying a lot of the time. You can't have natural gas, you can't have this, you can't have that.
Yeah.
That's certainly the sense I get from what's moving forward in this city. And you mentioned that you don't have a parka on. It was 18 degrees last week. Some of the other examples that we've used that are being used as places that have used this system, are they similar in climate, or are they colder places, or are they used in Australia? I mean, is there some difference, or why?
My understanding, I'm not an expert in Passive House. My understanding is they do vary the R value of the envelope based on the geographic location. So you wouldn't need as thick of an envelope in Vancouver as you would in Calgary, for example.
Right.
But there's a diminishing return on investment in insulation. It's on every graph I ever read when I was taking building envelope sciences.
You can only make it so thick.
Yeah, you can only, and which is why the building code is usually set to like an R10 level, because they, NRCan and all others have recognized this diminishing return on investment. So.
All right, thanks very much.
Now it's Roger Bailey's turn again.
Chair and Council, I really appreciate what's evolved over the last few weeks since we met, I guess, on July the 12th and looked at what the proposal was. and that the wording has moved from renewable district energy to low carbon emission source. And that actually gives the industry a significant amount of flexibility in how it actually can respond with the technology that's available in the marketplace. I think it's worth a couple of points I just want to make around that, though. One of the things that we are committed to, Council is committed to, is to use electricity effectively. So you should be aware that if you heat your unit by running an electric baseboard in your suite, you'll pay around 12 cents a kilowatt hour for it. If you heat your suite by using a centralized air-to-water heat pump, you'll probably pay around 2.5 cents for that energy that's ending up in your suite. So the thing about European high performance heat pump technology is it's a wonderful multiplier to the value of electricity. It's essentially running at probably close to 3 coefficient of performance for heating, 4.5 for cooling, and around 1.5 to 2 for domestic hot water. So using that technology that's readily available in Europe and is now taking a significant role in providing services, heating, cooling, and domestic hot water here in Vancouver. There are currently around 100 installations of large-scale European air pump technology. Keep in mind that the industry itself, wherever anyone has provided cooling to any building anywhere in the city, and around 70% of buildings at the moment are being designed with cooling, they have relatively complex systems in them. And one of the issues that has been raised by staff is this question of, can Stratas actually manage these systems? And will we get operational performance out of them in the longer term? So that's a key issue that we in the industry are looking at as to how to manage that. And I think the real key to this is something that you have in your policy, which is submetering. As soon as you put submetering into a building, you in fact have a constant 24/7 source of data about performance of that building. And that information is available to those people who are managing it and looking after that particular project. So it really, to me, is a question of how do we make sure that buildings perform to the standard that we've asked for? And that really boils down to information. And how do we manage information effectively? And how do we put in place the kinds of contracts that allow that equipment to be running effectively? There is not a large-scale European AirMac air-to-water product being sold into this marketplace that doesn't now have accompanying it a long-term management contract. So the use of metering technology essentially puts in place about a 15-year management program for looking at how systems perform. And I think you're going to see that those systems are very, very effective. They actually, if you compare the use of that technology with Passive House, it actually uses less electricity than Passive House does and costs the consumer less money because of the multiplier that you're getting from using that kind of technology. We have an opportunity with a major developer. We did MC² for the Intracorp group. They have a project coming up called the Harwood in downtown. They're interested in that being a demonstration project of this technology. It was previously inside a district energy environment, and therefore we couldn't proceed with this kind of technology, but we're hoping that there'll be more flexibility now in terms of how that group can respond, and that we can use this as a demonstration of how to use evolving technology more effectively and ensure that we actually provide the consumers with what they want. Keep in mind that every year at the moment, the cooling demand in buildings in this city is escalating. We have about 150 projects at the moment where we are metering those on a daily basis. The stats at the moment indicate that we're getting around about 10% increase in cooling demand every year given the issues of climate change. So it's important to be able to provide the kind of technology that will service the consumer in an effective way. Thank you.
Questions? Our next speaker is Dylan Harima.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dylan Hirma. I'm an analyst at the Pembina Institute here in Vancouver. So the changes to the Green Buildings Policy for rezonings that's being considered by Council today represents a key first regulatory step in implementing the city's zero-emission building plan. The policy prescribes a simple and flexible construction approach that focuses just on the building envelope. So it's an airtight design, excellent insulation, and good ventilation. As a result, these buildings use very little energy and will be more affordable to heat and operate. They will have moderated indoor temperatures, high indoor air quality and soundproofing, and they'll be more durable as well. And these benefits and the emissions reductions that will accompany them can come with no additional construction or operation costs, as we've heard from staff today. And I just want to take a second to reiterate this point and address some of the comments raised by Fortis today, that this is a policy for new buildings, not existing buildings. So nothing in this policy is talking about taking away a currently existing gas furnace or gas stove in anyone's house. And also this plan maintains fuel choice. So there is absolutely no ban of natural gas contained in this policy change. And like I think has already been mentioned, a mix of fuels is possible, whether that's electricity for space heating, natural gas for domestic hot water, and gas for a stove, or any combination of fuel mixes is still entirely possible. And the real key here is that there's no increase to energy bills and operation costs because we're just using less energy overall. So the increases in energy bill costs that have been referenced is made in reference to a currently existing building. So the key point here is that any increase in cost from using electricity rather than natural gas as a fuel is more than compensated by the fact that you're just decreasing your total energy use overall. So that's a key point. The internationally recognized Passive House standard has also been mentioned. It's really the leading edge standard in the world right now for energy efficient buildings, and it helped inform the changes to the rezoning policy. Passive house construction is already very common in Europe, where new construction in EU member countries must meet net zero energy standards by 2020. However, we're already seeing path-breaking low-carbon buildings being built all around the city of Vancouver today. So last week I hosted a tour of one of these projects. It's an 85-unit market rental building located at Hastings and Skeena, and it's being built to the Passive House standard. So buildings like this one easily meet or exceed the requirements of the new rezonings policy, demonstrating that building to this level of performance is feasible. In fact, a boom in passive house construction is already currently underway in Vancouver, with over 600 units in 12 projects currently in construction that are targeting this certification level. And the Passive House standard uses energy intensity as a benchmark and a target, and it has actually been very effective in reducing energy use and greenhouse gas emissions in jurisdictions where it's common, such as Europe, and increasingly so it's getting penetration in North America. And it really is designed to hit that sweet spot we were talking about of diminishing returns on installation. The Passive House standard is designed to hit the point on the curve where you get the greatest benefit for the lowest cost of installation. So it's also important to note that the green building sector is a major employer in the local low carbon economy, and these changes are going to encourage continued growth in that sector and along the supply chain. City staff undertook extensive and open consultations in the development of this policy and have the support of key stakeholders across the whole building sector. And these changes represent the best and the most cost-effective steps that we can take today to reduce emissions using today's technology. The Zero Emissions Building Plan in general positioned Vancouver as the first city in North America with a roadmap for eliminating emissions from new homes and buildings by 2030. And Vancouver's continued leadership on this file demonstrates how the city can now move from ambition to action. This policy will enable a new generation of high-quality buildings that are low emission, comfortable, healthy, and affordable to heat. It will serve as a very important blueprint as well across Canada as we collectively work to curb emissions to meet our 2030 and 2050 climate goals and to stimulate the low carbon economy across the province and across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr has a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you for your presentation. I had a number of questions that I had prepared out of the previous presentation to ask staff, but I think you're a perfect person to ask these questions of. So my first is there was a comment made by a previous speaker that passive house standard is not that commonly used. I wonder if you could describe where you understand it to be used. You kind of hinted at it's more widespread.
So, like I already mentioned, the standard is already very common in Europe. Brussels, as a city, basically adopted it as the building code a few years ago, and that's seeing increasing penetration in Germany and France and the Netherlands, it is getting onto the roadmap of code developments in those places. But there's also a real movement happening in North America as well. So, and it's demonstrating that this standard can and will get us to zero emissions, and it is booming right now. So in North America, we've, in the last year alone, seen a quadrupling in the number of units and a tripling in the floor area of projects that are certified to Passive House standard.
Okay, so in terms of this, there are studies that are showing that it can and will get us to zero emissions. Like that, there's actual analysis that's going on of that.
Absolutely. I mean, the key of the Passive House standard is just to do that envelope-focused approach and get the building to be efficient enough that you can downsize the mechanical system and use some sort of renewable low-carbon fuel to heat the building, whether that's renewable electricity or renewable natural gas or what have you.
Right, okay. And so in terms of the energy intensity, there was some criticism that that should not be used as a design standard. Can you comment on that?
I think that it's not entirely accurate to say that it's not a measure of efficiency because, I mean, it is exactly that. It's a measure of per unit of floor area, how much heat a building requires. So it is a measure of the efficiency performance of the building envelope. But I think it's important to note that that's not the only metric used in this policy. Like there is also, there are requirements for total energy use as well in the rezonings policy and specific greenhouse gas reduction targets as well. So it's all those three metrics working together in tandem.
So, yeah, I used the wrong word. It's energy intensity that was criticized in terms of the Passive House standard. But what you're saying is that energy intensity is not disassociated from energy efficiency.
That would be my assertion. Yes.
Right. Okay. And what about this argument that was just waged around floor area, that somehow it penalizes this intensity-based standard, it penalizes buildings based on floor area?
So, I mean, I think the argument of a suite that's very heavily used and has many people in it versus, say, a suite that's very large and has very few occupants and isn't efficiently used, I would say that the use of a suite is not the purpose or what's being addressed in this policy. The actual energy efficiency performance of those suites is like using EUI is an appropriate metric in that case. And then how we're using those suites and the human behavior aspect is another interesting question, but I think it's well outside the scope of how we build building envelopes to be more efficient.
And what about the criticism that Passive House standard can lead to problems like overheating?
So we've recently released a report which outlines some of the potential issues, including overheating and moisture control in passive buildings. And what we're finding is that the industry experience already exists to mitigate those issues. Like I said, there's lots of passive house projects being constructed right now where they've considered issues like overheating and condensation, and that there are strategies to address it. I mean, part of it is using, say, a different type of glazing on south-facing windows and west-facing windows as you do on other facades. There's passive shading. There are lots of technical solutions to the problem of overheating, and they can and are being addressed right now.
And do you think that those people in the construction industry that are undertaking passive house buildings are well aware of those now mitigating technologies to avoid the problems?
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a really good group of developers and builders in the city that are showing a leadership role and are getting these buildings on the ground and are proving that there are technical solutions to these problems. And I expect that a lot of those learnings will be shared and will diffuse to other builders, and especially through the Center of Excellence that's been proposed.
I was just going to ask you.
That's
yes.
exactly the purpose of this, this entity.
Great. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. So I'd like to get council's advice right now. We have asked people to be here at 1 o'clock on the empty homes issue. We have 2 items ahead of that on the agenda, and those speakers have been waiting since this morning. So one option, I think, is to defer debate on this matter till the end of the meeting so we can get closer to the others. The question in my mind is, shall we try to hear the other 2 items, which each have a single speaker, in quick order? We could ask staff not to do presentations on those, but if there are councillors who wish to see the presentations and hear a more detailed discussion, then maybe we should postpone those and vary the agenda accordingly. So, pardon me? Okay, so we'll vary the agenda and move the two items to the end. And we will take the debate on this one and put it to the end as well. Here are the two speakers now. Yes, okay. Yeah, well, that was, the former was, okay, all right.
I could jump
Okay, so I propose to entertain a motion to defer the conclusion of this debate to the end of the meeting.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, we actually don't have staff presentations on the other two items, so
Okay.
happy to just
All right.
answer questions when the time comes up.
Okay, so we keep the agenda the way it is, but move debate on this to the end of the meeting. All comfortable with that arrangement? Okay, thanks very much. So given that, thanks to our speakers, and staff will stand by. So now we'll go to the item 4, Parq Holdings Limited Partnership. Oh, sorry. So this, clerk advised me we need a motion to vary the agenda, to move debate on this item to the end of the agenda, and then to continue. So I think that was Councillor Deal moved that. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. So is there a point of order? Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Reimer, what's your question?
I have quite a number of questions. I guess the question would be, are you suggesting we hear speakers and then defer debate on the other two items, or we complete the other two? I have quite a lot of questions on the next one, so I didn't want that to come as a surprise.
Okay, so that was what I was hoping to get the advice on. So you have quite a few questions on item 4?
Yes, and I would be surprised if nobody had questions on item 5, so I'm trying to,
Okay, well, that's what I was looking for advice for. So now I have it. So those items will be fairly lengthy. So then I'll withdraw the motion that I put in the hands of Councillor Deal. So I guess the preference is to move the debate. So there would be, I presume, another round of questions from council for staff on this item. So that could happen at the debate stage. And then items 4 and 5 would go to the end of the agenda. Is that what's people's preferences?
I'm not opposed to hearing from the two speakers. I just was trying to understand if you were proposing just hearing from the speakers or completing the full item.
I guess we'll have to have a discussion about this offline. So I personally find it confusing to hear from a speaker completely abstracted from the debate. So, you know, we could have a set situation where we hear all the speakers for a given set of items in the day and then debate them later. But I think the proposition is to move those items because we've got the report. So anyone else have any views on how to proceed at this point? Okay, well, given that there is a significant amount of interest, we're going to move I would entertain a motion to change the agenda to put debate on this matter and to, as well as items 4 and 5 to the end of the agenda. Okay? All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried and so ordered. Sorry. So, sorry to the speakers. We'll come back later and we'll go straight to the empty home situation. So staff, I think, will have some answers for our questions here. Okay, so overnight, council had the opportunity to send questions to staff. So before we get into the speakers, I think it would make sense to hear those answers. I don't know who's got them ready to go, but Mr. Burke, you want to take first shot?
Thank you, Council. My name is Matthew Burke, housing planner as part of the team responsible for bringing forward the recommendations on the empty homes tax. At the council meeting yesterday, while discussing the empty homes tax, council asked for additional information on a number of key topics, as well as questions were also sent to staff following the meeting. We want to take a few minutes right now to address those questions. First question was about the number of second homes that are used occasionally in the city and how this number relates to the 10,800 identified by the Ecotages study using BC Hydro data. First thing we want to say is it's very difficult to estimate the number of second homes in the city. implementation of the new empty homes tax would provide us with vastly improved data on this. Saying that, we do know from the census that up to 22,000 homes were empty or unoccupied on census day. Some of these are long-term empty homes. Some of them are second homes used occasionally, and some of them are empty for other reasons, such as a recent sale with new occupants on their way. The Ecotagus data shows us that about 10,800 of this 22,000 were unoccupied for 12 months or more. So as an outside estimate, we estimate that there could be as many as 11,000 second homes in the city. The second question involved a request for clarification on the implications of the tax for exceptional circumstances or exceptional scenarios where spouses are living apart for medical reasons or other circumstances. So basically, the way that the bylaw is structured and the tax program is envisioned, if a residence is occupied as a principal residence, then the empty homes tax will not apply. So generally, a spousal couple will occupy the same principal residence, and that's what we intended to convey in the report. However, in some cases, spousal couples will legitimately need to live in separate addresses, and the bylaw is drafted to accommodate that. If someone's declaration is audited, they will need to provide evidence of principal residence, as they would in all cases, such as BC driver's license and a CRA tax return. The third question involved a request for additional details about how the city will be supporting owners to be successful as new landlords. So I want to point out that we're working closely with Landlord BC to ensure that new landlords have access to the tools and supports offered by Landlord BC. Mr. David Hutniak is here. He's outside, he's here. And so I'm going to defer to him in terms of, he'll be coming up to speak to council about the good work that they do at Landlord BC. Question 4 involved a request for information on historic vacancy rates and whether or not the city had ever had a vacancy rate that was considered to be healthy at around 3 to 5%. So we have pulled the data from the CMHC surveys going back to 1991 and confirmed that the vacancy rate in the city has never been higher than 1.8% over the past 25 years. And I have a thumb drive with the slides to show that, but we'll probably we'll flash that up if we need to in the interest of time, if that's okay. The fifth question involved a request for staff to estimate the break-even point where it would make more sense for an owner of an investment property to rent out the home and to stay in a hotel while visiting Vancouver. We did a quick search of hotel listings and found that hotel prices vary quite a bit depending on the amenities in the room and the time of year. However, just to do some quick math on it, if we were to assume that the owner could get $2,300 a month in rent from the rented condo, that would translate into 10 nights of hotel at $230 a night. If the hotel cost was closer to $290 a night, then the $2,300 in monthly rent would only cover roughly 8 nights of hotel per month. The sixth question involved a question about how staff would handle a situation where the vacancy rate did in fact rise to a healthy range of between 3 and 5%. And at this level, it might be hard for owners to rent out their home. Would the city still require owners to rent out their unit in order to be exempt? So as we noted in the staff report, we are committed to monitoring the impact of this tax very closely, and we will recommend reducing or eliminating the tax once we've achieved a more balanced rental market. So there's 10. The seventh question was about whether an owner can be exempted from the tax if he sets the rent so high that no one chooses to rent it. So the way the program is envisioned now, homes will need to be rented for 6 of 12 months. This provides significant flexibility to find the right tenant at the right rent. And if the unit is not rented because the rent that is being asked is too high, then the unit will be empty and it would attract the tax. Question 8 is about whether staff looked at the possibility of an exemption for units that were being used as second homes at the time that the empty homes tax was approved. So the idea would be to grandfather everybody in so that only second homes purchased after the date of the empty homes tax being approved would be subject to the tax. So staff did, through all of our analysis, look at many things, and we did consider this type of scenario. However, it was decided that this type of exemption could run the risk of the tax being considered unequitable. Also, it would be difficult to identify whether the second property, whether it is a second property used occasionally or whether it's empty. And that's kind of the crux of the whole piece here. And the third reason that staff aren't recommending this type of grandfather clause is that it would significantly limit our ability to increase rental supply, as the policy would only apply to newly purchased second homes and not the up to 22,000 homes that we know are empty and underutilized today. The ninth question is about whether staff will begin collecting data on the number of secondary suites in the city and the occupancy rates and vacancy rates in those suites. So the answer to this one is that questions about the stock of secondary suites and the occupancy of those units have come up in both the short-term rentals discussion as well as the empty homes work. Unfortunately, the data on the inventory of secondary suites is not very good at this time. BC Assessment Authority provides a good estimate, but they do not capture all of the suites. As part of our ongoing engagement with the CMHC on the National Housing Strategy and other tables, we have been raising the idea that better data on the housing market is needed, and this could certainly be used as a particular example of an area where the CMHC, a CMHC survey would be very helpful. Question 10, final question, was about what the net revenues from this program would be used for and what the current balance is in the Affordable Housing Fund. So as we note in the report, this money will be used for affordable housing initiatives, such as providing grants to support nonprofit housing, purchasing land for development of affordable housing, and purchasing units for affordable housing. Second part of the question was, what is the balance of funds in the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund? The current balance is $50 million. Approximately $40 million of these funds have been allocated to specific commitments. Thank you very much. That's the questions.
Thanks, Mr. Burke. We're going to do questions at the end of the speakers. We'll go to the speakers now. So, Councillor Genovi, you'll have your shot. Mr. Daniel Alexiak.
Hello, thanks for hearing from me today. I've been here before. Grew up in East Vancouver, and I'm here to speak basically in support of this tax, but also to comment on what it doesn't do and to speak about just how bad things really are and what I think we actually need to do, because this is not that close. So I have three basic points about the tax, and the first is that wealth inequality generally has been increasing greatly over the past 10 years in Vancouver, basically depending on whether you own land or not. Secondly, that increases in wealth inequality lead to a lot of anger and resentment and are basically really dangerous, as I think we've seen all over the place. And third, this tax is a small step in the right direction, but it's radically insufficient to deal with the rising inequality we're seeing, which is basically based on land ownership. So, I mean, on equality of wealth, I think we've seen, probably most of us, the idea that more money was made by just owning duplexes and single-family homes in Vancouver last year than by everybody who worked in this city. So every landlord's basically gotten a lot richer, and every renter's basically become a lot poorer. We've had a massive upward redistribution of wealth. Young people are basically hopeless about their futures in this city, or they've already left. We've all seen more tents popping up all over the place. You can see, if you have the eyes to look for it, you can see vans appearing with people living in them on all kinds of streets in Vancouver. A lot of people are already gone to the island, to the north, Alberta, Ontario. You know, it's really, really bad situation. So a lot of landowners have become very rich, not just foreigners, not just people with vacant homes, homeowners in Dunbar, Southlands, Kitts, Fraserview, Mount Pleasant, Collingwood. You know, it's really unfair, and it's actually potentially dangerous if this inequality grows and grows and grows. So I'll just ask everyone to consider the kind of rage and impotence that people, and resentment that people start to feel when people make more money by just sitting on land than everybody does working in a city. So on the tax, I'd say that taxing wealthy property owners is generally a good thing at this point. It's not really the stated goal of this policy, which is to increase the rental supply by taxing vacant homes. That's good too. The idea, you know, is to tax people who use their homes primarily as investments. I would point out that all homeowners use their homes in part as investments, their homes and their investments also. And to the extent that they're both, we should treat them like both. So I welcome going, taxing people who use it only as investments, but let's not forget that everyone else also uses it as a very, very successful investment. So yeah, to the extent that it's an increased property tax, it's a step forward. But we have a real crisis right now. There's a huge split between property owners and non-property owners, and it's bad and it's getting a lot worse. Mark Lee of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, he recently proposed a progressive property tax province-wide. He estimated that would bring in about $1.7 billion a year on all properties, and I think that would be a really significant step. This is much smaller than that, but that's the kind of scale I think we need to be thinking of in order to meet the scale of the problem we're facing. People see themselves, they're paying MSP, paying income tax, paying various fees, paying rent. A lot of that's provincial or federal, but people don't really know, they just know they're paying. And yet we don't see people paying tax on the billions of dollars in money that they're getting from owning land. And, that's not a sustainable situation politically or economically. So, this is a good step. But the important question, I think, is are we doing enough? Are these solutions actually adequate to the problem? And if not, what are the consequences of failing? So I support the tax. I basically think it's a good idea. But I think if this is all we do, then it's going to get a whole lot worse. So thanks for your time.
A question from Councillor DeGenova. Sorry there. What happened? Here you go.
My cell phone again. There we go. Okay, there we go. I do have a question regarding, you had mentioned that there's a huge need for an increase in rental housing stock. When the city moved forward with the last attempt to perhaps tax and regulate a certain type of bylaw in our amendment to the zoning bylaw on marijuana dispensaries, we were told that, this would be the number that would be allowed, that we would allow to be open. And now there are, I understand, at least 54, but probably the numbers have gone up, that are open outside of that. So would you be concerned that the fact that we don't have enough enforcement officers may actually, it may encourage people not only not to rent their homes, but not to pay this tax that would go towards affordable housing? Should you be concerned about that?
From what I've seen of the kind of enforcement mechanisms is a lot of the information that we need to tell whether places are going to be subject to this tax. The stuff we already have. I'm not an expert in that part of it, but that's my understanding. So I don't think we're going to need enforcement officers out there in the same way we would with other things. I think my understanding is we just kind of look at existing information and apply the tax or don't. But I'd ask staff about that because. Yeah.
Thank you. And again, you don't have to answer any of my questions. No speaker needs to answer any councillor's questions, but you seem very knowledgeable on this. So I do have another question, and it's regarding secondary suites. And you had mentioned sort of the current rental stock, and our staff before had mentioned the fact that it's never really been adequate. So do you feel that an incentive-based approach may actually create a reason for people to come forward if there was, for instance, a rebate or a small amount that you would receive back for renting out your basement suite or your laneway home? Because I would think that the people who really needed the tax break would probably have the most affordable rental, and they may have a home that's more affordable, let's say on the east side of Vancouver versus in Point Grey or Shaughnessy, where they could afford to pay the taxes on their $10 million property.
Yeah, I'd agree that we need more rental stock and that incentives are really important. I'd be really skeptical about any policy that's set up to give more money to people who've already kind of won the land lottery. So that would be incentives are important. That's not the incentive that I would favor, certainly.
Do you feel that opening up more access to that, increasing the rental stock for secondary suites would in a sense kind of help the rental market win the lottery because the prices would go down if there wasn't as much pressure on the market?
I guess it depends where the money's coming from. If it's renters being taxed to give tax breaks to property owners, that would be generally bad.
right now I'm counting $5 million, well, $4.6 million. So if that money was reallocated into incentives and the same money was being spent, would you, is that something you'd support?
I just think it's a strange place to put the incentives. Giving more money to the winners of all of this is there's a lot of ways to encourage rental housing and giving money to existing property owners is certainly not the only way to do that.
And do you have any concerns about, for instance, and there's been lots of talk about this in the media, turn your lights on, turn your lights off.com, people coming in feeling that they, will make their houses look lived in, or I know NDP MLA David Eby has said, there's students living in these $38 million homes. Perhaps that will continue just to have someone living in the residence. Do you think that people will try and sort of circumvent the rules here?
You always have to look out for that. If you just taxed property generally, you certainly wouldn't have that problem.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Luxuck. That's all your questions. Eric Swanson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this today. My name is Eric Swanson. I'm the Executive Director of, Generation Squeeze. We're a research and advocacy organization for younger Canadians who, as our name suggests, are being increasingly squeezed by high costs, stagnant incomes and precarious work, and mounting debts. I believe you may have also heard recently from my colleague, Dr. Paul Kershaw, on this. Gen Squeeze's network in the city of Vancouver sits at about 3,000 residents. Those are people for whom we actually have addresses for. It's probably closer to around 5,000. I'm here today to speak up for that network, the vast majority of whom struggle to attend meetings such as these given work and family obligations. I myself live and work in Victoria, which faces a similar vacancy crunch. My comments today are with respect to the proposed empty homes tax and framework. In brief, Generation Squeeze supports the empty homes tax as presented to Council. We believe it is consistent with the principle of homes first, investment interest second. The code red affordability crisis in this city and many other communities is complex, and there is no and are no silver bullets. If we accept that there are no silver bullets, that means we believe we must proceed on multiple fronts with bold, meaningful, and innovative policies and actions. On the supply front, the empty homes tax has the potential to incentivize the rapid addition of thousands of new units into Vancouver's rental market, units that are desperately needed. Some will debate the rate at which the empty homes tax should be set. Others will question how to measure when a home is empty or what constitutes a principal residence, which would be exempt from the tax. And these and others are fair questions, and it may even be useful for other municipalities to adopt variations on the Vancouver plan so that we may learn from a diversity of approaches. If, for example, some years from now, data suggest this policy has not worked as expected or hoped, then we'll have a solid basis upon which to revise and improve the tax or to try something different. Or we'll have learned that it was an excellent, timely policy that's worth continuing and replicating elsewhere. Either way, a Generation Squeeze firmly that now is the time to try. To briefly weigh in on some of the public criticism of this tax, there has been a suggestion that a tax break could be given to those who rent out their units instead of applying this empty homes tax to those who don't. And while we understand the sentiment of that alternative, we believe that would be a very unwise choice. It would require tax increases elsewhere to compensate and would end up benefiting those who, as Danny mentioned, who arguably need that tax break the least, i.e. those who own second and third properties. There has also been a suggestion that this, as a new tax, exacerbates the affordability crisis in the city. And we would remind Council that the affordability crisis is arising not out of some extraordinary tax burden. It is a result of extraordinary housing costs, which are up hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we would remind Council that those affected by this tax will generally be among those most able to pay a little bit more. We believe we need to keep our eyes on the prize, which is keeping home costs within reach. And that requires that we tax housing wealth more fairly. We believe this does that, with the intention of slowing down the escalation in prices and freeing up stock in which locals can live. Whether they reside here or abroad, people who purchase homes for purposes other than living in them or renting them out do contribute to market forces that are driving housing prices beyond reach, certainly for our constituency and for a large and growing proportion of younger Canadians across the country and newcomers to the country. So a tax like this designed to incentivize investors to rent out their homes to residents is timely. And we believe it's time for young and old alike to support such measures so that our city, the city of Vancouver, our province and country do indeed work for all generations. Thank you very much for your time.
You, Councillor DeGenova, has a question for you.
Thank you very much. And I know that we had met at the Readdress Housing Summit that you made a presentation, and I attended that night. No, I think it was great, and it's especially a great way to engage millennials, or I guess now it's Generation Squeeze, in the conversation of housing affordability. A question that I had was regarding, you had mentioned the incentives, and I'm a bigger fan of incentives. And I maybe have become an even bigger fan of incentives looking at the hundreds of thousands of dollars that it's costing us to file sort of injunctions and in enforcement fees and all of these things. And I think that money's being wasted. It could be going into something else. So I suppose I'm asking you what, oh, I'm sorry. I think Councillor Jane. I'm asking you if you feel that maybe there is a way to provide incentives. Maybe it's not necessarily only funds, but in offering some other type of incentives to homeowners. Because the title of this report, although in the media it's been titled Empty Homes, it's encouraging rental. So is it more important to try and tax and get that money, or is it more important to actually increase affordable rental in the city of Vancouver? I don't necessarily see them both hand in hand. So I'm just wondering if you have an opinion on that, on the incentive-based approach. Is there anything that you might suggest?
Well, I would not necessarily make the distinction. In fact, I would say that this is an incentive. The empty homes tax provides a concrete incentive to put more units onto the rental market.
And and I'll ask you the same question I asked the last speaker, do you feel in any way that, perhaps the way that this is set up, that the city will have to spend unnecessary money or money that could be spent on affordable housing initiatives to try and chase down or, take to court the individuals who try and usurp this process?
I guess the bottom line for us is that this is a crisis and that we need to try everything we can. And so certainly this is a new measure and will require iteration, and it may require iteration, and we fully support that. All innovative policies do. And so we're very much looking forward to this, we believe, relatively clean approach. As Danny suggested, we will need much more to meaningfully address the crisis, but we think this is a concrete step in the right direction. And we're looking forward to potential revision if so needed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all your questions. Audrey Laferriere, thanks for coming. You'll lower that quite dramatically, Ms. Laferriere. Could someone give her a hand there to lower the, all right?
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, that's good.
I personally feel that this tax is nothing but a make-work project for a few bureaucrats. And it's a matter of catch me if you can taxation. You're not going to have compliance. Anyways, that's that. About probate, I don't know if anyone knows this, but to probate anything takes anywhere from, I think, a year to 3 years. So I don't know what these houses are going to be doing just sitting there for probate. It takes a long, long time. So somebody might want to look into it. But that isn't my issues, these two, I don't. For 3 decades at least, I have been angry over this. And I see it happening all the time. It again happened on Saturday. And 20 years ago, it happened with this lady that used to come to this place. She was a counselor called Libby Davis. I was so angry at her when I found out that she was living in social housing, but paying market rate for the unit. But still, it was so reasonable. And here she was, a member of parliament, a fighter for the poor, fighter for housing, and she could afford to pay 5 times that rent. But she chose to live in social housing in the downtown east side at a rent.
Ms. Ferrier, you're making some harsh statements.
No, it is true, all right?
Perhaps, but the issue before us today is the...
All right, let me finish. Again, on Saturday, I have a friend who told me, to my great shock, that he makes $80,000 a year working for the school board, and he only pays $1,000 a month rent in a secondary suite, mind you, but I think there's more secondary suites out there than this gentleman wants to tell you. But still, he is paying $1,000 a month rent, which is 7.5% of his wages. 7.5%. I'm on limited income. I pay 50% of my income, being $700, and that's 50%. Why is it that I have to pay 50% for rent and this gentleman is only paying 7.5%? I think all the rents, I think somehow there has to be these economists and all these people with their think tanks coming up with a formula that if you're going to rent, you have to pay across the board, make it simple, 50% of your income has to go to rent. Now, I know people are going to love that, are going to be the developers, because they know they're going to get high rent or high whatever for whatever they do. Well, anyways, I think there has to be a shift over how people are charged rent. And if I can live on 50% paying rent and still have 50% for food and a little bit of clothes I buy, people that are like this, my friend Rod, he's paying $1,000 and that gives him like $6,500 disposable income, and he's a vegetarian. You know what I mean? Like his 3 kids are grown up, self-supporting. He has a wife. They're divorced, but she makes more money than him, so he doesn't have to pay any alimony. And look at that discrepancy. That's all I have to say.
Thanks for coming. Our next speaker is Paula Chu.
I'd like to thank the City Council and the Standing Committee on City Finance and Service for allowing me to speak with you today on this important topic. I'd like to, based on the previous speakers, I just kind of want to put a sense of reality into things. We've rented out our apartment for 11 and a half years, and we've only recently taken it back, but I'll get into that. The maximum we've gotten on this condo, 1-bedroom condo, is approximately $1,450 a month, and that's only of the last couple of years. So when you're talking $2,300, that's more furnished apartment. So we need to consider that as well. Also, every year that we've owned our condo and every month when it was rented, we lost money. We never covered all our expenses. So I just want to put that into reality. Now I'll get back to my written speech. Vancouver's been voted the top 5 places to live in the world, which is both a blessing and a curse due to its popularity. And I bet the rest of the world would love to have this problem. We need to address the root cause of this housing shortage precipitated by this enviable growth. Housing availability will always lag demand during expansion. Eventually, the supply and demand will balance out when steady state growth is achieved, as opposed to the rapid expansion that you have been experiencing. Canada has a stable government, and the rest of the world is parking their money here as a safe haven because of that stability. One of the steadier investments is to park their money in real estate. Numerous properties are being purchased based upon that concept. As a result, each owner can own several properties and park their money in Canada as a safe haven. We, on the other hand, my husband and I, have owned our condo for approximately 11 and a half years and have rented it out that entire time. I'm a Canadian who happens to live in Bellingham, Washington. We purchased our condo with the intention of using it part-time when we retire. We have now reached that milestone, and our last tenant moved out on October 31st because he bought his own unit. We finally decided to use our condo and no longer rent it. To our dismay, 2 weeks after making this decision, we received a letter from you stating that there would now be a potential penalty tax on top of the other higher costs we incur as a second home because of this housing shortage. We understand your issue. However, I don't think this penalty taxation is the appropriate and fair path forward. We're dismayed that per your proposal will not receive a delay of penalty taxation for this 11 and a half years of contributing to your rental pool, but rather under this proposal will only receive next year of delay in taxation. We could have left our place empty as others do, but we didn't, and now we have to remodel due to this wear and tear of being a rental. This type of situation really needs to be taken into account into this proposal. In addition, it seems the committee is only examining punitive damage for not allowing condo rental. Why are they not initially proposing incentives, as has been stated, to increase availability of rentals? Perhaps a decrease in property tax by adding a grant option or using an existing grant or even incentives associated within the income tax structure as a couple of examples that would be appealing to owners. Also, the city could open an office, although it sounds like there could be one already, but we weren't aware of it. They could open an office that works with all the condo owners, existing and new, and actually contact the owners for condos that are vacant and provide a resource to connect them with property managers, tax preparers, etc. I speak from experience when I say that these are all very daunting challenges when you're not familiar with the system and you're not local. We were lucky since our realtor went above and beyond and helped us set all of this up even before the condo closed so that it could be rented out immediately. If you do decide to pursue this penalty taxation, it should be on individuals that own 2 or more vacant properties. Also, perhaps the tax can be graduated relative to the number of vacant properties owned. Part-time use of the property should be excluded from this penalty taxation. And we're going to be using our place often because we do live locally. The old saying that you get more with honey than vinegar is quite appropriate in this instance. Incentives and assistance should be pursued first before punitive damages, and past full rental pool contribution should also be included in this proposal, not just the previous year. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. You have a number of questions. Councillor Carr is first.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for coming and speaking to Council. I was very curious about one statement you made at the beginning of your talk, which is to say that you did rent for 11 and a half years, and during that time you lost money. I wonder if you could explain how you would have lost money.
The strata cost, insurance, because it is, we have to pay extra insurance because it's rented out, on our mortgage. And any fixes that we need to do, every time it's rented, we need to have it prepped, we have to have it painted. So these are all costs. When things break down, we have to have them replaced. And there's also your property manager.
Right. Okay, so it's that the rent you could charge for an unfurnished condo wasn't enough to cover all the costs of owning.
Precisely.
All right. That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Genova.
I just had a question about the consultation process. You had touched on and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but could you tell me, did you feel that it was robust enough? You had mentioned that you didn't feel that there was a place that you could go to, and you received a letter in the mail.
Yes.
Do you feel that the consultation for this was robust enough, or there was enough time? I think it was just under 2 months.
We just received it about 2 weeks before October 31st is when we received it, is the letter. Then within a week, we had to go online and put in our, approximately within a week, to put in our feedback. So we did put in feedback, and now I'm speaking to you. I do think the report does not take into account everything. I think it has quite a few shortcomings. And I do think it should be reevaluated. And I think going immediately to punitive damages defeats the purpose. And this isn't going to solve your problem, because people who are actually parking their money here can afford to pay these penalties. It's the little people. It's the people that own the one condo, like myself, and we're retired now, that you're actually causing a hardship. Okay, so now we have to pay for this. This is an extra cost that we hadn't anticipated. And I'm seeing a 1% tax potential. And quite frankly, I don't think it's the appropriate path, because I don't think you're going to get the condos that are vacant to really become rented because of that.
Sorry.
Because they can afford it.
I understand what you're saying. So could you answer yes or no? Did you feel the consultation process was robust enough, or was long enough?
No.
And then you are the type of person that I was just asking the other two people about. So you have another property. If the city was to offer you an incentive instead of perhaps a tax, would that be any more desirable for you to perhaps rent that property out? And again, you don't have to answer my question.
Well, I'm just going to say we've rented our property for 11 and a half years. We have given the city of Vancouver 11 and a half years use of our property. Now we would like to use it. Okay, if we were just bought our property, that would have, and during this period of time, we would have definitely been very happy about that, and perhaps we wouldn't have lost money each month. Okay, so then that would have been more desirable. But right now, I mean, we'd like to use it a little bit. We've owned it this time. We live in Bellingham now. We're no longer on the East Coast. And we plan on spending at least 50% of our time here. Okay. So for us to be able to rent it out, I don't think it's fair to force us, because you're essentially forcing us, if this is enacted, to rent it out again and not enjoy something that we have put plans in place for our retirement to be able to use, know how much our monthly cost would be for this condo. And then now, all of a sudden, there's an extra cost. And it's not just, an extra $500 a year. You're talking quite a bit of money, thousands, that hadn't been included in the budget.
Yes.
So, and I think it should be included for more than one second home. Okay, I think the people that own one second home, it should be allowed. And yes, that is our case. But I think it's people that own 2 or more homes, and especially if they are vacant and not used on a part-time basis, I think it is appropriate to tax them if that's the path you choose. However, I think you should really contact them and let them know about the resources and help them rent it out.
And the last thing, and I have to pose it as a question, is do you know that there happens to be on the agenda a motion that I put forward? We have a renters advisory committee here at the city, and I think it's fantastic.
So did you
In
know
fact,
that seems out of order to me.
I'm asking, do you happen to know that on the agenda today there's a homeowners advisory committee proposal?
No.
So that we might be able to hear from homeowners. I just wanted to let you know I'm putting that motion forward.
Okay, great.
It's a bit of product
Thank you.
placement there. Councillor Ball.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you for coming in today. You, I believe, sent us a letter.
Yes.
Thank you. I did read it because I remembered the Bellingham. We've heard from a number of people like you who bought their homes a long time ago, their secondary homes, with the idea they wanted to either retire here completely, or because they had family here, they wanted to have a family base, or make it available for their families. And you, like many, did rent it for a long time. Yes. Most people aren't aware of, until they actually own something and try to rent it, about the amazing increase that you see in terms of your insurance, but all the other costs that happen. And also it's very hard to get your house back into a single family home instead of a rental home with your insurance company. Once you decide to bring it back in, that is not an easy thing. So I understand those practical issues and get them, and I think most of us do understand what people go through. But your plan now is to make Vancouver, as it has been, because you've been coming back here anyway, your home. Even if you're not here all the time, even though it's a secondary home because you went away for either education or a job or whatever legitimate reason you had to go away, you consider yourself a Vancouverite. Even if it's part-time, you're here.
I'm a Canadian.
Yeah, you're a Canadian. So this is my question. You're not owning dozens of homes. You just have the one condo. And we are receiving, or a home. We are receiving many, many letters from people in the same place. So your suggestion, as I understand it, is someone who had to go away, has to live there, whether it's a farm or whatever, and has a secondary place here, wants to come home, that as long as they've got the one place where they're home, that's okay. And that's something that the city should be looking at to not tax. Okay, just so that I understood where you're going here. Okay, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you, and thank you for the letter. It was very clear and helped us understand your situation. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Chu. That's all your questions.
All right, thank you.
David Hutniak is next, Landlord BC. Welcome, Mr. Hutniak.
Thank you. My name is David Hutniak. I'm the CEO of Landlord BC. We are the industry association representing rental housing in British Columbia. I'm here to support the empty house tax. The fact of the matter is that we have a persistently low rental housing vacancy rate here in Vancouver, and the fact that we have all these vacant units really is very concerning. I believe that this tax will help change behaviors and bring a portion of these units into the market while also generating badly needed funds that can be used for other purposes in terms of creating more affordable housing. I also believe that the way the tax has been designed with the focus on a principal resident test is clean and simple. I would simply caution against considering too many exemptions. I'm also here to reiterate Landlord BC's earlier offer to assist the city in helping these prospective new landlords to become responsible and successful new individuals, to become successful and responsible landlords. We are the experts when it comes to being landlords, and Landlord BC is committed to help these many new landlords. What I'd like to do is just quickly highlight some of what we're prepared to do and what we've talked about before when I did present to council. Very quickly, we created, or already have created, a Help Is On The Way landing page, which has been linked for several weeks to the City of Vancouver Empty Homes tax site. These new landlords will currently find information and pertinent links to begin the education process. Secondly, we have created a dedicated toll-free line for these prospective landlords to call for some immediate guidance and direction, and to offer and articulate sort of the scope of the support that Landlord BC is prepared to provide. We will deliver free dedicated webinars and in-person seminars. Now these will be coordinated with the City of Vancouver, and we're prepared to do as many as is necessary throughout 2017 and beyond. Landlord BC has a large contingent of licensed property managers who are among our members. We will create a licensed property manager directory that these folks will have access to. And knowing that these licensed property managers are Landlord BC members, they ascribe to a code of ethics and professionalism. These new landlords can be confident that they are getting the best professional advice available. And finally, they will have access to the landlord registry, which immediately. If you're not familiar with the landlord registry, this is a new initiative that we're launching. Actually, November 30th is a soft launch. January 1st is the formal launch. And the landlord registry is the first registry of its type in North America, and it'll provide landlords access to a robust online platform where they'll be able to go through an e-learning program to learn about legislation, to learn about their rights, tenant rights, followed by a robust quiz. They need to get 80% to pass it, and then it results in what we call an I Rented Right competency certificate. So it's a great tool for these landlords to gain immediate knowledge online at their own pace. In addition, the other important element of this landlord registry is that it's very tenant focused, and it's the first true means for tenants or prospective tenants in this province to do some due diligence on their prospective landlord. They'll be able to go to this website, punch in the name of the prospective landlord that they're considering renting from. If that individual's name does not show up in the registry, it doesn't suggest they're a bad landlord. It just suggests that perhaps they haven't necessarily invested the time and energy to learn the full scope of the Residential Tenancy Act and their responsibilities therein. So we will provide these new landlords access to this new tool. And in addition, if they were to become members of Landlord BC, this will be free to them. Otherwise, there is a small cost for this. In fairness to all the landlords out there who will be subscribing to the registry, they'll incur the same cost, which is $39 plus GST. It's good for a 3-year certification. So we're a nonprofit. We do have a little cost recovery there, but the value proposition for these new landlords through the registry far exceeds any small investment that they'll have to make. And finally, what we're really proposing here is to provide hand-holding. I mean, what we know, we work with many, many small landlords. In fact, in British Columbia, the industry is disproportionately represented by small landlords, mom and pops, small business people. So we know that audience really well. We will work very closely with these folks to support them through the process of becoming successful landlords. Thank you.
You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good to see you the other morning on the same issue of housing at the Metro Vancouver Forum.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm very grateful for the effort that you're putting out to try and support individual property owners to move forward and in the rental field. There's a part of our survey that was done and is reported in this report, which concerned me when I read it, and I'm wondering if you could respond to it. So this is asking the people who responded to the survey what the barriers are to renting out to tenants. And together between these 2 points, 38% of people, or there were 38% responses to say, I don't want to deal with being a landlord and difficult tenants. And the other point being there's a lack of protection for landlords. How would you respond to those concerns raised by people contemplating renting out?
That's a great question. Thank you very much. Well, in terms of lack of protections for landlords, I disagree with that. The Residential Tenancy Act is a balanced document. And what we know from our experience is that for landlords, large or small, basically there's some basic essentials you need to learn and basic processes that you need to undertake. So you need to, like I said, know the act, know your rights, tenant rights, and then there's a process here to properly screen, proper applications, credit checks, etc. So, we have this well articulated, and when we look at our members, they have, it's not to say they don't have the occasional issue with tenants. That's inevitable. There's 500,000 renters in this province, but by and large, our experience is that if you do it right, you're going to have successful outcomes, and really it's actually a very rewarding business, both financially and personally.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Deal?
Yes, thank you. Over here, along a similar vein, it's all good. Some of the fears that people express, we've just heard some fears expressed about it being more expensive to cover the costs of bringing someone in than you can recoup in rent. Can you give advice on the costs of becoming a landlord, aside from your program?
Well, I guess it's, it's like any business. If it's not, you need to factor everything in. So when you're making an investment in an investment property, so there's the capital appreciation, there's the input costs, and the expenses associated with that. So if your bottom line is in terms of when you look at this thing holistically is not working for you, then I suppose maybe you shouldn't be that business, or you've overextended yourself, etc. But the fact of the matter is 50% of all rental housing in this city is secondary suites. Okay, so clearly this is a business that works for a whole lot of people.
Right. Let's look at the empty condo, or the person who comes here a couple of weekends a year, and we're saying that perhaps they should be renting that place out, but some people are concerned that will cost them more in insurance and so forth. Then,
but we're talking long-term rental housing here. I mean, basically, what you're looking at in this, and at least as we envision this, is that this is you're looking for tenants who are going to occupy the unit, on an annual basis. And when you start looking at it from that perspective, again, I can't speak to the individual's personal situation, but by and large, we see this as a really successful business opportunity for the vast majority of people.
I think that's great. And the more we can talk about it that way, because there's certainly a lot of fear and trepidation about converting something which you leave empty 90% of the time or 95% of the time to becoming a landlord. So the more information we have assuring people that it is a good income producer, and that it is that you have the tools in place.
Well, absolutely. I mean, and this is why when we were first invited to, I don't know how many months ago, Matt invited me to a consultation process here, and we threw this out right away. We just said, we know how to do this. We would love to help. Obviously, there's always a fear of the unknown, but as I just said, half the rental stock here is secondary suites, tons of condos. People do this really successfully. And the other part of this is, as I mentioned, we have a large contingent of licensed property managers who are available, and we'll make sure that, because there are members, you can have increased confidence that they're going to do a professional job.
Thanks. Yeah, the easier it is for that decision to be made, the better. So thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, you got one more, Councilor.
There's one more?
Yes, thank you. One more question.
One more.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today, and it's great to hear of your new plans and what the tools that you're offering people. The majority of people that have contacted us and written to us about stopping being landlords are usually people who thought they did everything right. They had contracts, they vetted, they did everything the way that, that is suggested to do so, and then something terrible happened through a tenant that just simply destroyed their suite or whatever. We've got quite a few of those letters. So how do you help somebody back into that market? Once they, it's always the once burned, twice shy. So how do you actually give someone the confidence to go back into that process? Or are you going to be able to offer anything like that to people?
Well,
because these are the people we hear from.
We, the analogy here is we have tons of people call us to become members when they run into a situation. So it's like, we're like buying insurance after the house is on fire. And the fact of the matter is that I can confidently say that the vast majority, yes, they may have had a bad experience, but we walk them through the process, or we introduce them to outside resources that will help them mitigate some of the costs that may be associated with that. That's an unfortunate reality. But then the process is really not that complicated. It's basically taking them by the hand and saying, okay, here's our proprietary forms, here's access to our credit check facility. It's not that complicated a business, to be very candid with you, but there are certain measures and protocols and processes that you need to take. The first one is really understanding the Residential Tenancy Act. I mean, you shouldn't be in a business that you don't understand the legislation that regulates you. So this is what we focus on, and knowledge is power, and this is what results in successful outcomes.
One other question. A lot of the people that this will drastically affect may decide that they have to give up their place, and so that will go on the market, and that will be the end of that. But for somebody who is in their 70s or 80s, because a lot of these apartments have been owned by people who come back quite frequently during the year, they will have to give up that, but they want to keep the apartment maybe because they have a child or, family member. So when you're in your 70s and 80s, you learn things in different ways. Are you able to help people who have never been in this kind of business before at a different stage of their life?
In those situations, this is why we brought professional property managers to the table as part of the solution here. I mean, it's a personal decision. I don't know. I know 70-year-olds who are, very lucid and productive and can make amazing decisions. So, I mean, that's a difficult question, but I think there's options for them that they, and certainly engaging third-party property management might be the right solution for those.
That's what I wanted to find out. Thank you. Thanks again.
We're done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hudniak. Our next speaker is Mike Boer.
Thank you, councillors and committee members. I've never been to City Hall, so this is kind of fascinating to actually be in here and hear some of the conversation. I'm not here to talk so much about the pros and the cons of whether this is a good idea to have this tax or not have this tax. I'm here to comment on what I think is a possible missing exception. There's, I think, 5 or 6 exemptions or exceptions. And there's one in my experience as a landlord that I think is missing. So there's an exemption right now for if your strata council has passed a bylaw to prevent rentals in your building. And what I'm concerned about is a future strata council passing a resolution at a future AGM which prevents you from renting your unit. So even if you would like to rent your unit, you're going to be prevented from renting your unit. So I think that, and like speaking from my own experience, that's actually almost happened to me. I own a rental apartment in Yaletown Park, and the Strata Council was comprised of all resident owners who didn't own rental properties, and they didn't like renters in the building, so they wanted to pass a resolution to prevent rentals in the building whatsoever. I actually led an effort to overcome that, and we were successful, luckily. But it can easily happen where a strata council can pass a resolution to prevent you from renting your unit. So then you're in a position where you're not allowed to rent your unit. And so what you're probably going to do in that circumstance is sell your unit, but it might not be a good time to sell your unit if you're in a recession or a bad market or anything of that kind of a nature. So I would like to encourage the council and the committee members to consider another exemption for strata councils preventing you from being able to rent your unit, and then you're in a bad situation. And I'd actually like to add an additional comment. If you really want to do something about the amount of rentals permitted in the city, is to try and actually do something to prevent strata councils from restricting rentals in a building. It happens all the time. Owners get together and they decide to pass a resolution to prevent rentals, and I don't know if that's a city thing or if that's a provincial thing where you can apply moral suasion, but that would actually probably have a bigger impact on the number of rental units in the rental pool long term, I would suggest. I have other comments on big picture stuff too, but that's really the main reason I came here today, was to talk about this one thing. So I don't know if anyone has any questions on that.
Councillor Carr has a question.
Yes, thanks very much. Well, in the report, it does talk about the fact that as of January 1st, that we're going to handle it quite differently if a strata council makes a decision after that point. So if a strata council has made the decision previously, I don't think there's anything we can do about it, but I'll clarify this. But going forward from January 1st, it'll be a different story, but I'll make sure that staff, after the speakers are finished, are able to clarify that for you and everyone else here.
Like my read on it was that that exemption would not apply, so that's why I came. Like, I was really concerned about that. Right. And so are you saying that I'm
in the future, it's going to be a different story, I think. Right. Okay. We'll get that clarified.
Thank you.
I want to add one more comment too, is on why I bought a rental property. I'm a small business owner. I started a business in Vancouver 18 or 19 years ago. And I missed the housing boom. I'm in the top 5% of income earners, so I'm fairly well off. But even I can't afford to buy a house in the city. I've got a condo, and the reason that I bought a rental property is because I can't earn a return on anything else safe. I used to be able to get 3% on a GIC or other similar kinds of investments, and I can't do that anymore. So the reason that I personally bought a rental property is because I don't get a pension as a business owner, and I'm trying to earn income long term, and so that's the reason why I did that. And it was fascinating to hear some of the conversation earlier from some of the other guys concerned about the growing income equality in the city. I completely agree with that, and I actually support the 15% foreign purchase tax and that kind of thing. But I would suggest that like the root cause of that is actually way above and beyond what the city council here has any ability to deal with probably. And I think it's like since the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, the policies of central bankers worldwide to lower interest rates to like zero and even below zero worldwide is causing your ability to earn a safe return on any kind of a typical normal safe investment has gone by the wayside. So people being smart are going into hard assets, and that's one of the reasons why the prices of housing is going up, is because money is flowing into the only thing that you can earn a return on. I could probably go on and on about that, but like it's, I don't think it's like all a bunch of bad landlords out here trying to rip off tenants or keep their units vacant or whatever. We're just rational people doing rational things, and so that's just a general comment.
Thank you.
You have a further question? Unless that's all you have. Councillor Reimer has a question for you, sir. Mr. Boer? Yeah, you have one more question.
Thanks, Chairperson. I actually was interested to hear your bigger, I felt like you'd been thinking about it a bit, if not, well, probably over the last few hours, but over some time. So that was the nature of the bigger thoughts that you had for us around why people rent or don't, or buy something.
You know, it's a super complicated topic, and it's hard to explain rationally. Like to try and explain to you what quantitative easing is, which is what the federal bank is doing down in the U.S. and central banks worldwide. But like I really personally believe that the root cause of housing prices going up worldwide is rooted in that, because like when interest rates fall, housing prices rise. There's like a general correlation between those two things. Vancouver is an even worse case because we're a very desirable place to live, and we also have capital flows coming from other parts of the world into the city. So it's a combination, I think, of just the general lowering of interest rates to almost zero and capital flows coming from different parts of the world, and Vancouver being a very desirable place to live. Like I said, I'm in the top 5% of income earners. I can't afford to buy a house. I bought a condo 6 or 7 years ago, and it's gone up in value. I mean, I could afford to buy a house if I wanted to move to Mission, but I don't really want to move to Mission. I like being downtown. So, yeah, so I don't know whether I've thought about it a lot, but that's my personal opinion.
Are you a member of Landlord BC or any
of which? Sorry?
Of Landlord BC or any?
I have been at times.
Okay.
I'm not currently. I have a property manager who's managing my unit. And the other comment I would say is people are asking how much it costs to be an owner. In my experience, to own a rental property in Vancouver or Burnaby, you need approximately 50% down to cash flow. Maybe even a little bit more than 50%, 50 or 55% down. So if you're buying a $400,000 unit, it probably costs you $200,000 down of your own cash after tax putting down. And then that together with your strata fee and your property tax and insurance and maybe a property manager is going to cash flow, not make you money, but enough to pay all of the costs. And then over time, you might own it in 10, 15, 18, 20 years. I own two. I own one in Vancouver and one in Burnaby.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's all your questions. I think that you should look at section 3.4 because that covers the rental units and strata councils and the fact that future decisions would not apply, and cover it off, I think. So hopefully that meets your concern. Okay. Barbara Bulmer.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I've prepared a 7-page missive, which I thought I had emailed to you, but haven't, so I will have to do that this afternoon. I hope it's not too late.
No, it's fine.
Okay. will say I agree with all of the submissions that Paula Chu made. I'm a Vancouverite. I've practiced law in Vancouver for 30 years. I did social work 6 years here before. I've now basically retired. I have a home in the Sunshine Coast and I have a home here, which is a one-bedroom condo. I had thought, as I get older, because I'm now in my 70s, as I get older, I'm not going to be able to keep that house on the coast. It's just going to be too much. And I've always looked at this condo as something I'm going to move into. But I have no issue right now. The tax is not going to affect me on several levels. But I'm extremely concerned about about what might happen. And for one thing, like, do the math. I saw something on the report that said, oh, well, look, you can rent it out for $24,000 a year and you can save your $10,000 tax. But nowhere was the cost of ownership there. And ownership is strata fees of $7,000, taxes of $2,000, insurance, et cetera, of another couple of thousand, interest on your mortgage, $5,000 or $6,000, repairs, painting, damage, risk of some vacancies. I have rented in the past years. I've never made money on renting. But if you take into factor in the cost of home ownership versus the rent, especially on a one-bedroom condo or studio, which most of the condos in Vancouver are, that is going to leave the person without the use of the condo and really with no income. So then what are they going to do? Like, you planned on living in your condo 4 or 5 months a year. You can't do that now. It's a wash. So what are you going to do? You still want to be in Vancouver. You're going to rent something. I would rent something. You're going to somehow take up the extra stock in rental. If that's not possible, then it's sell the condo. But it was very frustrating to me to see the material on the website as if renting was all money. The issue of grandfathering in, I think, is hugely important. This tax is really retroactive rezoning. And that's generally frowned on in law. I've got case law from Madam Justice McLaughlin, et cetera, saying you don't do this. You don't do this to people who have bought in good faith, who have arranged their life in good faith, who have maybe renovated. All of a sudden, even though they've behaved perfectly well, perfectly equitably, planning their life, planning for their old age, they've had a legal right, they've done everything in full compliance with the bylaw, and now this is going to be changed. Now they're getting a penalty of 1% of the assessed value, which is maybe not anywhere, maybe with more than market rent. But it's just a straight penalty, and that's not something you will all know. Retroactive rezoning is not allowed, but this is essentially what this tax is. The next point I have is, so grandfathering in, I think, is something that you should really take a look at. The people who buy property from here on in or have new property from here on in, they come in they know what they're getting into. But all the people who had second homes in Vancouver, and I know scores of people on the Sunshine Coast or Vancouver Island who have this, who consider Vancouver their home, as well as their residence. The next thing is the decision not to use the amount of time the second home is occupied as a factor. Because that seems, when you're worried about vacancy, about occupancy, when I went to one of the meetings, they said we can't use it because of enforcement problems and audit. It makes it too difficult for us. We're picking principal resident. It's way simpler. So you've created an underutilized category, and you've called it empty, but it's not. That's a fiction. This is a home. The second home is a home for most people. It's my home. Vancouver's my community. My friends and family are here. It's a huge cost for me to have to move out of there and go somewhere else. I am not affected again, but I speak for a lot of, the downtrodden and the oppressed. There's a lot of them. There are perfectly valid social reasons for people to want a second home and need a second home in Vancouver. And it's hugely unfair to spring this on people. I don't know if anyone's taken a look at the CRA change of use either. Because change of use in your property for the federal income tax can be horrendously expensive. You could lose all kinds of elections that you might otherwise have had. And to change it from primary use to rental and back again is fraught with difficulty. You'd better have a good accountant in your pocket.
Wilmer, your time is up, but you have some questions, so I think you'll have a chance to weave in your comments.
Oh, okay, I'm trying to go through this as quickly as I can.
You're
but
doing well, but you'll have time with these questions, I think, to finish off what you had in mind. So, Councillor Deal?
Yeah, over here. Hi, thanks for coming out today. Actually, my question had to do with your very first comment around that cost of ownership and so forth. And this has come up several times. And what we're really looking for is our ultimate goal is the truly vacant ones that can be used.
And I agree with you on
that. And those costs are already incurred, are they not? What I'm looking for is the differential in cost between leaving your condo empty as an investment and renting it out as an investment.
Okay, but I have no problem with homes that are really empty.
Okay, you're concerned with the ones that are the occasionals.
Or places that you use. I mean, there's not, and you had, Reg or whatever in Calgary coming in for a few days a year. But that's not the reality. The reality is people use it sporadically during the year. They use it constantly. It is their second home. It's horrendously expensive to have to go and pay for a hotel or do something else or couch surf or do whatever you want to do to see your aged parents or your grandchildren or take, it's just like math. Okay. So now this is new legislation. We all know there's a problem. We all know there's something has to be done, but it's going to have very far-ranging consequences to many Vancouverites. And essentially the tax is going to cover every property in Vancouver unless you fall into an exemption. There's going to be a lot of unintended consequences. Some of these will be severe. Some of them will create hardship, especially to the most vulnerable people. Seniors, women and children, families in flux, divorce, separation, death, bankruptcies, other stressful situations. We can't possibly look at all the situations right now, but we know there are going to be some. And I think that there's a very strong need for some mechanism to deal with these very unfair and unintended consequences that result from treating every second home in Vancouver as solely an investment and ignoring that it's also a home for a large part of the year. I mean, there's a board of variance in immigration, there's hardship and compassionate and humanitarian things, but you need both some mechanism for these people who are really going to be harmed and hardened severely, and a review to see if this scheme is working or not.
Okay, thank you very much.
A question from Councillor Ball as well.
Hi, I'm over here.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming in today. I appreciate it. We've had a number of people write to us with very much what you're talking about, which is they didn't view that place they bought, the house or the suite, as an investment. They were buying another home for themselves because they wanted to live here part-time because of a job or illness or many things. We've had people with arthritis, all kinds of really legitimate reasons write to us. So in looking at homes, and you're talking about your home, if government makes you leave your home, then what happens to that home?
What happens to the home?
Yeah.
If I have to leave the home?
Yeah, if you have to sell it
Sell
because
it
you can't afford it.
have a principal residence, it will never be in the rental market, and I will rent in Vancouver.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do.
Yeah. So then your place is no longer your home.
That's right. I've lost my home. All the risk, all the expense of the realtor fee, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 to move out. I've just renovated it thinking I'd be able to live there for a long time. It's gone. And it's just a fallacy to think that won't happen.
Now, could we talk about your life here? How did you contribute to your life here? You paid your taxes?
Oh, I have paid my tax, believe me, a lot of taxes through the years.
Okay. So you participate in the life of Vancouver?
I'm on council in my strata here.
So you go to plays, you see...
I go to plays, I see my grandchildren. I have an occasion in the past, some of my poor friends stay in my place.
Right. So you share your home, so it's not a vacant home.
No, it's absolutely not vacant. I had a friend whose mother died. He had to come here for 3 weeks. I said, just move in, take my place, I'll go stay with my daughter. There are many, many kinds of families too. I don't see that that's addressed. We're not just the mom, dad, kids. And, many kinds of relationship. There's extended families, and these often can shift on a dime. Divorce is brutal for people. There's common law, same-sex, and I think you mentioned that there were senior people. It's very common for senior people to want to keep their own assets, their own principal residence. It might not work out. The other person may die. They don't want to mingle any of their finances. But if they're treated as a couple, then somehow or other their second home is vacant and available for everybody to use.
Hopefully we can sort that out.
Yeah, and the other thing is litigation, because I did so much matrimonial litigation and estate and other litigation. There are a lot of court orders involving property. People separate. There are restraining orders. You cannot deal with your property, any of it, until we sort it out. Often the registered owner is not the beneficial owner. So I think that you need some kind of a exception where property is subject to court proceedings. Because are you going to send someone from the city to go and tell some judge why he can't give exclusive occupancy of the condo to the wife and the house to the husband, or vice versa? And people split up. Their kids are here. They want to have joint custody. They got to live in the same area. And it's going to take us several years to get that sorted out. But it's, of course, often tie-up property. It's the first thing you do, because so it's something that I don't think has looked, and these people are vulnerable. If you go through a divorce or separation or bankruptcy or something, you're just in shock. And then to have this tax or maybe have to move on top of it is really tough. So,
were there any other points? I just have another minute and a half. It's yours.
Oh, I do? I have a lot of points. I'm wondering if I can still email my little thing to you guys. It might be a bit, I'm not affected by this. I can see the need for it, for rentals. So I'm not, although I fully agree with Paula Chu. She's got a problem here. I can switch my principal residence to Vancouver, no problem. I live in a strata, no rental thing, no problem. I can work. I'll get my ticket back and continue to work, no problem. But there are sure a lot of people who can't, and maybe they can't speak English, or maybe they've got, a disabled child that they have a second, or adult child, they've got a second condo, they get a caretaker in to take care of this kid there. There are just so many situations, and I think all of you would agree these are all royally unfair to say this is a vacant second home and it should be taxed. So I don't know, I leave it to you to figure out some mechanism to deal with these situations.
Could you address that one for us about disabled children whose parents own the place, but the second place happens to be not owned by them, but it is for their disabled child?
Well, I happen to know like an autistic child who's prone to violent outbursts. So they have a second place for this child to live in and a caretaker.
But it's still owned by the parents,
It's
right?
still owned by the parents. So they've got their house and they have the second one.
Okay.
It's costing them a fortune. It's the only way they can deal with this child. God knows that, there's no social. There's all kinds of situations like that. We're an older, population. And
we'd really appreciate your letter if you could get it to us early, and I'm sure staff will be interested. Thank you.
Perhaps the clerk could collect it and scan it and email it to us and save us time. You have a further question from Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Your legal questions, ma'am.
Ms. Bilmer, you have one more councillor asking questions. Councillor Stevenson, yeah.
Your legal issues, or legal questions are interesting, but my understanding is our legal department has gone through all of these very carefully. They wouldn't even let it get to this stage if
well, they might not have considered it. Sometimes you don't look at
those questions that you ask if they hadn't been answered, but we'll ask staff to follow up on those.
I'd be happy to participate. I am.
No, they don't. They don't need you to participate, but they'll take your feed.
Yeah, because until you've been in the bullpen down there litigating, I don't think any of them have done the matrimonial law or the estate law done. But my friends are done.
How would you suggest that staff differentiate between yours and an empty? If you come in every once in a while, how would they decide? Okay, that's absolutely empty, and that one's taxed, but we see that your lights are on once every 2 weeks, or what do you think?
Well, I gathered that they didn't want to deal with occupancy because it was too hard to prove. They don't know how much time you're going to be there. But, I don't know, put the onus on the person who's occupying a second home to actually, give you the evidence. I mean, CRA does that.
How do we audit that?
Well, CRA does it with your car, with your, but my point is that it's to say, oh, we can't deal with occupancy, even though that's the nub of the deal. Are you living in your second home as your home? That's the nub of it. That's the reality. They're saying, no, we can't deal with it. So
You have 2 homes. Do you call the one up the Sunshine Coast home?
yes, and if you happen to have a principal residence in Vancouver, I could have 20 homes somewhere else in BC and no one would care. And I think of all the MLAs who've got money from the government to buy a place in Victoria because they need that when they're there. They don't live full-time in Victoria.
So,
So I don't see that.
But I was listening to Councillor Ball ask you questions about your theater life and your taxation and so on. But I also heard that's not relevant because you're totally exempt. This isn't an issue for you at all.
It's an issue for me because I'm a citizen of British Columbia and a citizen of Vancouver, and I care about
Right.
what
Well,
happens.
no, I'm not. But I'm just. But
harmed.
obviously, getting your whether you get taxes or taxed or whether you go to the theater isn't really relevant in this at all because you're already exempt, right?
I am fine, but hundreds of other people are not, and they're not here to speak to it, and they don't have the experience that I have, and they don't know how to address it. And I've heard a lot of people go, oh my God, I had no idea this is what was happening.
Well, I think if people want to speak, they come out in big numbers to speak to us on many issues. So.
Well, there's no need to be argumentative, Councillor Stevenson. You can put questions.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, I'm sure people will come out and speak if they're opposed to this. Thank you very much.
All your questions. Okay. You still have further questions, Councillor DiGenova?
Sorry, I just have another question now. And I actually have received emails from people who couldn't take the day off work to come and speak, so I understand. I had a question regarding your legal background and legal expertise. Some of the emails that I've received have actually asked if this is even legal. I'm not asking you to give me a legal opinion, but from, if you don't mind, and again, you don't have to answer my questions, but could you give me a sense of how the legal community, in your opinion, may receive this?
Well, I certainly know how retroactive rezoning is treated. And I could read you something from Madam Justice McLaughlin, now our Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, where she says lawful nonconforming use is permitted under circumstances as set out in Section 911 of the LGA. This section provides a use of land that is lawful when a bylaw is adopted, but is subsequently rendered unlawful by the enactment of the bylaw may continue. It reads, if at the time a bylaw under this division is adopted, land or a building is lawfully used and the use does not conform to the bylaw, the use may be continued as a nonconforming use. But if that nonconforming use is discontinued for 6 months, then you're up. And that's the whole point of retroactive rezoning. You don't hugely unfair consequences on someone who did everything right. So if you look at this as, I consider this to be a penalty tax, almost retroactive, like from here on, it's going to affect everybody. Even those people who.
So you think there could be a number of legal issues here where people may actually be concerned with, regardless of whether or not they want to pay the tax, that should there even be a tax?
Well, that's.
Would there be a tax?
I'm much more in favor of I don't have a problem with things that are really empty. It's no big deal to rent your house if it's empty, but it's a huge problem to move out, take all your furniture out, go somewhere else. You still have to pay all the costs of having this place that you bought, hopefully for yourself. Your rent's not going to cover it, but I've said that before. So.
Now, also, as a person who enjoys Vancouver and spends time in Vancouver, I know we've been asked different questions, and again, maybe this isn't your expertise, so you don't have to answer this question, but I just received an email from a doctor. I think actually we all received the email from the doctor, and this doctor is a specialist, not disclosing any information that would allow their identity to be compromised, but this doctor lives on Vancouver Island and flies back and forth to a condominium to be able to provide services at Vancouver General Hospital because we have a shortage of anesthesia or whatever his specialty is. I'm not sure.
Anesthetist.
Or actually, I don't have it in front of me. You can see I'm just making up a specialty, orthopedics, whatever it may be.
Okay,
I'll wait till Councillor Jang finishes. He had issues with me interrupting him before. So.
Carry on, Councillor Genova.
I'm just wondering, do you feel that it could actually affect our economy and what the people we're able to bring here to the city of Vancouver, considering those circumstances that they may have? And, you know, other individuals have said, I'm going to have to rent out my home and then rent a place for when I come to Vancouver for work. Do you feel that this could affect our economy in any way?
Sure, because if you have to be in Vancouver, I mean, I'm in Vancouver, I don't know, 5 months of the year, maybe more, probably 7 at the moment, but you know, there's not a hope that I'm going to stay in a hotel. I'm going to be using some of the rental facilities available right now. But if you can, you know, so it makes sense for people who plan to have a lot of time back and forth in Vancouver for a variety of reasons. And like, your life can turn on a dime about your marital status, your health, your spouse, your everything else. And it's good planning. I thought good planning to keep my condo in Vancouver so that when I became even older than I am now and more feeble, I'd be able to live here. You know.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to come and stay.
I appreciate your questions and your attention. And
thanks, Ms. Bulmer. That's all your questions.
That is.
Thanks for coming, and we'll get your email, I'm sure. Lost track of my list here for a sec. Laura Jarosky. Oh, is Laura Jarosky here? No? Okay, not seeing Laura Jarosky. I will go to Denise McLeod. McLeod?
Hi. I just want to say I think the last speaker was right on, bringing up crucial, important points. I also wanted to comment on speaker number 1, insinuated that property owners are wealthy. I just want to clarify that you may be property rich and cash poor. And not all homes are intended to be an investment. My name is Denise McLeod. Please understand that I agree with the general principle of the tax if the tax is the answer, and I'm firmly behind an initiative to create affordable housing. There are 3 of these new unoccupied houses right across the street from me. Crews come and go, keep the exteriors maintained, the lights on timers, but I never see people living in them. I suggest the city needs to consider how to direct this tax explicitly on these hedge property owners who have caused the housing shortage for long-time residents. I also ask you to consider that a 1% tax increase would probably not have much financial effect on them. It appears a possibility that I fall into this group that will be expected to pay the empty homes tax. If so, the city is creating a situation where I will become in need of affordable housing. I'm here to plead with the city to find another way, other than the principal residence status, to differentiate between the true non-residents and someone like myself, who is currently not a property flipper, certainly not a property flipper. I've lived in my current Vancouver home for 43 years, and before that in my family's Kerrisdale home for 26. As it stands, this bylaw proposal has the potential to punish Canadians of solid character with humongous tax increase. Senior citizens like myself who have lived in Canada their entire life and happen to be lucky enough to have inherited a second home elsewhere will likely be forced to sell family homes that we are extremely emotionally attached to. My parents would be heartbroken to learn that I'd been forced to liquidate either property because of taxes being levied by Vancouver, a city which they lived in since the 1930s. I was born in Vancouver, attended school and university here, and participated actively in the Vancouver music and art scene as an adult. I was 25 when my father suffered a major stroke in 1995. After he died in his Vancouver home in 94, it became necessary to move my elderly mother with Alzheimer's to our vacation home in Banff. As a bungalow, it was more suitable for seniors and less expensive to run and maintain.
My priority for decades had been to ensure that my ailing parents and now my mother received top-notch care. In order to retain my status as my mother's legal guardian in Alberta and to continue to properly supervise her home life, I had to switch my principal residency to Alberta. After my mother died in 2001, my husband also assumed a principal residence in Alberta so we could run our need to reside business in Banff that we retired in 2007. This gave us our occupancy rights of the home, a ruling established long ago by Parq Canada and enforced by the 1990s. As I am trying to clarify, it was not my choice to make Banff my principal residence instead of my Vancouver home. My choice was to look after my mother and have the Banff home as a retirement location later for myself. To become a legal guardian or to obtain the right to occupy my Banff home was due to government rules and regulations, a far cry from my personal wishes. This change of principal residence had nothing to do with financial decisions. I'd be better off financially here at this point with the seniors municipal tax deduction, which Banff does not offer. One is unfamiliar with the national parks policies might wonder, well, why don't I simply reinstate Vancouver as my principal residence? The consequence to that would be Parq Canada revoking me the right to occupy my own home. My total income last year was $45,000. The proposed property tax, including the vacant house penalty, would raise my Vancouver obligation up to $28,000 plus. Is that really the city's intent? Neither of my homes are rentable nor contain rental suites, and were never intended to be so. I could not afford to build a lane house. My homes are full of personal belongings, homes, not houses, and I'm very attached to them both. They are my family, especially since I never had children. Due to financial necessity, it will be a very emotional time when I have to make a choice between them as to where I spend my elderly years. I obviously wish that to be my decision, not forced upon me due to the empty homes tax. One reason I've been spending most of my time here is due to my failing health and lack of proper health care in Banff. My retired Vancouver doctor could not find a suitable replacement, and neither can I. Trying to keep on a senior's budget, I am now paying too much from my retirement savings to see a good doctor in private medicine. To conclude, I find the report's need of being physically present at the Vancouver property for at least 6 months confusing. What about an allowance for couples who are separately living in both homes? My husband basically lives in Banff and I in Vancouver, so between the two of us, we have a substantial presence at both properties throughout the year. If the total days are added up when either of the homes may be vacant, I believe it would be less than 3 months. You may wonder why my husband and I don't legally separate and declare each home our separate principal residences. The reason is because my husband and I don't really get along as a partnership. I believe he could immediately sell the Banff home without even considering my wishes. I implore you to consider grandfathering me the rights to continue to occupy my Vancouver home whenever I wish without penalizing me with this out-of-context tax, and please consider that I may be unique in my situation. So thanks a lot for allowing me to express my thoughts and great concerns regarding this proposed tax.
Thanks. That's perfect timing, Ms. McLeod. Well done. You don't have any questions. That concludes the speakers that we have on our list, everybody who registered up to 9 o'clock. So we're now going to allow another round of questions from council to staff, and we'll then go to debate. So Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just have one question, which I think I noted when the speaker talked about it, and that is the situation of a strata council making a decision, like if there's a decision that they've made previously and it's already in place, the difference between that and going forward, particularly if a strata council after January 1st wants to make a decision to restrict the number of units that can be rented. How does our plan handle that situation?
They're on.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was the angle I was looking at it. I couldn't see the light on. Under the current plan, under the current proposal as it's laid out, if the empty homes tax were to be enacted today, then a strata bylaw change after today would not create an exemption. So only properties that are encumbered by a strata rental restriction today or previously would be allowed to claim that exemption. And the reason for this is through the consultation, folks came up to us and said, well, you're going to possibly create a situation where stratas are going to rush ahead and create a whole bunch of rental restrictions, which will further impact rental supply in the city. So you don't want to do that. You want to set up a situation where it's only the existing strata rental restrictions that will allow for that exemption.
Okay, can you describe for me the authority that Vancouver has in this regard? So how is it that we are able to, I mean, I'm assuming that we'll be able to say as a city to a strata council, as of the point if this motion is passed, that they cannot restrict rentals. Is that right?
So what we're saying is we're not telling the stratas that they can't restrict rental. We're saying that an exemption to this tax will not be valid if that restriction is made after the enactment. So we're not impacting their ability to make the restriction. We're just saying that this tax won't be.
And I gather you've been working with the strata councils or some association of them.
Yep.
And how have they responded to the knowledge of this?
So we did float this idea past the Condominium Homeowners Association of BC. And actually, the executive director there, his advice was most of the vacancy that he knows about in terms of the surveys that he does is in buildings that have the right to rent already. So these are modern buildings with the right to rent on title in terms of a rental disclosure statement. And so he actually didn't think that putting in this this clause would necessarily be that helpful, but it could stop some people from moving forward with rental restrictions.
Right, and so that would be the condominium
Homeowners Association.
And they have sent a letter of support for this, have they not, to us?
I don't believe I've seen that. I don't, not from them.
Okay, thank you. What's this then?
Thank you very much. I do have some more questions, especially after the speakers had a chance to share their comments with us. One of the questions that I have is regarding the letters that were sent out to these homeowners. Was that the only form of communication? Because I'm guessing if it's an empty home, that letter may still be sitting in a mailbox or may not have gotten to the homeowner. So if you could perhaps elaborate on the types of consultation that a person would have been able to participate in and how that would have reached that person.
Right. So we did send the 200,000 letters to the registered owners. We sent them to the same address as where we send the property tax bills.
Okay.
We made folks aware of this through significant print advertising as well as social media advertising. And a lot of media coverage, of course, just through the 6 o'clock news, that type of thing about this. And then right before the open houses, there was another push to get the word out through the media that the Vancouver wants to hear from you.
Okay, and then thank you very much. I had another question regarding I suppose enforcement. I had asked this before. I wasn't clear on how many enforcement officers would be tasked and hired specifically for this. I know that we have 2 on marijuana, but there's actually 21 that can issue tickets, which means 19 aren't completely on the file. So I'm just wondering if you can tell me what resources we will have to run around and do surveillance and enforcement and whatever else may need to be handled.
Approve this. However, in our proposed budget of $1.5 million in ongoing operating costs, there are costs for staffing for the audit. We are not looking for enforcement officers necessarily. We are looking for audit staff. So that's kind of a different role. And that will depend on the number of declarations coming in and like we said yesterday about the audit and the assessment areas or areas of risk that we would be auditing the files.
Okay, so thank you very much. With all due respect, I do have a question though. If the $1.5 million budget has been put together, I would assume that there would be line items, and one of those line items would be staffing. So how much of that funding is allocated to extra staffing? I can go on to another question if you want, and then ask that after.
Yeah, so in our report on page 12, there is a breakdown for the 1.5 million, and there is an estimate right now of staffing of $920,000.
Okay, and then what would the average salary be of someone who would be an auditor, would we say?
We haven't gotten that far in our detailed planning, but if it's a full-time auditor, I would estimate roughly $80,000 to $90,000.
Okay, and you mentioned that not all of the staff would be auditors, not all would be enforcement.
That's right.
Okay, so there would be a breakdown of that. Would it be 50-50? Do we know?
There's IT staff, there's 311, there's quite a variety, and some of it is part-time, and might not be full-time, depending on what the program is. So our audit program will be focused on certain parts of the year, so our staffing plan is still to be developed.
Thank you very much for that information. Another question I have regarding, I suppose, enforcement and policing of this is, if someone called in on 311 and said the home next to me is empty and I feel that they've declared improperly or whatever that would be, or they wrote in or attended City Hall, wrote to council, as many people do. I'm just wondering how you would follow up on those. I suppose accusations, allegations, and would some be prioritized over others? If someone owned 4 or 5 properties and that happened, would they be prioritized over someone who owned 1? So with marijuana, we had a very robust explanation of 300 meters from here and there. I'm just wondering how the enforcement would be carried out and who exactly, at the end of the day would the city be looking at if they declared improperly?
If we get that information through 311, we would incorporate that into our audit program and look at, again, risks. So that information would be taken in under consideration, and then we would assess the risk, and then we would follow up with appropriate audit procedures.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions from the speakers. One was related to a comment regarding retroactive rezoning and the provincial regulations on that. I'm wondering if that has been considered, any legal ramifications this might have, how it may or may not be an effective tool for someone to argue against these changes.
Whether we considered whether this was akin to retroactive.
Yeah, if the provincial policy on retroactive rezoning would imply or have an impact on our policy on this, if there's a way that this could be used legally against us.
I think that it's an argument that I hadn't considered too strongly, because this is certainly different than rezoning, and a different authority under the Vancouver Charter. Part 30 is very different to our land use and our rezoning. So this is not a land use bylaw.
This is not a land use bylaw?
It's not under that section of the Vancouver Charter, sorry.
But it's a use of land. Okay, other provincial regulations that we've considered that might be a concern, no, to us at all? Have we done a lot of analysis, or is it because we have the approval of the province to do this that provides us the flexibility to?
They have given us a pretty strong authority to do this, and we've abided by what's set in the Vancouver Charter for this.
Okay, thank you. Second question regarding, somebody noted this, a possibility of, I don't know how it would be worded, but where you'd have 2 units or less, or anybody with 2 units or more could be the ones who are included, which would obviously reduce the number of possible places. But was that ever considered where it's one, like this, so many who we've heard today, who own a unit in Vancouver, their home in Vancouver, but they also have a home in Kelowna. Now they're going to have to give up this home in Vancouver. Did we consider saying, okay, you can have 1 home in Vancouver, you can't have 2? Was that ever considered, and is it even possible?
So the primary goal is increasing rental supply in a big way, and the staff felt that what we've recommended will do that. I'm not sure it would be possible.
Why? Just because it'd be too onerous or unfair, as you said, regarding the overall decision not to let this happen at all, but
I'm not sure that the databases that are set up that speak to who owns what and where allow us to be able to keep track of that. But I guess the bigger reason that we're not recommending that is it would be less impactful on rental supply.
okay. The 6-month rule, is there any reason why that couldn't be 60 days throughout the whole year or something like that, where we say, you know what, it's 5 days a month or 60 for the year, as opposed to 6 months, which is a significant portion of the year. But if you're living in your apartment 60 days of the year, whether you do it 2 months in a row or 5 days a month, was that ever considered? Where did the 6-month come from?
So the 6 months is the amount of time that it needs to be rented on a long-term basis.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but why 6 months?
So we had originally proposed 9 months, and we heard through the consultation that we needed to be more flexible in terms of giving people the ability to find the right tenant, having tenant turnover, painting in between tenants, and so and also accommodating people who want to work with property managers to offer shorter term rentals, for example, 6 months furnished rentals, that type of thing. And so we came to the conclusion that it would be a lot more fair to set the bar at 6 months. Right, we're just talking about rentals here, right?
Yeah,
The 6 month requirement to rent, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
If you're, yeah. A final question regarding a comment regarding having an exemption on property subject to court proceedings. I don't know if that was considered, if that's an issue, or if that should be added. Obviously, if it's in some sort of, I mean, probate is one thing, but court proceedings, for whatever reason, could be another.
So it is included.
It's embedded in that one?
If there's a court order, then it would be
That's
a court order that
same
it
things?
prohibits occupancy.
Okay.
It's in there, yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to find the best way of wording this kind of a question, and I'll try my best. We've got a lot of emails talking about different types of uses, in particular family uses. We heard from our speakers today, we had several folks talk about their different circumstances, and we've had many different scenarios presented to us in all different forms, you know, one's in Vancouver, it's for my family, but they all tend to center around family uses. And it seems to me from reading the report, and given that virtually all the major comments had regarded or surrounded or focused on family uses, there seems, I'm sensing that we have a lack of data on different types of family uses. Would that be fair to say?
I think it's fair. The number one question when I stood up an hour or so ago was how many second homes do we have, right? And I started by saying it's very difficult to estimate how many are used occasionally versus long-term empty. We do have the number on long-term empty from the hydro study, and we have the census number, which is all other unoccupied on census day. So it's fair to say that there's a bit of a gray area there in terms of getting at occupancy in terms of the statistics we have.
Right, okay, so that's a much more concise way of what I was trying to say. So I guess my fear is, and certainly what we've been hearing, is that in that gray area, people can get caught up in it. It's sort of the unintentional consequences raised by one of the speakers today. What type of research would we need to do in order to parse that out so that we minimize those unintended consequences? Like what, you know, do research with CMHC or what? What would you propose, or what steps would we have to take?
So in terms of getting at additional data, we do know that the census is going to be, the first batch of census data will be released in the spring, and that'll give us brand new 2015 numbers about unoccupied dwellings. So that'll be one source. We'll have the CMHC rental market survey released in December, so we'll know about the rented condo pool in this year. We could try working with the CMHC to undertake some sort of a special survey. I think what you're getting at in terms of what is really happening with that kind of gray area, it would require a survey. And it may be successful or it may not be. People may not be willing to answer that type of survey, so we have to be careful there. But those are the types of data sources that we could look at.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Chang. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for all the questions. Councillor Jang mentioned something that is really important, and letter after letter basically has reiterated the same thing. I live in Vancouver part-time. Now, we trust people to tell us whether they're using their house for rental. We trust them to tell us whether they want a homeowner grant or are entitled to one. We trust, because I think most Canadians really want to obey the law. The thing about this proposed law is people who came here in good faith, who indeed were invited to come here by governments, by a number of governments actually, to come here from the prairies and live here and have lived here for decades, consider themselves part of the community, overnight are being told they're no longer wanted, except for their 10,000 per million on a house or an apartment that they had nothing to do with the raise. They're not looking at the place as an investment. It's either their retirement property or just their continued home and the home for their family. When Councillor Jang asks about asking those questions, couldn't we have asked those questions and made a really big thing about, we want to know how many people are here part-time before we got to this stage of a cruel, cruel tax on people who have been good citizens for many, many years, aren't rich, simply were farmers who came here from the prairies to be here in the cold winter and use it for their families the rest of the time. I'm trying to find out why we didn't ask that question first, and if we didn't, why are we making a decision on these people's lives without having that information?
So it is included in the survey results that are, I believe it's Appendix B. And we did ask folks, if you own a second home here and you're not renting out, what are some of the barriers? And we got some answers from folks. The most popular answer was that they use the home occasionally. So we did ask. Other pieces that were raised were people concerned about their responsibilities as a landlord, yeah, that the lack of protection for landlords and didn't want to undergo being a landlord. So we did ask that question.
That survey was very specifically worded, though. You couldn't write in what the information like we get, you know.
Well, we did have other, please specify, and there's a pie chart in the appendix of the report. But mainly people just reiterated in that pie chart that they use it occasionally.
So the letters that we get have no effect whatsoever then, because we're getting completely different information in the letters that have come to us.
Abby Bond, Director of Housing Policy and Projects. Clearly this is one of the biggest issues that we've heard from the public about the use of second homes and how this tax may or may not affect people. We've, in the staff report, we've tried to lay out how a principal residence obviously will exempt people from paying the tax. So there may be opportunities for people to reconsider how they're living or coming to Vancouver in order to exempt themselves from the tax. That is one option. And primarily the tax is designed to look to see if behavior can be changed and more units come into the rental market. If it's not possible or people want to retain the use of their apartment as a second home and use it occasionally, then this is where we're proposing to levy the tax. And the reason for that is because our primary goal was around increasing rental property, increasing rental units in Vancouver. We've heard from many people in the public about the second homes issue, but staff are also, and council also hear from many renters in the city about the rising rents, the competition for rental housing in the city that is, come to a crisis level. We're about to receive the CMHC rental information in December, and I think there's significant concern on the behalf of staff as to how we might see rental rates rising in the city as a response to some of the competition for rental. Obviously, when a city starts to lose rental affordability, it really starts to lose its competitiveness. It's at that point where people doing average, normal jobs in the city no longer will be able to afford to live here, and they themselves will be making very difficult choices about what to do in terms of their lives, where to live. So none of these choices for council and for staff are easy at this point. We've tried to put forward an option. Clearly there might be a need to do some more work around research for second homeowners, but these are very, very difficult choices for us all as we face a very difficult housing situation right now in Vancouver. And I think staff, although we haven't included an exemption for second homes in the proposal, we do understand, we have acknowledged the fact that we did hear that during the consultation. It was the primary concern that was raised by citizens who came and spoke to us and who responded to the consultation. It's just, I think, on balance, in terms of being focused on the end point, which is that response to the rental housing crisis, staff felt that on balance we should not provide an exemption for those people.
Thank you. I'm over my time. I did have one more question. If we do another round, as this is so important.
I hadn't anticipated another round. If it's very quick, I'll indulge you to this one. But
yes, it's very quick. Simply, the original homeowners that we were given, the original empty homes facts that we were given said that 85% of the empty homes were waiting for permits. Am I correct? And there were about 3,000 at the top that were left, and the majority were in Cole Harbour. And I just want to confirm that we were given all those stats when this originally came to us. And I wanted to confirm the number of actual, not necessarily homes, but houses and suites, which are two different things.
So you wanted to understand the number of properties that were empty but had permits waiting on them.
Yes, and it seemed at that time, when we went over the numbers, that we were talking about 3,000 mostly very high-priced apartments in Cole Harbour. That was the majority of what you had given us, I believe, in the stats. So I just wanted to confirm that.
That was for properties where we had received complaints that were blighted and that had active permits.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Reimer.
I think I have a quick question. It related to the last speaker who was speaking to the issue of Banff and the national park. I looked up their regulations online, so I'm not going to ask you about them specifically, but it more twigged on me that that's a very specific circumstance that applies to about 2,000 people in the entire country who live in Banff or own property in Banff. But there's probably other very specific circumstances like that would be challenging to make an exemption for people who happen to own property in a national park, for example, or like to try and foresee them all. So I guess the question is, how do we think ahead and adjust and react to it? I think Councillor Jang's questions kind of were in the same general vein as they relate to family circumstances.
So I guess what I'll say is, as I've admitted a couple times now, we have very incomplete data on second homes and the usage in terms of statistics that we can make policy with. We will have very excellent information if this is approved and we come back after the first round of declarations, and we can make recommendations on adjustments to the program based on that. And I did mention a couple data sources that will be coming in the next few months in terms of the CMHC survey, the new census data, and possibly working with the CMHC to try to encourage them to create some sort of a specialized survey to meet our needs, noting that they may not be able to get a good response rate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson.
Actually, I don't have questions. I was prepared to move a motion.
I have a question. Councillor, do you have a question? Okay, so why don't you come on at the end, Mayor Robertson?
Just a quick question that's been rolling around in my head. Councillor Jank's questions around the family issue is being well answered at this point, because we're hearing real hardship cases, which are not the norm, which are hard to fit into a policy because they're quite unique and they're one-offs, and for the most part, or very small numbers of people. But on some of them, and we want to be compassionate with this, there's a goal here, which is to fill empty suites with people who need housing, and we have a rental shortage and a crisis in the city. Is there, it sounds to me like some of these, such as the autistic child and the caretaker at home, would that not be a rented, I mean?
So the example that was given about the parents buying the suite for the child, in most cases that would be the child's principal residence.
Yeah, and if they're below the age of majority, then
in the bylaw we call they're an occupier, and
yeah,
they're occupying it as a principal residence. They don't have to be paying rent.
Right.
So that would be fine.
And two adults living separately, although they're still legally married, could one rent the other one to the other for $1 a year? Or?
Well, as I addressed in the opening, you know, the bylaw is designed to allow for situations that may be unique. If someone is occupying a home as their principal residence, you're fine. And so it doesn't matter if your spouse is occupying a separate space as their principal residence.
Right. So our goal here today would be to develop policy, especially when we get the new data in, which as flexibly as possible allows for these relatively unusual family situations while addressing the true need here, which is we have a housing crisis, we have a crisis in rental suites, and we have empty suites sitting there as investment properties that are not being used by these relatively unusual and difficult family situations. So anything we can do that creates the policy, but we shouldn't let those exceptions drive the policy. The policy should acknowledge those exceptions. So looking for those solutions.
Yes, and we did work very diligently on trying to figure out something that would actually be possible to administer and implement and actually make a big move for rental supply, and that's what's being recommended.
Well, let's hopefully we can make the outgoing goal of housing and addressing our housing crisis. The majority of Vancouverites have asked us to do repeatedly. Hopefully that's our outcome. Thank you.
Are you on for debate, Councillor DeGenova? Okay. I have a question, then Mayor Robertson wants to move, but a couple of questions. I was curious, and all the other legal things have been canvassed about the difference between beneficial owner and registered owner. Is that something that you already contemplated, Ms. Granger? Or is it a concern at all?
Right now, it is structured based on registered owner of property. Do I have to raise it? I know I'm too tall. The registered owner of the property, and that sort of harkens back to we've defined it as defined in the Vancouver Charter. So as of yet, we're not differentiating here between the beneficial. It's structured based on the language that's in Part 30 of the Vancouver Charter now, which also contemplates the obligations being on the registered owner.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next question is not particularly legal. I guess it's for whoever wants to talk, Mr. Burke maybe. But, I guess when do you anticipate that this will become a daily consideration? In other words, it'll really hit the consciousness of the affected homeowners. 22,000, or everybody will take a look. Most will go through and say, okay, it doesn't cover me. I'm living in my principal home, or I have a rental agreement, or whatever. But do you have any idea when you think that those who are in this situation making judgment calls about tax or no tax, what date would that be roughly? Would it be around the point they get their tax notice for 2018? Or?
So the first communication will be December of this year if it's approved with the advanced tax notice. Then there would be another communication with the main tax notice in June. And actually, because we've set it at 6 months required, that second reminder, you would still have all of June to find a tenant if you hadn't by that point, and you would still satisfy the 6 months tenancy July through December.
So does your existing budget contemplate support for people who are wrestling with this whole situation? In other words, I'm going to rent, which is a conversation I had with someone yesterday. do we have a way to refer them to Landlord BC or any way of tracking how successful they are in that and having information for council in 2018 about how it's worked out for the people paying the tax? Or not
so
paying?
in 2017 or 2018?
Well, at the point, there'll be a point at which various points, but there'll certainly be a key point in the 2018 when people are remitting taxes, making their final call, where some will be saying, I just want to be able to know that we're tracking the outcomes for these people, not every single one, but getting an understanding of who are successfully transitioning to landlords, for example, who, how many of these exemptions, fell under probate or whatever it is. Are you going to be able to give that kind of analysis?
So Landlord BC could likely share statistics on how many people they're helping and whether that goes up from the baseline that they have now. We can rerun the ecotageous methodology in early 2018 to see what has happened. We can look at the new CMHC numbers for rental supply, vacancy rate, and average rents to see if this has moved it, but you'd have to wait until 2018.
Yeah, I guess I would just ask that you consider the possibility of finding a sample of people and seeing what their experience is. We've heard today that, one individual is probably going to sell and rent. Another person may just establish a rental because they're living, nearby, and then have a sense of what's happening in those specific cases, because the individual stories are very compelling. But the choices people may make may turn out to be easier or harder for them. We just don't know, and it'd be interesting to try to contrive some way to track that so that we have more than just anecdotal information to work on.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned to Councillor Jang about the potential for a survey to get at this kind of tricky, difficult to get information, we can look at whether we can do that and possibly through a third-party partner like CMHC, but I'm not sure about the response rate people are going to be willing to offer in terms of admitting different things. So we can try, though.
Okay, thanks. Mayor Robertson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I'm prepared to move the motion. And first of all, I want to just acknowledge the presence of our elected Vancouver School Board Chair, Mike Lombardi. Emphasis on elected. And, so, yeah, there's been an intervention. All right. Penny Nobles, right. Good to see you. I have to put my glasses on and see who else is here. Fraser and Penny, welcome as well. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Fraser Ballantyne's here. Good to see you all here for an upcoming item. But back to the motion at hand and the empty homes tax that's being proposed, the structure by our staff. First of all, a big thanks to our staff. They've worked extraordinarily hard on this, and to people in the community and experts from CRA to legal and tax experts here in the city. We've had an extraordinary amount of input and consultation and engagement for this in a relatively short period of time. Since last summer, the work really started at pace, and I just want to recognize all the amazing people who put so much energy into this on a timeline to get us on track for 2017 and to achieve the primary goal as soon as possible of getting more rental housing in Vancouver. That's what the empty homes tax is all about, and I think the way that it is proposed is going to achieve thousands of units of rental housing in the near term. Hopefully in 2017 we'll see thousands of homes shifting from being empty to being available for rent. And we need that, as many councillors have said, as speakers have said. We're in a rental housing crisis right now. There's a dire shortage. And that translates to people not being able to live and work in the city, right down to the tent camps that we see, not just in Vancouver, but all across the region right now. So the rental housing crisis doesn't just affect Vancouver, it also affects our whole region in Metro Vancouver, and across the country there is a real short supply in many cities. We can do something about this, and I appreciate the work of staff to put, I think, a very thoughtful approach together for an empty homes tax that basically will not even affect almost everyone in Vancouver. It'll affect a very small number of property owners who are primarily holding homes empty for investment purposes. I do note we've heard speakers and we've had correspondence about those who have unique circumstances. I think staff have also put together a very careful and considerate approach to exemptions and to dealing with an appeal process and some latitude for the emerging concerns that we've heard in recent days and weeks. So I trust that we will be able to refine this and through appeal process and final touches from staff, we'll be able to address some of these emerging concerns. I think for the most part, properties that are sitting empty are being held for investment purposes, and making the 1% basically an equivalent to a business tax on these investment properties, I think is of the strong rationale we have. We need to be sure if people are effectively using a property as a business holding, they should be paying a business tax. And that's, I think, a strong basis for moving forward at 1% and ensuring that those who aren't and have unique circumstances that we figure out a way to address those going forward. I'll just say in closing, I'm looking forward to seeing the vacancy rate increase. We'll see the latest data, and I'm not anticipating that it's going to be any easier, at least not what we hear on the street in Vancouver. We desperately need to have more rental housing created, and this is one of the tools that I believe will do that. I do think for the longer term, if we see the vacancy rate increase and get back up into that healthy 3 to 5% range, there'll be a good cause for council to consider making changes to the empty homes tax, reducing it or eliminating it if at some point we have plenty of rental housing available and a healthy market. But for time being, we are in a crisis situation. We need to take action on this. And I think this is a prudent course, matching a business tax rate and creating what will be an effective incentive to get people renting their empty homes. And I just one final piece on that incentive thing. There's been some thoughts about creating an incentive program and not having a tax at all. That means the incentive needs to come from taxing other people. City Hall does not print money. We would have to tax people or cut services to have any funding to give incentives to homeowners to rent their second or third or fourth home. So I think that the notion of an incentive alone is preposterous. It means taxing other people on a broad basis or removing services, which is entirely inappropriate if we're looking at giving people bonuses for renting multiple homes that they might own. So just to emphasize the importance of that not being a sound approach, and I think what staff have brought forward makes a lot of sense. And we'll be happy to support it and hope we have full support of council. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I've actually sent a strike and replace amendment into the clerk.
Well, I'm going to go to an amendment queue. Okay, so you can.
That's not on. Thank you. So I'll go through this. First of all, in listening to the mayor's comments, I think that we all, from what I've heard all councillors say, not just on this issue, but many others, the rental vacancy rate certainly has driven prices up. The fact that it's below what it should be, and what we hear from our staff today is it's never really been at an adequate rate, and we need to increase that. I'm very concerned. Perhaps I could have signed on to this approach more readily had we not had so many issues with enforcement and using a stick instead of the carrot approach on the marijuana dispensaries. Just as, you know, the mayor just said he looks forward to seeing increased rental stock, I looked forward to seeing only 13 or 21 marijuana dispensaries open, but we haven't seen that. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on that instead of money on mental health workers in the downtown east side or ending homelessness. So when I look at this and I look at the downtown east side, and a citizen said to me the other day about empty homes, you don't go around the downtown east side and give everyone who carries drugs a ticket, because that wouldn't be helpful. That wouldn't be in the best interest of those people, of our city. Instead, we favor a harm reduction approach. why we don't do that with issues like this. It's not about a penalty. What I'm hearing, the name of the report is increasing rental. It's not even empty homes. I mean, I know that's what the media has titled it, but if we truly are going to increase rental, we need to do so with incentives and not send people underground with their homes and with their properties. So I am proposing, and you can read it for yourselves, but it asks staff to explore approaches and options that provide incentives to homeowners who choose to rent vacant homes, secondary suites, or laneway homes for the purpose of increasing the most affordable rental stock and encouraging affordable housing initiatives, and report back to council with recommendations within 60 days, because this is a housing crisis. And then furthermore, that we direct staff to consider a grant or a property tax reduction for homeowners who choose to rent a secondary suite, laneway home, or a portion of their residence, and give consideration for offering additional incentives to homeowners who provide rental properties below the housing income limits. I think that that's also something to consider. Even if we increase the rental, it might not be affordable. And then the third point, and it's something that needs to be addressed, is the council directs staff to consult with property owners and real estate developers and consider ways to increase rental housing stock offered for fixed lengths of time. Furthermore, that staff consider offering greater certainty for timelines surrounding the City of Vancouver's development application process as an incentive for applicants who participate in providing rental housing during the application process and or before the demolition of existing homes. So we often see with land assemblies or people who are buying homes to hold them for redevelopment that these are the most affordable rental houses and family housing in the City of Vancouver. So why aren't we encouraging developers to rent them? Well, they're not sure if tomorrow they're going to get the call from the city saying they can redevelop and rezone. So if we were to work with them, there's another way we could provide rental stock. So I feel that the carrot approach is better than the stick. I'd rather try and engage homeowners, and I'll be doing that later with the motion that I have on a homeowners advisory committee, and I hope that all of council will support that, because I actually believe that bringing homeowners together will increase rental stock. It might debunk the myths or the fears people may have about renting their homes, that they shouldn't, but they do for whatever reason. So for those reasons, that's why I've put this forward. I think that we all share a common goal in trying to increase affordable rental stock. And as the only millennial or the only person in Generation Squeeze who's sitting here on City Council, and maybe that's for reason of not being able to afford Vancouver. I mean, most of the people that I know that are my age can barely afford to hang on and live here. And it's difficult. It certainly is difficult, I have to say. And for those reasons, that's why I'm putting forward this strike and replace amendment. And I would hope that if we all want to increase rental housing, we can move forward together with an incentivized approach. Thank you.
Well, in my view, the amendment's out of order. It's completely contrary to the entire sense and direction of the staff report. It might be in order if brought as a motion under new business, but it makes direct staff to go in a completely different and untested direction without any support whatsoever. So my ruling is that it's out of order. So Councillor Carr, Councillor Ball. Okay. So we'll go back to the main queue. I'm not sure, there's nobody left there, but there was someone before. Okay, that was it for Councillor DeGenova. So Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very much in support of this. I want to say that, 2014, the summer, was when the empty housing issue came to light, when my house was identified by somebody as an empty house. I remember that day very well. It was because somebody sent me an email saying this house on East 16th Avenue is empty. You should do something about it. And it turned out to be mine. And the best part for me was the fact that there's an Asian guy standing there looking at it. He must be the realtor. It was me. So for me, the whole sense of the empty home, what that really did was really start to bring this whole empty home issue to the forefront, and research started to be done by folks like Andy Yan, and there were some others done by our staff for the Empty Homes Report. And so data became very important because that's what we need. And so I'm very supportive of what of the motion, but also like to propose an amendment as well, which is really about bringing a little more data into this. So the amendment is that staff do further analysis with CMHC and other organizations as needed to assess the number of homes in the city that are subject to the 2017 empty homes tax. And here's the important part, including those frequented for family purposes, and to report report back to council in advance of setting the 2018 empty homes tax period.
Before you speak to Councillor, I'm going to go to Amendment Q and then now I got to get you back on.
Okay.
Give me a hand there, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you. So the purpose of the amendment is really to start to flesh out what we've heard. So data is very important. And there is this gray area, and there are some issues on how some secondary homes are being used by family members. I think we need to explore a bit more. And so this gives our staff some time and direction in order to do that research with CMHC and any other partners that they see fit to actually get a number and to understand how these homes are being used. Report that prior to it becoming, report it back to council before we set the tax so that we can as a council then decide whether or not to include or not include these family uses. We just, right now that gray area, I'm a little worried that we're going to catch a lot of folks unawares. The other day when we talked about, I talked about how Asian families, for example, have patterns of purchasing and buying homes for family. We've heard today from a number of speakers how there's different people use it for different reasons in different ways. So this gives us an opportunity to do that research, fill in those blanks, and before we actually decide who pays the tax. So I think it's I think together A, B, and C now very much covers all the issues raised by the original empty homes issues, and at the same time, C looks after those issues raised today and from an email we've had in council. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just have a question because I couldn't quite hear Councillor Jang. With respect, were you moving a referral so staff have time to do this with the whole, or are you moving an amendment to this?
It's an additional
Thank you. I'm
point.
sorry. I could not hear.
Additional Part C.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Affleck.
Well, I think the amendment is interesting, and it was along the lines of what I was thinking to do as a referral, actually. So I would like to do an amendment to the amendment, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Okay, well,
I'd like to change this to start with that we refer the report back to staff for further analysis with CMHC and other organizations, and
okay, just hang on here.
Or until.
So this is to refer the entire report back.
Yeah.
Okay. So another amendment on the referral. So basically this would, if I understand Councillor Affleck's motion, this would refer the entire report back pending the completion of the work you're proposing in C.
Yeah, I would say that.
Sorry. Yeah. Can we get Councillor?
Thank you.
Affleck up there?
Are we on amendment now? So I would say that my point is that I think this is an important information to have before we make a big decision on this. And I think that we've heard from many people today that they're very worried about this tax. And I think that if we approve it today and it moves forward, that fear will be contagious and a real problem for us, and that'd be a lot of misunderstanding. If we can wait until this work is done and then look at the possibilities, perhaps the report will come back in a different way that we can then approve it for the best needs of our city and to achieve the goals that are set out in the report. So I look for your support for this referral so that we can have the best report come back to us for approval at City Hall. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Genova, is that on the referral? I have you on my queue. Are you there? Okay.
Thank you. I very much support the referral or the additional wording to make this a referral. I think it would be most appropriate as a referral. If not, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. We're saying we're going to have our staff look into information as to who this would apply to, but then after we've done that work, I don't see there being any consultation, any process, and it will just be implemented. Whereas if it's a referral, then we're referring it back to staff to do this work. So I appreciate that Councillor Affleck has put that forward. I'm still disappointed that my strike and replace amendment didn't pass, but I will support his referral back to staff in the interest of trying to find a way to increase rental housing stock in the City of Vancouver.
Okay, Councillor Ball.
Yes, I'd like to say I really appreciate that Councillor Jang has mentioned this important issue, brought it to the fore, because I think we've heard it over and over from letters, and I do appreciate that Councillor Affleck has taken those words and referred it back to staff so that indeed everyone is able to support the work that we all believe is important, but because of these many questions are making it difficult.
Councillor Jang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I don't support the referral simply because it's an open-ended referral. It could be years from now. We don't know when. Under the amendment that I propose, it's a time period there, so that work has to be done. And we also heard from staff, there are some significant new data sources coming available, and they need just a bit of time to actually go through that, look at the CMHC data, look at the census data, and meet with other partners on it. So the problem with this, with Councillor Affleck's amendment, is that it puts this off into the future, which it may never come back. Maybe that's what he wants. I don't know. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question that I would appreciate having an answer to prior to whether or not I would support a referral, and that is that it's really actually one to the actual amendment itself by Councillor Jang, and whether or not the assessment period and the analysis of the data that Councillor Jang is asking for would happen prior to any tax being levied on empty homes. In other words, I'm confused about the 2017 empty homes tax versus the 2018 empty home tax period, and whether or not there is a 1-year period in which many people might be assessed a tax, i.e. in 2017, while we're doing an analysis of whether or not they should not be assessed that tax in 2018.
Jang, want to try to?
Sorry. Oh, thank you. So as I understand it, this, if everything goes forward, right? So they'll be starting that work, and then the assessment for 2017, and then the taxes will be levied in 2018. So they do have that year.
So this will mean, thank you. Then my understanding, Mr. Chair, is that the work that Councillor Jang is intending around his addition, his amendment of in C, would in no way create the possibility that that homes that might be exempted by that work would get taxed next year.
May I interject?
Yeah.
Is this an okay time to jump up?
As long as it's providing an answer, yes.
Well, I guess I can provide my interpretation of the motion. The way that I'm interpreting the motion is not the way that you've just outlined. The way that I'm interpreting this motion is that the tax rate is being set now for 2017. The taxes will be applied in 2018. We'll do the research in 2017 that could influence the following tax year. So the way I'm interpreting this is that it would actually influence the tax rate that would be applied for the year of 2018. That's how I'm interpreting this. I think that's concurrence from some nodding heads there in the staff team. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Not the answer you wanted, but it's...
No, I just have to quickly write another amendment here. Thank you. Then I will speak, Mr. Chair, to the referral. And in terms of the referral, I do think there should be a referral that prevents the imposition of taxes on homes that we may assess over this period of time of staff assessing data with other agencies would be exempt the following year. So creating a great deal of anxiety for people and extra burden for people that may be exempt the following year. So I'm unhappy with the fact that the referral motion to staff has no limit placed on it. It would be better if it had that limit, and it's hard for me to understand what that limit might be, because I'm not quite sure what Councillor Affleck was wanting to happen during the process of a referral. So I'm in a quandary about supporting the referral. I think it's a good idea. We don't want to impose tax on people that may not be taxed in the following year. And I'm going to write an amendment as soon as I stop speaking around this. But
required to write an amendment.
Yeah, that's fine. But at this point, if Councillor Affleck could come up with a date and a reason for his referral, I would support it.
Well, I think I'm going, if I may, Mr. Chair, because it's not fully written on there, so perhaps we should get it clear what it is being referred. I just sent some notes to the clerk trying to figure this out. So, because I wasn't expecting Councillor Jang's amendment, so a statement, a further refer report back to staff until, I have to try and incorporate Councillor Jang's intentions into my referrals. The intent is what I'm intending. So refer the report back to staff.
Perhaps we should, if we moved the amendment without your referral, you would still be in order to refer the entire package back for the completion of the work. That might be procedurally more straightforward. What you're referring now is, we have on the table is A and
Yes,
B.
that's right.
We have an amendment. You're proposing a referral. So I don't know if you can, take a leap of faith here, but if the amendment passes, then it would still be in order to move referral of the entire report. Council may not agree, but then you could make the comment then. What the clerk has pointed out to me is it's a bit confusing now because we're debating an amendment. The referral is not quite clear the way it's stated now, which may not be your intention anyway, but it's not clear what's being referred.
Well, the way I see it is that this amendment is actually, in a way, a kind of referral. And so I find, in a way, that C is somewhat out of order in that, how can we approve this report without this information first? So that's why I decided to bring it up now, to refer this information that Councillor Jang wants to receive until we make a decision on the rest of the report. To approve this now and embed it in the report, to me, seems contradictory to the actual A and B, because we're asking for information from staff that may implicate how we choose to decide on the report overall. That makes sense.
Well, you've got a referral on this amendment. I'm going to rule, if I can, that if it passes, it refers back A and B, and staff will have heard this debate, and they can draw their own conclusions about what more information council wanted. So I don't know, Madam Clerk, does that work for you? You were asking me to clarify this, and so we've got to do the vote on this, I think, at this point, or pretty quick.
Mr. Chair, I think the easiest process would be to vote on the amendment that proposed by Councillor Jang, and then we still have to go back to the main motion as amended. So at that time, before we vote on the amended motion, main motion, you could propose a referral to include A, B, and C.
That's my thinking too.
Okay, I find it contradictory, but okay, I'll wait then.
Okay, so we'll certainly entertain your referral motion then. So we withdraw the referral motion. Are there any pending the next round here? So are there any other comments on the amendment? That's you're done, Councillor Carr, on the amendment?
Yes.
I don't know how much time you
Yes,
have left.
thank you,
there,
sorry. No, I actually have some more points to make upon the amendment itself.
so
I thought we were on the queue.
Going back to amendment.
We're back to the amendment queue, then I'm up. Thank you very much. I actually think this work that Councillor Jang is suggesting is very important. I don't think it thoroughly satisfies my concern now. I know that there's a one-year gap, and I had actually prepared an amendment, and I will forward it to take into account the possibility that we may be exempting people in the future, that based on the work that I think is so important and that Councillor Jang has pointed out is needed to be done, further analysis. So I will support this amendment. I will be coming with another, and I guess we're going to have another debate. Shall I actually, at this point, shall I put the amendment forward before we have a debate for the No, it's okay. We'll do Councillor Affleck's first. So I thank Councillor Jang for obviously noting that there is still research, there is good data that's going to be coming forward that will provide for a different assessment and potential for exemption.
Okay, Councillor Reimer, are you on the amendment?
I was hoping to speak to the amendment a few minutes ago. I sort of lost the plot with after.
Well, we're on the amendment now, so.
So we're on Councillor Jang's amendment.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I was hoping to speak to. When I asked Mr. Burke the question about exactly this matter of data and how we could inform ourselves, the way I had understood the answer was this is the only possible way forward, is to pass the recommendations from staff, get the information, and then use it to inform the future. That if this was knowable now without the tax, they would have known it and brought it to us. Okay, so they're nodding vigorously. So I very much support the amendment. I don't see any other plausible, if staff tell us that's the only plausible way for this to play out, I believe them in that, and I am very supportive of us moving in that direction.
Thank you. Councillor Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for my clarity, if I understand how we will transact this, is that we pass this, that it will be on the books, staff will take further action based on this amendment to staff recommendations. It'll inform at a later point in time whether or not further adjustments or actions are necessary based on the outcome of that investigation. In the interim, though, we're collecting data on not just perhaps family purposes, but we're collecting data on the entire set, and that gives us the opportunity then to apply a tax in 2018 based on the previous years or the previous year's experience, because it's retroactive, essentially. It's based on the fact and the evidence of the previous year that we're applying. What it does is that it does not preclude council, based on the new information that is assembled in the intervening time between today and 2018, when the tax is actually applied, based on what happened in 2017, to make an adjustment, that we have the opportunity to adjust. And in 2018 is when the tax is due, is payable. 2017, no one's paying anything. That's when we're collecting data. And so as we collect that data and we do this further investigation, that's when council, staff will report back before we collect anything, any tax, then council can make an adjustment if it sees fit. But in the meantime, there's many other components of this effort that still must go forward, as Councillor Reimer was saying, in order for us to do any sort of effort in 2018. Hopefully, the effect is in 2017, more units of housing come on stream, and that is the intent of this whole program. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Well, I understood your comments, and I thought that was no argument with what you had to say, Councillor. I'll put it that way. Councillor Ball.
I got mostly nods from staff.
Okay, now I'm confused because I truly believed I heard our general manager say very clearly that the tax would be applied even if this was in here, and then subsequent to us receiving that tax following when the tax was applied, that at that point there might be able to be some changes made. So I was pretty clear, and so now I'm very confused.
Well, I wouldn't be too hard on Councillor Louis. I see the city manager standing up.
Was
ready
clear
to
before.
try again.
Looking for body language from the staff to make sure I'm on the right track here, so throw me a lifeline if I need it. But the way that I'm interpreting this, and this is your motion we're trying to interpret here, but that we're setting a tax rate for 2017 now. That will be the tax rate. We will do additional analysis and we'll report back on it, but that would influence the next year's tax rate. That we wouldn't anticipate changing the tax rate in the middle of a year when we're applying a tax. So the way that I interpret this is we got a tax rate that's set that would be approved by council. We would do additional analysis over the next number of months, and we would report back to you that would give you enough time to adjust the tax for the next year when it would be applied. That's how I'm, okay? 5 nodding heads. So that's, does that answer your question?
No.
Councillor Ball, does that help?
Is not there.
Okay. Well, you'll have to go back on the queue. You didn't use up all your time, but Councillor Jang, this was your idea, and I thought it was sound, but.
Okay. I think we should maybe request a recess to get clarity. Because I've also just got a note, hang on. Shh. I have a note from law saying that I can't even say setting of the 2018 tax, empty home tax period. So that needs a bit of massaging.
Okay.
Let's take, can we just, I want to clarify this with staff because.
Let's recess till 4:15.
Thank you. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to set the rate.
Okay, if everybody would resume their places, we'll get going again. So Rosemary. Okay, I think we have quorum. I let the situation get a little bit irregular there because I wanted to try to get a discussion going to solve the procedural problem, and thanks to Councillor Jang for calling time out. But I don't think we need it. The amendment queues are a bit mixed up, so I'm going to propose, since Councillor Affleck has deferred his referral motion, I'm going to drop that amendment queue altogether. We'll go to one which is just on the amendment, and so if you could handle that for me, Ms. Hugawar, that'd be great. So if if you don't see yourself there and you feel you should, could you please go on there? Okay, so now, as we broke up, there was some confusion about precisely what was intended by Councillor Jang's motion. So I don't know if during the recess people are all comfortable, they understand where it goes, or do we need a further? Yeah, I think Mr. Okay, so do you want to describe the change you want to make, Councillor Jang, and then perhaps Mr. Johnson can give us his views on that?
So to take out the word of setting, simply strike those two words. Okay. At the end, yeah. A report back to council in advance of the 2018 empty homes tax period.
Okay.
That's what legal says.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, do you want to add anything more to your previous comments?
No, just to say that I was right. Okay.
We can't.
No. There's more. There's more.
You sound a little
Raymond
defensive.
was also right. Just to be clear, I'm not supposed to say that. Okay. I take that back. So the way that we are interpreting this, based on all the analysis, is exactly what I said, which is you're approving the rate, you're approving the exemptions, you're approving the entire program for how it will be implemented in 2017 and taxed in 2018. We'll do analysis. We're getting additional data from CMHC on the census that will likely allow us to bring forward additional information to council on some of the questions that you're talking about today. And with that information, council, likely that would come in probably in the third quarter, so people need to make their decisions based on the way the program is now. However, if there were, based on that analysis, an exemption that council wanted to add, you could add it in the middle of the year that would impact the way that the program is run for the 2017 tax. So let me just be really, really clear. You're approving it all now. We'll bring you additional data, likely in the third quarter. So folks, the 6 months will have happened by then. We really need people to still continue to meet the objectives here. But that data would allow council to make tweaks to exemptions. Adding them, could not subtract them, but you could add exemptions based on this analysis and this data for how the tax would be applied for that year. Is that clear? Great.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Jang, are you concluded the comments you needed to make on the amendment? Okay. So, Councillor Carr, did you have further on the amendment as it stands?
Yes, I do have further comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really needed the clarification that after a review has been done by staff and more data collected, that in the 2017 year, third quarter likely, we will receive back data that will allow us to change the way the tax is applied, i.e. potentially exempt people who have a secondary residence, who use it for a significant amount of the year, or whose family uses it for a significant amount of the year, which is the preponderance of concerns that we've had raised to us as councillors. And that would be applicable to the 27 tax year. That is, if I'm not right, just clarify it now.
You're absolutely correct.
Thank you very much.
I really, really, really want to be clear, though, that it's going to be in the third quarter.
Yes.
So people, we run the risk right now, if we're not 100% clear around what the expectations are, that people think there's going to be a change and they maybe don't rent it out, don't make the decisions that for that 6 months earlier in the year, right? So that's just to be clear at this point, and also to say, we've really tried to data mine as much as we can, so it's not clear to us as staff how much further data we'll be able to have that will get more information on this. It's really the one full year of the tax running that's going to give us all of the information that would really allow us to adjust. But that we will do our best to get additional information in that period of time. CMHC has a survey, I think, that they release in June, that comes in June. So we would try to get a question on that survey with CMHC. So there's things that we could try to do that would allow us to give you some additional information.
Right. Okay. Great. I will support the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Genova?
I had a question for staff as well, just regarding the legal ramifications. If the data comes back and we're able to consider certain types of family purposes or uses, and that individual has already sold their second home or their other home because they felt that this tax would affect them, if we then implemented something that would have allowed them to not pay the tax, would we consider refunding that to them, or would we be in any type of legal jeopardy because we otherwise should have done this before we implemented the tax?
Off the bat, and I'm not a lawyer, so I will expect our lawyers to jump in, but off the bat I'd say no, but I would expect that if council were considering making any changes at that point, we would have to have a thorough conversation around what the implications of those changes would be. I think it would be very, very hard sitting here right now to say, if you made this change, how would it impact this group of people and what would our liability be? So I would say, if we brought forward data and you wanted to add an exemption, there were changes that people had made in their lives as a result of the tax, what might be the implications of changing it partway through the year? We can't answer that at this point.
Thank you. I'll wait for the answer from legal. I also have one more follow-up question, and that is, as this amendment stands right now, we would receive data, as you said, next year on this, and we may consider changing it, but everything in the appendix stands right now as to how it would apply to empty homes.
Yes, that's 100% correct. While I have the opportunity, I do want to make one clarification that's slightly off track, but I think is important because it goes to Councillor Ball's questions earlier. In the written report, we say on page 6 that spouses cannot have two homes. That is incorrect. We are changing the report because I think staff answered it earlier. So that is one change. We're changing in the narrative of the report. It doesn't change the bylaw, but I just really want to be clear what's in the report is exactly as we've discussed today. So that's the one change that we are making in the report, and if and when the report is approved today, that change will be recorded. But beyond that, everything in the appendices remains the same.
I'm just, sorry, follow-up question. I'm a little bit confused then, because two people who are married or are in a relationship where they would be considered spouse.
Okay.
Sorry?
I'll allow it, but Councillor Genova, we're really in debate on an amendment, and I've been trying to give you some latitude to clear up certain things. So finish this question, and then we're going to go back to
I'm trying to get the clarity I need to make a decision, and that is, we don't offer two homeowner grants, do we? You have to live in that principal residence. So we're able to do that for empty homes, but not for homeowner grants.
The homeowner grant program is administered by the province. The way that our program is structured, just to reiterate what Matthew said earlier and be really 100% clear, is if married couple, one member of the family of the couple has one primary residence and another member of the married couple has another primary residence, they're both exempt from the tax because they have their own primary residences. They are not paying the tax. In the report, we had one line in there that said, and spouses. We're taking that out just to be 100% clear.
Yeah, and I would point out there's been a number of opportunities since Councillor Ball raised this concern to understand these nuances. Councillor Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank, first of all, Councillor Jang for bringing forward the additional language. I think that's prudent for us to look at the best data based on what's available, and the extra work I think is important to do. Having said that, I also think that staff has already done a tremendous amount of work to get us to this point, and so it is important, I think, to understand that and recognize that, and where we are today, that we have an opportunity to move forward with this in a well-researched and studied effort to accomplish this. And the clarification from Mr. Johnston that he was right and that I was right as well was also, for the record, was also important, because it's now given us the clarity that if council were to choose to change based on new data, which is always the opportunity of council, we could. But we are implementing this strategy, this policy, and this bylaw today. And the intent is for us to capture those that aren't using these spaces for housing and they're empty, so that we can reintroduce them into our housing supply. But at some point in time, we could make the adjustments depending on the data that comes forward to us, and which I think is always open to us, and important for council to always consider all the facts that are before us. So thank you to Councillor Jang again for bringing it forward, and I hope that with that clarity that it can move forward, I hope. Thank you.
Thanks. Seeing no further speakers, we'll go to a voting queue on the amendments. So Councillor Jang's amendment, yeah, that's the only one on the floor right now. So all those in favor, please indicate. Those opposed, show as well. So we have amendment passes with Councillor Digenova in opposition. Okay, so now on the motion is amended. So that would be main queue. Councillor Carr. Just a second. Okay, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did forward an amendment, and I still intend to forward that amendment. So the clerk has it. And the reason I'd like this amendment to be considered by council is this. I think that there's been considerable input from the public, and we see from the surveys that that two of the most common categories for people's home being so-called empty is that they use it for a portion of the time, or their family uses it for a portion of the time. So these are two very common reasons, and we've heard from these people. They've written to us. They've come to speak to us. And I think that it's really one of the driving factors behind Councillor Jang's amendment, which is to actually looking at data, and I think that is a very good approach, looking at data and analyzing that data, and potentially then changing the categories for exemption for the 2018 tax year is a good process, and that's why I supported it. My worry is that if there is a interest, which I sense there is in council, and there is already data that we've received in terms of the feedback we've had through consultation with the public, that there is concern around the use of a secondary home for a significant amount of the year, and I'm not going to define that. I leave that to staff to do that, by the home owner or the homeowner's family, or in some cases they've said friends, that if we leave my amendment out, these people will have no security, and they will only have trepidation that it will never be reversed, and that they will have to pay the tax for the 2017 year. And I want to allay those fears. And that's why I put this amendment forward. I think it signals that we may be heading in this direction. I understand that there may be a worry, certainly amongst staff, that if we put something in and we decide not to do it, that's very hard. It's hard to take something away that you've already given. But I'm going to have confidence that the data that we're going to see is going to be providing us with the information and the comfort we need as a council to make this more formalized for the 2018 tax year. Meanwhile, I do not want to burden people in the 2017 tax year.
Okay, so now we'll go to an amendment queue again. So who wants to speak on the amendment? Councillor Stevenson, you're up.
Thanks very much. Mr. Chair, I can't vote in favor of this at the present time because for me it's far too vague an amendment. I have no idea what Councillor Carr means when we just send it back to staff saying come up with some particular length of time. Whatever significant portion of the year would mean, does that mean 2 months, half a year, or 3 weeks? So the way this is, I think it's just not possible to vote in favor of.
Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a good attempt, and I'll support it. I think we clearly know this is a problem from what we've heard from people, not only today, but throughout the last couple of weeks by email, and it's definitely the major issue. I think, I mean, I did ask staff about this, and we've heard about, you know, as far as creating a grandfather clause, and they clearly said this is not possible. But perhaps we can embed it. If we embed it in this, it will really drive home the message that we need to solve this part of the problem to deal so that we have a proper tax that's not punishing people who see Vancouver as their home, even if it is their second home. And so I will support this and hope it gets supported by the rest of council.
Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. We do recognize that staff have worked enormously hard on this particular proposal, but as people started to find out about it, we started getting letters that gave us more information, deeper information about actually what went on in people's lives. So I will support this because I do think that now that we have started to receive this information, I know we'll receive more. I think we need to take the time to look at it, to analyze it, and to really think what is possible here. And I would appreciate that extra information, the information that staff has referred to, that they will be receiving, and to have more time to be able to consider it. So I thank Councillor Carr for bringing that information forward, that motion forward, and we'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Genova.
Thank you very much. I also will support Councillor Carr's amendment and thank her for bringing it forward. I am concerned. The reason that I could not vote against the previous amendment was because it left it up in limbo as to whether or not we would consider family purposes and what those family purposes would be. And that would be applied in the 2018 year, so it would still be applied in the 2017. That's my understanding. What Councillor Carr is proposing, I think, would offer not only the speakers who came to speak to us today, but the several people who sent us emails, and I've received hundreds of emails, phone calls, people who have talked to me about this issue, and I'm concerned that this will, well, I'm concerned that Councillor Chang's amendment won't leave any comfort there. It's council can come back and do something. It doesn't mean we will. We're not held to that. But with Councillor Carr's amendment, it says that we are. So I support that very much. And if I don't see council support this amendment, then I'll know for sure that there really wasn't a will to look at those family purposes in the first place. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Reimer.
Okay, well, so I wouldn't mind hearing staff's opinion on this because as I read the amendment, it at least in part seeks to tax based on use, which is what we rejected in the first round of going through this back in September, let's call it, perhaps October. We had a lengthy discussion about the merits of trying to tax this way versus the way that you're proposing, and a majority, if not unanimous, council decision was to go in this direction. So if staff could just provide some commentary on that piece of it, and then I have some comments on the other piece of it.
Mr. Burke.
I'm happy to jump in. Yeah, I think we, both in the report and in our previous discussions with council, have discussed this extensively. and weren't able to find a way to do it without kind of undermining the effort or requiring very unwieldy logs of when you're in town and receipts, grocery receipts and things that would be really onerous on people and very, very, very difficult to implement. So just in terms of, we've kind of been down this track, I think, for the last 4 or 5 months, and this is where we landed as a staff in recommending the approach that we're taking, because we didn't see a way to achieve this effectively and still achieve the intent of the report, the intent of the tax. Does that answer your?
It does.
And Ms. Impey, do you want to?
Just add one piece, Mr. Chair, is we did consult with our external advisors when we brought them in specifically to help us with this item, and they spent a great amount of time on it, and it is not a best practice to implement a tax based on usage. So we did look at this in quite a bit of depth, Councillor Carr, and so we brought forward the recommendation of the team.
Did you have further comments, Councillor Reimer?
Yes, I did have some comments then. That was my recollection of the last time we had the discussion about this approach. I think it's an interesting proposition that one either supports families or supports, I don't know, something else, but I think it's an inaccurate characterization of this. In October, and unfortunately, I don't want to make staff go on at length in the way that we spent quite a few hours on it in October. It clearly, we kicked every tire on this one, and it was very clearly not a best practice in terms of either supporting families, renters, or any of the outcomes that were outlined. So for that reason, I would not support it. However, I do think that the information that Councillor Jang's amendment seeks to elucidate regarding, so that we can get a better sense of the picture, would allow us to look at the best practices that have been put in place in other jurisdictions when they have found those kinds of issues are more prevalent than they might have understood. And I don't see any prejudicing of those. I don't feel that anyone would be harmed in those situations in the interval to getting the information from the way that I've read staff's approach, assuming this ABC passes, but I will not vote for D.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, we'll go to a voting queue. All those in favor of Councillor Carr's amendment, please show. So it fails with Councillors Meggs, Louis, Stevenson, Deal, Jang, Reimer, Robertson opposed. So we go back again to the main queue. So we had your amendment, Councillor Carr, so I think Councillor Affleck's up now. Sorry, did you? Okay, well, you moved an amendment, so can you go back on and we'll speak on the motion? So it's your...
All right, here we go again.
The hour has come.
That's right. Well, given this, what I'm concerned about is what's happening here today, which is not ideal in a significant policy-making moment and time in our city where we're looking at introducing a new tax that could bring in millions of dollars or negative money. Who knows? There's a lot of hidden information that we still need. But so I think that, especially with Councillor Jang's amendment, clearly there's a big component of this decision that we have to make today that we should hear or have built into the policy before we make the final decision. So I have a referral motion that I've sent to staff. I think this does the trick for the whole thing. Let's send it back. Let's get everything back to us in a proper way so that we can have a proper discussion, do proper research, have a proper debate here in the chamber. This is how City Hall is supposed to run. This is good governance. This is not what's happening right now in my mind. This is ad hoc, policy on the fly kind of approach, and I don't feel comfortable with it. So I've put this referral motion forward to basically refer this until June or in and around before we start the budget planning for next year. It delays the whole package, but I think it's important before we make a significant decision for our city, which clearly everyone in this room is torn on this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Councillor Jang's amendment. This is not how we should be making decisions in this city on a multi-million-dollar policy decision on taxes. So I look for your support on this referral, and hopefully you'll support it.
Okay, so we'll go to another queue on this one too. So Councillor Genova.
Thank you very much. I will support the referral, and I thank Councillor Affleck for bringing this forward. I think the reasons he has mentioned not only outlined some of the concerns that we've heard from the speakers today, but our own concerns and the questions we have. I mean, even I've asked, well, what about this person? What about that person? What about the doctor who won't be able to come in anymore? What about the economic? There's going to be ramifications. There's going to be implications. And I also don't want this to be those who can afford it can stay in Vancouver. So I think we need to really remember that this is actually about increasing rental stock. And what Councillor Affleck is asking, considering Councillor Zhang's amendment, I'm not confused here. I feel actually that Councillor Zhang's amendment, I could have supported it had it been retroactive and you would have been able to get that tax back if you fit into that category. That wasn't said. Councillor Carr's amendment asked that we look at this ahead of time and for the 2017 year. I could have supported this. With all of these questions still left unanswered, and after hearing that, there is a possibility, what I had heard from law and answering Councillor Affleck's question is there isn't that much information on retroactive rezoning as well. I mean, what are the legal ramifications here to the city? I think we have to look back at marijuana enforcement and look at where that's gotten us and how much money we're spending. And we certainly don't have only 13 or 21 open. We have more than ever before. So I really want to look at how we're spending our dollars. And for those reasons, I certainly will support Councillor Affleck's referral in the interest of creating more affordable rental in the city of Vancouver. I also would like to say that I think that, perhaps my strike and replace amendment was called out of order, but in this referral, I'd also like to see staff looking at properties that have been put together for a land assembly that are vacant being able to be rented for 1 or 2 years if that's how long the application process is going to take. And I also put in there that maybe there would be a discount for people who rent at below market rates. So the housing income limit set out by BC Housing. If people are going to provide that type of housing, why aren't we considering that? So for those reasons, I completely support the referral 100%, and I hope that all of council will support it.
Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. I actually will support Councillor Affleck's motion because I've heard from a number of seniors who didn't realize what was happening and they feel it will drastically affect their lives. We have heard from a number of people who know that it will affect their lives because they have written us to tell us so. I don't feel that the information got to all the people who actually are affected by this. I think it's important that we actually get that information and then are able to make a decision that isn't punitive, that is reasonable, and is genuinely looking at those homes that are investments rather than actual homes. So I do support the referral motion. I hope it is able to go through so that we can receive the information and also respect the people who have just started to write to us in the last couple of days because they realized what was happening here.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting the referral, and the reason I'll support it, well, first of all, thank you, Councillor Affleck, for providing a date and the work that you expect to have done by then. I did actually just look up and found that the 2016 census data will be released on February 8th, 2017, so that does give staff enough time to review that data in advance of the June deadline here to come back to us. We would be missing one tax year, true enough, this upcoming 2017 tax year. But I think considering the debate that we've had over this, the confusion in many cases around timing and information that's needed, et cetera, and the signal that this might give to individuals who may end up being exempted, I don't know. That'll be the will of council after reports are received back. But at this point, I think that there's enough uncertainty for me to say that I think that well, actually that's not true. We could still proceed, but the point is it would be better informed as a decision to have this extra 6 months.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. So seeing no further speakers, we'll go to a voting queue. on this referral motion. So all those in favor of referral, please show. And the referral fails with Councillors Meggs, Louis, Stevenson, Deal, Jang, Reimer, and Robertson opposed. So we'll go back now to the main queue. There was a fair lineup there for people who wanted to. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that's disappointing. I think that, I think that Councillor Carr addressed it as well as I did. It's really concerning when you have, when we had a break, we had staff huddled over there in a corner. I've never seen that happen in the chamber where they're discussing Councillor Jang's amendment in a way that I don't think is appropriate at this late date in this point in the process.
What's your point of order, Councillor Louis?
Be doing, I don't think it's appropriate. Certainly to the substance of the debate of what's on the floor is appropriate, not characterizing staff's behavior.
Well, I'm not sure it's a violation of the rules of order, but carry on, Councillor.
The fact of the matter is that Councillor Jang asked for a recess so he could chat with staff and have us a chance to analyze his amendment because he was also confused by it. So, and there was considerable.
Councillor Jang, what is your point of order?
Quoting
what
you.
Section are you under here? No, there's no. Well, can I? No, I don't take your point of order because I'm about to rule on Councillor Jang's point of order, and I'd like to speak a little bit about points of order. Just to say that my philosophy is that in the course of debate, statements can be made that may not be precisely scientifically demonstrably true, but they're allowed in debate because we're trying to establish a policy outcome here for the city. And to say that people are acting in bad faith or that the staff have acted in bad faith, of course, is out of order. But to make comments that I would class as general rhetoric are not. And so I'd like to avoid an outburst now of a range of points of order. I didn't think that Councillor Louis' point of order was valid, and I said so. Councillor Jang, sometimes people may think that you're confused, and undoubtedly they're always wrong, but that's no reason to interrupt the debate. So, Councillor Affleck, would you please continue, and we'll see how we do here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the most amazing 5-minute speech ready, but I've lost my train of thought now from all the.
But just on that point, it is against the rules of order to disturb, disrupt, or delay the conduct of business at a meeting, which is what I find sometimes points of order turn into. So, sorry to interrupt you on that point, but I just thought I'd add it in.
Point of order. The heck. Look, even if I thought that this tax was going to work, which I don't, given what's happened just today on this issue related to the non-residents who may own their another home in the city and reside in the city a certain amount of the time of the year, that concern is enough, and the chaos that ensued around that discussion and the break worries me very much. I think we have to make decisions in this chamber that are when it's related to policy. We have to do the best job we possibly can, and I don't get the sense that we have all the information that we need to make the best decision on the best information that we need to make this very, very important, crucial decision today. Whether or not the tax will work, I think that the goal we had in mind when this tax was brought forward was to free up rental property, and I don't think it's going to do that. I think it's going to people will pay the tax who can afford it, who have made investments in the city and do not want people to rent in their homes. There are people who have homes that they're using who won't be able can't afford to pay the tax, so they'll sell their homes, and so those units won't be used up or used for rental. We even heard from people today that they will then sell their homes and rent units in Vancouver because it would be cheaper, therefore taking units out of the rental pool for those people who need it most. That's what we call irony. So I can't support this, and I'm not comfortable, and I don't think anybody here should feel comfortable about supporting this report, given the many questions that were brought up today, and specifically the amendment by Councillor Jang that does address a very important part of it. So I will not support this tax moving at this point in time because it's not a good tax with the information we have in front of us today. Thank you.
Councillor Affleck. Councillor Reimer.
Well, there's two sort of propositions here. One is that the tax raises money and offsets the costs, or the other is that it frees up rental stock because then people aren't paying the tax. And I think to Councillor Affleck's points that he doesn't like it because it will do both those things. It will do one or the other. For me, I am not at all interested in raising one dime from this tax. If there were pennies, I wouldn't be interested in raising one penny from this tax. I'm very interested in alleviating what is an incredible crisis for people who rent in the city. Like 52% of our households are renters. So that means hundreds of thousands of people. There was a Van City survey done in September of this year that showed that 49% of those hundreds of thousands had to move in the last 2 years. 49%, not by choice, but because they'd been involuntarily rent-evicted, dem-evicted, Airbnb'd, you name it. It's a serious crisis that needs action in the immediate sense. On the other side of that, I think there's some very real concerns that homeowners have brought about how they feel this could affect them. If you're a renter, which I am, it's, I think, harder, and there was some tension between some of the speakers around this. It's harder to see the crisis of the renters, whereas the renters feel like homeowners have it easy, but there's, of course, challenges with homeowning, not the least of which is the cost of owning that home, but also family challenges, work challenges, other things, divorces that you might not anticipate. I got the keen sense from staff that we have gotten as far as we're going to go on the information gathering, the analysis, the best practices, that if we want to take the rental crisis seriously around trying to get some of these homes back in, this is our moment to do it. We could stall, but then these homes stay empty. So on balance, it was the same way when we did laneway homes. We could not get enough data to know for absolute certain that this was going to be a positive thing for renters. We took the leap, and 2 years later, we had people who'd come very opposed to the policy, wondering why we hadn't done it sooner, because it had a positive impact for their family, for renters in the community, for a number of things that they were concerned about. So I feel that we've reached a balance here that is the best one we're going to get if we're taking the crisis seriously. I think that one of the councillors mentioned that they were the only member of Generation Squeeze. I am also a member of Generation Squeeze. And I think it really spoke to me of the challenge of this is that we see what we want to see in policy. So I've tried hard as a renter to really listen to the owners and understand the perspective. I really appreciated Ms. Bulmer's comments. I think there was a couple, yourself and Mr. Boer, who came, who didn't have a direct sort of horse in the game, but had really been thoughtful about analyzing the policy. And I felt that that gave me the kind of breadth of perspective that I needed to understand how it might impact owners in ways that I hadn't considered. So I am happy to vote in favor of it. You might wonder, if I'm not at all interested in raising a dime, how I reconcile that with the fact that it costs $4.6 million. $4.6 million to get several thousand homes back into the rental market would make it the cheapest rental housing cheapest spend by a government in Canada for that much rental housing. So I don't feel that there's much to lose here other than figuring out a way through a crisis with the least amount of impact on all residents that are engaged in it.
Thank you, Councillor Deal.
Yes, thanks very much. I too will support this. It was 2011 in the mayoral debates, this was a big issue. This is not a new issue for the City of Vancouver. People have been telling us that they're really worried about people buying homes for investments not to live in, and not investments that they also live in, which is an extremely valid thing, which a lot of people, myself included, do. I live in a one-bedroom apartment, and I'm very, very lucky I was able to purchase it 25 years ago. But for people who are buying them, not to live in them, and not to rent them out, not to create the secondary rental market, but to sit on them as investments, are the people that we are most concerned about. Our staff have spent an enormous amount of time looking into these situations and creating the 8 exemptions that they've got now. We are hearing hardship cases today, and they are heart-wrenching. They're not easy to listen to. We need to look at whether or not the current exemptions cover them, and we've heard that, in fact, the current exemptions do actually cover many of them. The couples living in separate homes, the family with the child and the caretaker in a separate home, those are covered. There may be some out there that aren't. That's what Councillor Jang's changes are going to let us go look at. So what this is doing now is addressing a problem that the vast majority of people in the City of Vancouver have told us over many years needs to be addressed. They've been demanding it. There have been headlines after headlines saying, why aren't you taking care of this problem? So our staff have done an excellent job of going off and looking at what we can do with the powers that we have as the City of Vancouver, working with the province to do what we can. And this is what we've come up with. And they've spent a lot of time looking at what exemptions are necessary. They've done a great job. If there are other exemptions out there that we should have, we can add them. That's been taken care of. But again, many of these hardship cases that we've heard here today and through the emails that we've been receiving are in fact covered already. And we'll look for those that aren't and see if there's an appropriate policy for them. But those exemptions cannot drive the policy. The policy has to be driven by a larger arc, which is that we have a rental housing crisis in the city. If we can free up those housing units, let them be rented out, then we are taking a huge step in the right direction for a very big issue in our city. And we will work very hard to make sure that people with legitimate hardship cases are taken care of and that our exemptions make sure that they are acknowledged. Nobody likes to see that happen. But this is a big issue, and the hardship cases of people who can't find rental housing are also out there. We must listen to those as well. So I do support this. I support the work that's been done on it, and I think it's an appropriate response to something that the public has been asking for and, in fact, demanding for some years now. I thank our staff for their hard work. I thank the public for letting us know of your concerns. They have helped form this policy. They are the reasons that the 8 existing exemptions are there, and they are the reason that we will look to make sure there aren't other exemptions that we should add. I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. First, I'd like to thank staff. I'd like to thank them for all the time they spent on this, for opening the exemptions, for doing that research, and for their patience with us as we attempt to work our way through a very complicated and difficult policy. I would also like to just mention why I have some concern with this. Is we have an age-friendly policy. And from working with a number of seniors over the years, they feel that this city is working to support seniors in the community. We have just heard from many seniors through mail and through our emails that this policy will disrupt their lives enormously. It will disrupt their retirement plans. It will disrupt their family unity. And we do not have an answer for that yet. That doesn't mean I don't think we could find an answer. I think there just hasn't been enough time. I think that that's critical because if indeed we are an age-friendly city, indeed if we do attest to that policy, then we must respect those seniors that have been invited here year after year after year, bought their houses long before there was this rise, and do not look at their home, the home that they live here part-time, in any way as investment, but as their home. So because we haven't been able to acknowledge that or, receive more information on that or find a way to actually respect our seniors, and there are so many of them here that have immigrated, that I truly feel that I just can't vote for it at this time. I would look forward to it coming back and being able to cheerfully say, yay, good policy. But at this point, I'm not there. So with great regret, I cannot vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Parq.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Chair. Well, I've decided that it's important for me to look at the overall report and its goals, its measures, and make a decision based on that, not make a decision based on what has become a point of controversy and concern and debate at this council. In essence, I'm not prepared to throw out the baby with the bathwater. And the bathwater in this case is around the exemption of homes that are secondary homes, but are used by the owner or the owner's family, and that's been the point of contention. There has not been actually a huge number of points of contention. That's why I think it's important to look at the whole report and see that there's a lot of good. In fact, the majority of the report, I believe, from my understanding of where the questioning has been, looks like it's supported. So in the case of the bathwater, Councillor Jang's amendment did address that point. And I understand that it's addressing it through looking at the facts and the data that are coming in, and that's a smart way to go. I just had hoped that the will of council in a majority would have been to anticipate an outcome of that assessment and allay the fears of people, and not assign a tax for this year to people whose homes we think may well be exempt as we get the data to clarify that. The baby is what's important. And the baby is a plan to look at the fact that we have an inordinate number of empty homes in a city that has a housing crisis, and in particular, a rental housing crisis. And this particular report addresses that specifically by either encouraging those owners of homes that are currently empty to use them or see them used by renting them, or if not, by paying a tax so that we as a city can then use that tax money to address this crisis. So I think the goals are absolutely wonderful goals. And either way, whether it's a lot of people deciding to use their homes as rental accommodation or to pay the tax, either way we'll win as a city. So I do, something that hasn't been talked a lot about, I do think though that it's important to note that there is an assessed value, and I support that assessed value. It's a 1% of assessed home value that will be the basis for this tax. It'll be, it's a significant amount for when you look at the actual number, $10,000 on a $1 million home. But that is, to me, a fair tax, given the values of the home. So for me, I'm happy with the vast bulk of this. I had a concern around that one use of homes, but I'm very happy with the overall thrust of this program, and I really look forward to the information that does come back. It's going to, the data is going to be available soon, and the report back to council arising out of Councillor Jang's amendment that will enable us to then review the categories, especially for exemptions for the following year.
Councillor Genova.
Thank you very much. I'm very disappointed that the strike and replace amendment that I put forward didn't pass, and also that the referral that Councillor Affleck, I think, thoughtfully put forward that would have brought perhaps all of the ideas and concerns and questions that we've had on this matter together, and we'd be able to move forward. I'm not convinced that we can have both, that this is an empty homes tax and it automatically will increase rental. And as I mentioned before, and I'll mention it again because it's top of mind for me, I was approached by a citizen who wanted to speak about this issue and said, in the downtown east side, you don't go out with ticket books and enforce bylaws there. You don't enforce drug use and ticket and throw people in jail because it's not helpful. It doesn't help people down there. It certainly doesn't. Instead, council has historically, and I support harm reduction. So why aren't we implementing that with the other things that also are controversial here? Like, for instance, if we truly are trying to increase rental, why aren't we looking at the public hearing that we had just a year and a little bit ago on marijuana, where I was told that absolutely every one of these facilities that wasn't within the amendments, the zoning bylaw, would be closed. So we look at Vancouver and we have a balloon. We're bloated with marijuana dispensaries, and we look at other municipalities who have shut each and every one of them down. You can't have an in-between balanced approach because we're waiting on the federal government for regulation. Here, there are many questions surrounding it. The fine print, who this did apply to, who it didn't apply to. I mean, I'm not sure that if I couldn't digest it in 4 days because I still had questions, just as Councillor Ball brought up a very good question about people who are married but live in different residences. I'm sure that the public has those questions too. And the fact that we're going to look at this and we could implement something perhaps later on, that's not good enough for me. Councillor Carr had mentioned, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. She didn't want to do this. I think that we're throwing the whole bathtub out of the house here. Like, I think that this actually could hurt Vancouver's economy. I think that this could drive people out who simply can't afford the tax. And as one person stated, I come in to provide a service that Vancouver doesn't have, a service that people need. This person saves lives. This person's a doctor. And I will now need to rent out my condominium. And then when I come to town, I need to rent a condominium. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that that's fair, and I don't think that it's fair that perhaps someone who's in a situation where, as per one of the speakers earlier, she and her partner saved for this condominium, and they're going to spend a good portion of their time in Vancouver. They're not going to be able to do that anymore under these laws that also say 5 days a month. Why isn't it 60 days a year? I mean, there's all sorts of questions around this, and this is what I'm getting from the public in emails that are just coming in even a few minutes ago. There's unintended consequences here, and I think that we're going to see that this program costs millions and millions of dollars, and what we're going to see is people actually taking a secondary suite or something off of the market or a home off of the market because they're afraid that it'll draw attention to where they actually do live. I know that I was contacted by the media. Could I maybe, a number of people had spoken to me, could I ask some of them if they would speak to the media? I said, well, first of all, what I'm hearing from them, I'm not going to share my emails. Of course, I would never do that. But what I'm hearing from these people is they're actually scared. The people who come up to me on the street, I would have sent an email, but I'm scared. I'm scared that the city's going to come after me if I complain, and they're going to use my situation, and I may have to go underground with this. So that concerns me. I think that what we're going to see here is millions of dollars spent, and I very much thank staff for their work. The same work that's gone into affordable home ownership, which we haven't seen here yet. Let's move forward on initiatives that will affect change. I'm just afraid that this really is beating the homeowner over the head with a stick instead of using a carrot-based approach, which ultimately would see increased rental. So I would hope that, and I plead with other councillors to consider that and to vote against this, and let's revisit the issue. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Wow, what a telling split on council we have over this issue. I want to remind Councillor DeGenova that her strike and replace wasn't a matter of not passing. It was ruled out of order. It didn't even get on the table. So it's not a matter of us wanting to reject anything at all. The staff have very clearly said that they have a goal. We have a crisis, a real crisis in this city. We are almost at 0% vacancy rate, almost there. And we have hundreds of people looking for accommodation and can't find it. The goal is to change that. The goal is to bring up the vacancy rate to 3 to 5%, which is a healthy vacancy rate. That's what this is about. That's what this is all about. And the staff have brought forward what I consider a really magnificent report that will, in fact, deal with this crisis. It is irresponsible of us not to address this crisis, not to bring about changes that staff believe will completely reverse this trend that we're already going in. I'm very disturbed by some of the comments, particularly by Councillor Ball, who says this is cruel, cruel, cruel taxation, and that people are drastically affected, particularly seniors. Well, I'm also the liaison to the Seniors Committee, and I can tell you that right now, the fact that they can't find rental accommodation is cruel, cruel, cruel. It's drastic on their lives. This legislation is meant to address that situation so that those seniors and many, many others, young people who are looking for accommodation. The amendment that Councillor Jang brought in will in fact allow staff to look at the idiosyncrasies that have obviously arisen. The case here and the case there, the case of a doctor who can't afford to have a hotel if he's renting out his condominium. These people have two primary residences. Think of this, two primary residences, whether they're here or one up in Seashelt or one somewhere else. The other folks that we're addressing not only don't have a primary residence that they own, they're finding it difficult, very difficult, just to rent. So I'm afraid that I am not shedding a lot of tears with people who say, I have two homes. One here in Seashelt and one here in Vancouver, and oh, cry me a river because it may cost me a little bit of money. Oh, I don't want to rent it out because it's inconvenient. Meanwhile, we still have to deal with this drastic crisis. Councillor Carr is absolutely right when she says, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The MPA want to throw the baby out and the bathwater out. Councillor Carr at least recognizes that we do have a crisis and we have to solve that crisis, and I really appreciate the way she dealt with this. So, Mr. Chair, in conclusion, I'm very, very proud to vote in favor of this report and thank the staff who obviously, when they were bringing this forward, did not think they were bringing forth a cruel, cruel, cruel tax upon seniors.
Thank you. I have nothing to add to that. So we'll go to a vote, not seeing any further speakers. All those in favor of the motion as amended, please show. Those opposed? Councillor Stevenson, there we are. Okay, so the motion passes with Councillors Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova opposed. Okay, thank you very much. So we had deferred debate on item 3 to some point now, but I wonder if council is prepared to try to...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Just as the staff leave, it was kind of anticlimactic there. I really want to just give a big shout out. They've been working in their war room for 6 months and really cranking away on it. I just really want to acknowledge them for their work. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Mr. Johnson. Thank you to staff. The clerk has advised me that there will be some food available at 6 o'clock. We deferred debate on item 3. We have speakers to hear on 4, 5, and 7 and 8. So I guess my inclination would be to ask whether or not Mr. Johnson stepped out. Councillor Reimer?
Chairperson, I'm advised by staff that there's no material impact to refer this debate on this item to the unfinished business section of the November 29th council meeting. So I would move that we refer it as unfinished business. Item 3, the updates to the green buildings policy for rezonings to council on the 29th.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So all those in favor of that referral of that item completion to the next meeting? Any opposed? Thank you very much, Councillor Reimer. So otherwise, shall we continue with the agenda, assuming that we would break for a little bite to eat or something at 6 o'clock? Yep. All right, so I call item 4, 39 Smithe Street and 45 Smithe Street, Parq Holdings Limited Partnership. Mr. Johnson, have we got any staff for for item 4, or should we just proceed with you in your capable role? There's no presentation, I understand. This is Parq Holdings, the liquor primary licenses. Sorry, Katrina.
There are staff here somewhere. I think the agenda's just taken a faster turn than we had expected. So I think this individuals from Parq are here. Is that correct? So we have the applicants here, but I can take a crack at this, and if the clerk could please call Mary Claire Zach and herself to see where, and Kathleen to see where they are, and I'm happy to give it a shot.
Waive the report and go to speakers. Councillor Reimer, you had questions for staff, I think, on the. So the proposition here is that we
hear from the speakers first, since staff aren't here
waive
yet.
from the report and go straight to speakers. Okay.
So we'll go to speakers. And
so everyone's seen the report. Mr. Cahill, would you like at long last to make your submission to council, and then we'll loop back with staff if we have questions after that. Okay, we'll just get you there. That should be good. There we are. And you can raise that a bit. I think you'll be fine, though.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Cahill, your worship, members of council, speaking to you on behalf of Parq Holdings Limited Partnership. We're seeking your support for the application to transfer and amend the existing Edgewater liquor license in anticipation of the approved relocation from the current location of Edgewater at the Plaza of Nations to the Parq Resort at BC Place, which is scheduled to open in fall of 2017. As many of you know, we have worked with the city for 10 years on the effort to bring a unique entertainment destination to Vancouver, which features a casino gaming facility. And we've done so in a manner we believe is totally responsive to the concerns and compliant with the conditions which council has imposed on this project. Regarding this application, we've worked closely with city licensing staff and social planning staff. We thank them for their direction. The questions that have arisen come up mostly in the area regarding the size of the casino, which were issues that were addressed during the development permit process. I think you all know that the existing Edgewater Casino was not a purpose-built casino building. It was a former exhibit from the Expo. It has a gaming floor of 36,600 square feet, and it houses 600 slot machines and 75 table games. We are relocating it because it is what in the parlance of the industry would be a slot house. It has no amenities. It has very minimal food and beverage facilities, and everything is pretty jammed in that facility. The new Parq Casino has a gaming floor of approximately 76,000 square feet, which is far below the 112,000 square feet approved by council in the rezoning. It is also about 35,000 square feet larger than the existing Edgewater Casino. But it affords us the ability, if you can refer to the site plans we've passed out, to have a much more gracious presentation, allow for a lot of exiting that we need, especially exiting to be compliant with the emergency exiting plan that staff has made us observe for exiting from BC Place Stadium. And it also affords us the opportunity to have a much more fulsome presentation for food and beverage. And of course, it's part of a much larger project, which includes a JW Marriott, an Autograph Hotel by Marriott, which will be called the Douglas, both the first of their kind in British Columbia, and 8 different food and beverage operations under the direction of Elizabeth Blau and Associates. So we think that the floor issue is dealt with well by staff in the staff report. We have to seek, by provincial standards, a much greater number of seats than we actually would need, and it's far less than what we are entitled to under the provincial standard. With that, I just want to affirm our commitment as we move forward with the opening of this project. And as you'll hear more at the end of this month when there's the report to council on the responsible gaming and the employment and procurement agreements, but we have embraced these in our corporate culture, and we are very compliant and proud of the accomplishments we've made. I'd like Krista to make a few comments on the actual liquor license technical issues.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and council members. My name is Krista Monpetit, and I'm the liquor consultant on the Parq application. City staff did a really great job in their report, so I'll be really quick. Just to recap, we submitted 2 applications to relocate and amend the existing liquor primary licenses at the Edgewater Casino. The total proposed increase in capacity is 2,451 persons. You would have read in the staff report that a good portion of the increase is the addition of the lounge and the restaurant space. And I just wanted to note that the applicant originally discussed licensing the restaurant space under food primary licenses, but as the only access to the restaurants was via the gaming floor, minors by BCLC guidelines would not be permitted into those areas. Also, if approved, we will be applying for a time-limited development permit on both applications, complete a good neighbor agreement, and also complete an acoustic report. They have these all now tagged to their existing licenses, and we will go ahead and reapply once approved for the new ones as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I presume that people here are looking to put questions to Mr. Cahill. Is that true, Councillor Carr? You'd like to put some questions? All right, thank you. Would you like to ask some questions, Councillor Carr?
Actually, I can ask them of the applicant. That's fine.
Well, he's here right now, so we'll do that, and then we'll go back to
the
questions
staff
to
is now
staff
here.
after that.
Right.
Hi, everybody. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. A little flustered. I had to run over here. The agenda just kept moving. So I wanted to take a few minutes, Sandra Toma, Chief License Inspector, to introduce the file. We don't have a formal presentation, but we do want to just point out a few things. This is an amendment of 2 existing licenses, liquor primary licenses. Excuse me. The amendment is to allow for the new hotel and casino resort that is going to be located at 39 and 45 Smithe Street. Excuse me. Heart attack.
It's an exciting presentation.
Construction for the new resort is anticipated to complete, and the opening is anticipated for spring of next year. One of the licenses will be relocated to account for the hotel lobby and a lounge with an expanded patio on the 6th floor. And the second license will be for the 2nd and 3rd floors to account for the gaming area, which includes private high-stakes rooms, dining areas, and lounges, also with a small patio. The original location where Edgewater Casino was not built and intended to be a casino. It was retrofitted after the fact, and as such, the new modern casino, in terms of the layout, the design, fits a more luxurious space and feel to better serve their clientele. As pointed out in the report, the 2,451 liquor primary seats is the net increase. What I don't know that it's also known is that the redesign and the build of the new casino would have allowed for up to 7,000 seats, but the applicant chose to apply for only 5,000. So the increase could have been a lot more. As mentioned, most of the increase is a result of the added venues and amenities. And keeping in line with council policy regarding distance, size, and hours of operation, we are recommending that the application be approved, as well as the applicant has held these 2 liquor licenses since 2005 with no incidents. I have here a team from social policy. VPD was intended to be here as well. I don't know if they'll make it, but if you have any questions, any further questions, the applicant is here also in full force, so thank you.
Okay, well, Councillor Carr, you're up, so you can lead off.
And apologies again.
Have a glass of water. I'll take a long time to introduce my question. So.
It's okay.
It's 5:30, come
Okay, my first question has to do with the capacity. The increase in the capacity, interesting, it was stated as 2,451 people. And in the report, it states that 80% of this increase can be attributed to new venues within the whole venue. What is the other 20% capacity increase due to? If we're not explaining it by new venues, what?
It's the increase in the gaming area, and that's really to allow for marketing opportunities. The way it's been explained to me, and maybe the applicant can address this a little bit better, is that when you're designing the casino, it's not ideal to place, the gaming close to each other. You need to allow for room and space, and also marketing capabilities to bring in the big showcase prizes, the big cars, and things like that.
Okay. Right. You say increased gaming area. I know that you must mean area because there is no increase in the number of slot machines, for example, or gaming tables, correct?
It's really about the space. It's the redesign of the space.
Okay. I'm wondering on page 2 of the report, it talks about the fact that this application is not consistent with Council's policy for outdoor patios with respect to the permitted seating capacity. I wonder if you could explain that, please.
So in the past, the capacity for a liquor primary on patios is limited to 20% of the internal liquor seats. However, in the past, council has changed that decision, and they moved that because patios, especially in a hotel, and especially in a hotel that also has a casino element to it with the added security measures, there's very little risk. And the hours of operation for the patio would limit them to 11 p.m. And I
So
believe
there's more seats, but there's more security, and the timing is restricted.
Correct. And we see this a lot with the hotel establishments.
Okay. I have some concern on page 6 of the report. It talks about hiring, and it does say that this is a current practice, hiring 10% of the local employees from local at-risk communities. I'm sorry, but at-risk communities raises this warning bell for me. Are these people who have addictions? And are they not vulnerable to gambling addictions, if that's
So I'm going to look to my colleague in social policy or maybe the applicant to address that in terms of what the 10% refers to.
Right, thank you.
I think what's important, Mary Claire Zach, Manager Director, Social Policy. I think what's important to know about this is that the 10% hiring is it's really important, obviously, and what we asked Parq to do is something above and beyond most developers have done. Is actually a model pilot that we're trying. So one of the things that they're doing is actually, when they bring people on to work, is providing them with the supports that they need to stay on the job and to stay well. This is a best practice that we know from the work that we've done in the downtown east side and in other social enterprises that works and works very well. So that's how I'd respond to that. And you might have some more.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Marchant, and I'm the Director of HR at Edgewater Casino, soon to be Parq. So we work with a lot of the nonprofit organizations, the Work BC sites in the Lower Mainland, and they bring forward candidates that do have barriers. We're not privy to what the barriers are. So what Mary Claire mentioned, that they do have coaches that sort of stay in touch with them when they get hired. So if it was a person that had possibly an addiction, we wouldn't be privy to that information, but they may have a barrier. So we would just make sure that we were in connection with that nonprofit organization.
Barriers is a different word than at risk. So it'd be interesting to know that, but thank you for that information. I'm worried also in terms of gambling addictions. Do we have any data available to us that might intimate whether or not the increased capacity, the increased numbers of people, as well as the increased private salons, 2 and 3 people salons, does this lead to potentially to increased gambling addiction? Like what I know that there's certain kinds of gambling that is more addictive than others. So I'm just concerned about this particular format.
I'm going to pass it on to the applicant.
Thank you.
Yasmin Rillo, Director of Social Responsibility. It's a very interesting question that you pose, and there's a lot of anecdotal recommendations. There's not a lot of evidence-based research when it comes to gaming, problem gambling behavior, and addictions. And we are working very closely to kind of learn about that, to understand best practices and then incorporate them. But I can say with great confidence that there is no direct correlation that the increase of slots or tables or space directly correlates to an increase of problem gambling or addictive behaviors.
But we're not increasing them anyway.
We're not increasing them anyways. But to your question around the floor space, if anything, in my opinion, it actually allows for movement in space, which could actually allow for people to have a bit of a cool down period, which correlates to people actually taking a moment and taking a breath.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Reimer.
Thanks. My questions, Chairperson, if you'll indulge me, might pertain to staff and the applicant. Is that's okay? Okay.
They've both spoken now, so I might as well.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I had been on for questions to the applicant, and I missed the boat there apparently. So to staff, and we've talked a bit about this offline because I was trying to save time at the end of the meeting. So Andrea knows that, or Ms. Thoma knows that I have some concerns that this is quite a substantial increase in liquor seats. So questions were, why? Were there other ways? Was this the only way to achieve the outcome? Because it felt like there must be like the convention center style of licensing or potentially food primary. Thank you. So if you could explain why this was the only approach that seemed to work.
Sure, absolutely. I think was touched on earlier. The provincial bodies that regulate how they license liquor, if you were to go down the food primary route, you have to allow for minors. You can't limit minors. The way the design was, and then they didn't have the layout all figured out in terms of when they went to the rezoning and the development, but the way the design has worked out for the establishment, all of the restaurants cannot get access without first accessing the second or the third floor. So you'd be introducing minors to walk through a gaming area. That is absolutely not allowed from the provincial side, so we are forced to license them under liquor primary.
Okay, so presumably these restaurants then are adult-oriented ones because children couldn't access them in any event.
Correct. But the applicant has intended that they intend to serve food throughout all of the restaurants and lounges. So even like the 225 or 225 patio that's attached to the lobby, that will also be able to serve food. I'm looking for nods. Yeah. Yeah, and the other lounges as well. So it's not just the restaurants that will have food service. All of the liquor primary will have food service.
Okay. So further to that, and this may be the applicant, I'm not sure you can answer or would know, what the intention, is the intention to have 5,000 people in one building that the primary activity they would be engaging in is drinking or eating or gambling, or I'm trying to get a sort of...
I can maybe help. The calculation is based on the square footage of the building, and it's a bylaw that's developed by Vancouver Fire Rescue Services, who actually stamps off on our plans. So what they do is we have a code consultant that does the original calculations, and then it will be checked by fire. So we were, based on the code consultant numbers, we, as Andrea mentioned, we could have actually applied for 7,192 liquor primary seats, but we chose to downsize it to 5,000. So to relocate the existing 2,494 that we have and then apply for the additional 2,506. So it's really just based on the size of the building, which in the floor plans you can see it is the size where there's allocations to restaurants, which actually have seats where people can sit down, a couple of lounge areas, gaming area, and then the green is the movement, the path movement.
So it's helpful. So I guess the question is just from a business model standpoint, to me, what it could potentially sound like is half of Granville Entertainment District, roughly, in terms of liquor capacity, with gambling, all in one building, which to me seems like an unsuccessful formula for me to be approving. So I'm trying to get a sense of what What do you imagine happening in the building?
Liquor is definitely an added amenity to what's going on in the building. People will have the opportunity to come in and do the gaming. They'll come in and have the opportunity to sit in the lounge and have a drink, or go into one of the restaurants and enjoy a full meal from appetizers to dessert. I'm not sure if there's anybody that can maybe speak just to what the overall intent is of the floor, but just from a liquor perspective, it is an added amenity. It's not the main focus of.
Okay, sorry, that's probably the clearer way I could have asked that question, but I didn't want to lead it one way or the other. Okay, thanks.
Your Worship and Councillor Reimer, if I may. Again, one of the issues here is that we wanted to create a casino experience that's unlike anything that's in British Columbia, and especially unlike the Edgewater. There is a definite need, a demand for private gaming salons, especially on the high limit area. These rooms are programmed to have one gaming table that can seat 5, 6 people, and most of the time sit 1 or 2 people. Yet the province looks at that whole room as having the capability of having 20 seats in it. So that's what starts pushing it up. It's not our programming need that's driving this. It's the provincial standard for how they compute, the metric they use to compute gaming seats. We also have a lot of exiting in that area, as you can see in the green areas that are on your map. And again, besides providing a very gracious flow, we also have needs to provide exiting to BC Place in an emergency exiting scenario where they will dump all of their people through the casino. So we needed to have a lot of area for that. So there's a number of things that are there that are the idiosyncrasies of how they compute seats for liquor. And I think it's far beyond what we envision as being the capacity of that place, but that's how they do it.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Just in reading it, I see that there will be a lot of construction as well as jobs created, more work created for people. And I'm just wondering, do you have any idea of the contribution in terms of money that will go into people's jobs in the city that wouldn't otherwise be here?
I don't have that offhand. I'm sure we can probably do some.
It would be interesting to know what the contribution is, just because we're always talking about creating jobs, wanting jobs here. And when I go to a conference in Vegas and it's in a hotel that has a casino, I see hundreds of Canadians down there. And I'm wondering, do we feel that this will keep some of the money home, that we will have entertainment here that will employ artists who are working in the community? So I'm interested in how this is creating more work.
Thank you for your question. Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. And we will be coming to report back to Council. Parq has an obligation to do a report on 3 separate legal agreements that we have with them. And one of them happens to be the obligations they have to employ locally and to procure locally as well. So they have some good data to share with us, and so that will be coming along shortly. We'll just make sure that we have your specific question responded to at that time.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Genova, you were there. You changed your mind? Okay. So is there someone prepared to move the recommendations, which would take us into debate? Councillor Deal moves, seconded by Councillor Ball, I thought. Okay, Councillor Deal, you can go ahead.
Good, thanks. Yeah, I know when we all saw this report, the numbers were took us aback a little bit, to be honest. But we have been very careful to check in with our authorities that we work with to let us know whether or not there are any concerns. Our staff have looked at it closely. The fact that it's broken up into multiple spaces the way that it is, and then the answers around why these numbers and why liquor primary, those are exactly the kinds of answers that we need to support something like this, which if you don't look into the details, is somewhat surprising. So you've done a good job of letting us know why this is something that staff is recommending, and it's again, the authorities are not, our other authorities are not telling us there's a problem with it, and it looks like a good layout, so I'm happy to support this.
Councillor Reimer.
Yeah, further to that, I was one of those people who looked at this and thought, wow, this doesn't feel like the best of ideas, and yet notably absent concerns like VPD, the Coastal Health Authority, fire, all the people I would would look to for those concerns. So it's been very helpful to have this time, albeit on a long day, to get a better sense of why this approach made the sense for this space. I did want to say on record that I do have concerns, not this year or next year or even the next year, but as the residences and other commercial activities increase, as the surrounding neighborhood sort of fills in. So I do note that it is a time-limited development permit, and that's part of what my approval is, or support for the recommendations is based on today. I appreciate that's challenging, though, if you're running a business, to know that in the future I might be a little less likely to support an existing business, but I felt it's incumbent on me to say that I just can foresee that there could be problems down the road, so figuring out how to get ahead of those as the new developments around there. I think there's lots of admirable and incredible stuff that Parq's been doing with the local community and with our staff to really think about that and mitigate and support, and I don't want that to go unnoticed. But I do, final point I would make, in case other liquor consultants are listening, I would not generally be inclined to support anything with this many zeros in it as for liquor seats in the city, but I think there's there's a clear box around this one that makes it supportable.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I admit the numbers have taken me aback. I just want to be very clear that this is increasing the capacity in a gambling venue by 2,451. The result is a 5,000 person facility, a liquor licensed gambling facility within our city, and I am worried about the capacity, that concentration of activity in one place, impact on nearby businesses, impact on the people themselves, impact on nearby communities. Like probably most of you have had people call me raising concerns about vans that pick up people from Chinatown, taking them to casinos at all times of day and night. Well, not quite all of the hours of the night, but many hours of the day, and the real concern that the impact that has on those individuals and on families. There will be no new slots or gaming tables. That is a good point here. But the new configurations in terms of high-stakes gaming salons, there's no data that I've been given that reassures me that this is not, high-stakes gaming tables. High stakes is already a trigger word in my mind in terms of the amounts of money that will be gambled in those situations. I don't have confidence that there won't be some social problems that result out of this in terms of problem gambling behavior, addictions in terms of liquor addictions and gambling addictions. So I will not support this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm hearing a lot of talk about the casino. I'm not hearing a lot of talk about retail space, restaurants, the basic benefits to Vancouver's economy. So I think that, for instance, I can tell you I'm not much of a gambler, but sometimes my friends will invite me to a casino and I'll go for dinner with them, and then they'll move on with their gambling. So I think that, and I don't necessarily agree that everyone's a problem gambler. I would like to say that I understand and certainly have empathy for people in that situation, and we do need to keep them top of mind, and I appreciate Councillor Carr's comments. However, at the same time, when we consider a new restaurant license or license for a pub, if we're going to treat alcohol in that same category, or marijuana, apparently you can open a dispensary now and just not worry about it. So I will, for those reasons, and because I see that there is a lot of public support, and also the applicant has held a liquor primary license with no enforcement issues since 2005. I thank staff very much for the report, and I certainly will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Yes, really briefly, I'd like to thank you for the report. It's very clean, it's laid out very well, I can understand everything, and I am really interested in seeing that work provided here in the city. That is something that makes a critical difference. Not only the work, but also I think it's going to be an enormous improvement on what's there already. And I had understood the at-risk reference to be people who actually didn't have jobs, because I think not having a job is an at-risk situation. So we weren't necessarily talking about people who had addictions. That isn't what I read into this. So I am delighted to encourage this organization to move forward with this and the motion. And I will look forward to hearing actually what goes on there. So thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This issue of casino has always perplexed me right from the very beginning of my time on council when we first began to deal with casino, both Edgewater and at the racetrack, and I really struggled because prior to that I'd been very much in opposition when I was in the provincial level, very concerned about the amount of gambling that was coming in and how detrimental it is to a number of people, a small percentage, but nevertheless it really draws on resources and also is such a problem within families and whatnot. But I thought we had come to a pretty good place, and we had struck a balance. The balance between whether we're a nanny state and we should be watching out all the time for every possible danger that individuals can get themselves into, or the freedom to choose the kind of entertainment that they want. And so I have been happy that I thought that we had come to that place. I disagree with Councillor DiGenova when she says, well, you know, we really ought to concentrate on restaurants, and that's...
Yes, what's your point of order? No, I disagree that words were put in your mouth. Your comments are characterized, but I think that's fair debate. So there's no rule that says, you know, words put in mouth. Sarcasm is allowed, exaggeration, rhetorical flourishes, that's all okay. And, you know, this helps us get the meeting going if we don't have interruptions like this. So carry on, Councillor Stevenson.
Maybe it then would be fair or acceptable to say Councillor DiGenova was concerned about the businesses, restaurants, which would be helpful to the economy. And that may be so, but I don't think that's the main issue to concentrate on. The main issue is the casino and how we feel about that. I am satisfied when Vancouver Coastal Health approves this and the police approve this, that we have found the happy medium, or as best we can. And although I'm not a person that goes into casinos, I don't really have that interest. I realize that lots of Vancouverites do, and I'd rather have them spend their money here than head south of the border. And I realize that tourists also. And I know, although we don't get the direct taxation, that the province gets a fair amount of money as well as a result. So after trying to go through this report and come to a place that I felt comfortable, I will come down on the side of approval.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, we'll go to a vote on this set of recommendations. So, Madam Clerk, if you can get us to the voting screen, please. So all those in favor of the recommendations, please show. And it passes with Councillor Carr opposed. Okay. So, Council, the clerk advised me there is some food. We have one speaker on the next item. Thanks very much. Would you like to break for 15 minutes and have a hear from the speaker. He's come back. Okay. So we'll do the next item. Happy to oblige. Parking meter program changes. No, we're on 5 now. Okay, is Mr. Leclerc? Oh, Mr. Dobrovolny's here. Top drawer attendance. Do you want to make any introductory remarks, Mr. Dobrovolny? Oh, here.
The speaker that's been waiting all day, so I'm happy to just answer questions after the speaker if council prefers. Or
all right, I think that'll work. No, there's no presentation.
Could make one up.
Let's find Mr. Dobrovolny. You can keep that creativity for a different day. Mr. Reagan, thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Yes, worth the wait. I did try and have a snack, actually. Didn't quite make it. Thank you very much for allowing myself to speak on behalf of the 22 business improvement associations in the city of Vancouver. My name is Stephen Regan. I'm the Executive Director of the West End Business Improvement Association. Before jumping into a few comments, I do want to mention that staff have been excellent. We really enjoy working with city staff on this, what is a tricky file, sort of deceptively tricky when you get into parking and transportation, but we wanted to jump in as partners. We circulated a short note to council, mayor, and council, so hopefully you'll have some additional detail in there that all the BIAs worked on and agreed to, so it has fingerprints on from the 22 commercial areas of the city. We're pleased to see that in the policy report that the city holds as a key objective of this program, the parking meter program, to support business. That seems like a foundational principle on the program, and we think that's a good aim and a good objective. This program is on the right track in terms of focusing on, and the update of the program, focusing on being policy and data driven. We think that's exactly where it needs to go. But we think there's room in this policy framework to explore new ways of supporting business. So, there might be out of the box thinking that in addition to where this policy update goes, that maybe with the BIAs and some other partners, we could take it further. Just a couple of comments on some context, why businesses bother to and BIAs bother to care about the parking meter program. Customers, as you probably know and can appreciate, are the lifeblood of businesses. And businesses are under, as you know, on many of our commercial streets, commercial areas, under a variety of pressures, from cost pressures to competition pressures to regulatory pressures. And they navigate this territory. Some of those more detailed comments are in the report. Parking and street parking meters kind of touches on all of this. It does add cost to the shopping experience in many of the areas of the city. It does get into the sort of competitive environment that small businesses are versus some businesses that have different parking cost structures, and you just have to look across the bridge at Park Royal and in Burnaby and Metrotown and others. So we know there's a competitive element to this. And there's also a regulatory environment. There's a lot of regulation and good regulation that goes into managing the street right-of-ways to encourage, efficient movement of traffic and goods. So we appreciate all that. But as a result, parking is a big issue for small business, and we just wanted to make sure there was a business perspective here today and wanted to land a couple of comments at council, so thank you. So I'll get right to it. There's really just a couple of things. We've come to realize that metered parking on commercial streets is sort of, if you will, allow me, a necessary evil. It does add costs to businesses, I've mentioned, but it does also encourage turnover, which is a positive element of it. But we are concerned that this program has unintended consequences of depressing demand in some areas. We don't have all the stats on that, but I know a few of our BIAs, including the West End BIA, have surveyed Metro Vancouver residents, and we know there is an avoidance factor related to parking, cost of parking, availability of parking. So the two key things I want to add in support of this direction that city staff are proposing, we believe that there's a balance between rising parking meter rates and looking at how to adjust capacity. There may be commercial lanes, there may be perpendicular streets, there may be cases where, adding a parking meter here or parking meter there or a series of parking meters along a commercial lane might help and might make sense. Businesses do struggle. They do need customers to be able to come and go, and there's a lot of pressure, as you know, on the street environment. Just loop around City Hall these days trying to find the parking spots. You go, oh, there's bike stations, and there's another bike station, and there's car share and other things. So we know there's a lot of pressures on the street. There just may be some strategic places to add. And then finally, develop a policy framework where maybe a portion of the revenues generated in a commercial area can be reinvested in that area. And that could take the form of public realm improvements, marketing and promotion, and business retention schemes. And this would be incremental to what the city already does, to what the BIAs already do. It just may, especially when those parking meter rates get into the $4, $5, $6, $7 range, this is the outside of the box thinking we'd like to be part of that.
Thank you. Councillor Deal, you have
5
questions?
minutes, bingo.
I do, thank you. Overall, it sounds like you're in favor of the recommendations before us, but would like to continue to work with staff on other ideas. Is that approximately correct? Okay, good, thanks. So just wanted to check on one thing, and thank you, by the way, for being here all day and running back to speak to this item. You know that one of the reasons that we put the meters are in the business areas is so that people don't park there all day and block parking from the people who would then be frequenting the business. I get told sometimes that that's not true, but I understand the concerns around adding cost to parking, but I just wanted to confirm that your members understand or believe that it is a good idea to have turnover.
That is one of the attributes of the meter parking program that is a positive.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because I've had that challenged by a few people, but I just wanted to check back with you and make sure that's still, otherwise you get people parking there all day while they go to work or they live nearby.
Yeah, there really is a fine line, and that's where we wanted to be in the discussion. That's where we think the data and the continual revision of the parking meter rates and the program, but just not focus on rates alone. Right. Let's look at capacity, and then let's look at marketing. Let's look at some other things we can do. So when you land a $7 spot, hopefully the public realm looks good, and if that spot isn't available, maybe the wayfinding is really first class to the off-street parking, et cetera.
Wayfinding is a great idea. Okay, well, thank you for your continued input and all the BIAs.
Councillor DeGenova.
I had a question regarding, here in the report, I had it highlighted. It says where parking demand is high and where there are few available parking spots in peak periods, the city will raise rates to manage demand. It's my understanding, and I will ask staff how many, but the city is also eliminating parking spots for different reasons, but I understand that it's gone up from 77 to 100 on West 10th near the hospital area. So I'm just wondering for your members specifically, if the city's eliminating parking spots and then we're raising the rates, could it be too much for people to bear? And I suppose, are any of your members concerned that people may now shop online instead where it's delivered to their door, which environmentally isn't friendly and it's not shopping locally? So just if you could comment on that.
Yes, in the comments, and I didn't elaborate too deeply here, in the comments we did identify there's a number of cost pressures on businesses, including the cost to park in an area. There's pressures related to competition, and some of that competition is online. Some of the competition has to do with malls and free parking, and it's just a really dynamic, competitive environment. And I know City Council, we've talked to you many times, and we've listened to you, as you go through many policy issues. It's complex dealing with the balances and the trade-offs in the public realm, and commercial streets are some of the most complex areas to kind of manage. But we feel there's a tipping point. We feel that there's points at which demand is depressed, and the price elasticity. That term, there may be some avoidance of commercial streets, and we do see that with all the added features on commercial streets, some of which we want. Maybe it's commercial patios, expansion, but it's got to take space with bike share and with car share and with other uses that are putting a lot of pressure on commercial streets. That's why we're suggesting there may be capacity on perpendicular streets, there may be capacity in commercial lanes. Let's just not focus on price. The report did a really good job, but tended to focus a little more on price. We said price, capacity, and let's think outside of the box. Let's have if you're going to build a policy framework, let's really get into that framework, because there may be a third pillar that's, more creative about how we work with, off-street parking, how BIAs work with the city, how we share data, how we promote, how we connect. We just think there's some things that we probably haven't thought of yet that could be really beneficial if this program, parking meters, are to serve one of the stated goals, which is to support business success. I'm sure there's more we can do. I don't have all the answers here today. We're just 22 BIAs are saying we want to be part of that.
So, no, thank you very much. Another question that I have is, do you have any sense from your membership how high is too high? Like, for instance, I know in New York City, it's like $22 an hour in some places to park in Manhattan. Like, do you have any sense on how high is too high? Or as rents go up, I'm sure, as well, and do you have any idea of where the breaking point is for them?
I can give you one example. It's very hard to, we don't have that detailed, analysis controlling for all the other variables and then saying, well, what's the parking meter variable? What's that doing to business? It's a complicated environment. But you can go down a street that I'm familiar with. I'll pick on one of mine, Denman Street in the West End, and we have a fairly high level of vacancy that's been sort of stuck with us for over 3 to 5 years, and it's in the 9 to 10 to 12. It fluctuates, but it's in the 12 to 13% vacancy rate, and that tells us a little bit that it's we're struggling to get the traffic flow. We're struggling to get the pedestrian counts on the street, and we know when we did our survey work, we asked Metro Vancouver residents in November of 2015. How do you travel to the West End and into downtown in the West End? And I was shocked. The majority, I think, and I can share the report with staff. I think we have shared the report with staff a couple of years ago. But it was in the high 80s that some people were still traveling to some of these spots in the West End, go to the hospital or shops and services. We get a lot of locals in the West End that are walking, of course, and that's fantastic. And more are riding bikes. But there are a lot of people who use automobiles to go with the family and pick up friends and come down for a meal or
go to the hospital.
Or go to the hospital. So we know there's pressures on there, and we'd love to work. That's why the data-driven piece is really interesting to us.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Regan, for hanging out all day long with us, and hopefully it was interesting for you. Thanks also for your comments in regards to the report, and I think your support for the report is important for us to hear that the BIAs that staff have worked with, not just on this issue, but many issues, has been important to help us build a better city. And certainly your input, whether it be in the West End plan or in this instance, is invaluable for us to shape it. Your support for this describes, this being an ongoing effort for us to work on a number of different issues, and I appreciate that the BIA and yourself is ready to invest more in helping us shape our city in a better way. The question, I think, earlier, though, to you was how high is too high? In the report, it talks about reducing rates if we're not achieving 60%. If the demand is lower than 60%, then likely the rates are too high, and that's the measure, is it not? And your BIA and the BIAs in general agreed with that measure of it being too high. Is that?
Yeah, I think the staff struck a reasonably good balance on the percentages. When if you're over 85% occupant, you're not going to find it. You might find one spot on a block, maybe.
Yes.
If you're that high, so it's trying to ensure that there's at least one spot on a block. I think that was the goal, and that's positive because that sends a signal to people coming into the area. If there's multiple spots on a block that are available, all the time, it suggests that there's probably not the demand yet. You don't need to be ratcheting up prices, and there may be some blocks that in other parts of the city that parking meters, it doesn't make sense right now.
And so you've just about said what I wanted you to say, which is it's not that the city's doing a money grab, which is what I think some would characterize it as when rates are rising, but rather it is about management. And you've described a situation where if you can't get a parking spot, because in some instances, West End, 80% of people drive, then people won't come.
Yep.
And
And I think just part of the, part of the details of a policy approach and part of the narrative is to, if we underscore that it's to support business. I mean, largely the parking meters are in places where there's businesses, there's high demand for people to go there. The demand is there because there's a cluster of businesses that are, or it's or a hospital or whatever it is. But in our case, primarily businesses or office space. And we want to find ways to support that. We get that the parking meter program, has as a characteristic of it something that allows turnover, that allows that kind of flow and movement, but it does add costs. And we know with price elasticity that cost can dampen demand. And we don't know, to the other questions that were posed, we don't know to what extent, we're seeing avoidance for some of the businesses, some of the products and services that are in the area. But when we look at data, we would encourage looking at vacancy rates, looking at off-street parking. For example, when the city raises on-street parking, that's a signal to everybody around in the off-street parking business that, hey, maybe there's a little bit of room for our rates. If city rates go down, and it just happens to be one of the first things you look at, not only as a consumer, but as a parking manager, where is that rate? Where's that price point? Where's the breaking point? And we just encourage working with the city that we get that you're going to use, the rate as a key tool. And it's an effective tool, it really works, but it has some unintended consequences and also has some optics. Because you do get that, oh geez, it looks like this is a money grab. We just think if there's a line of sight between, a portion of the money that's extracted from the parking meter program that maybe goes back into that very block, and to make sure that the wayfinding, that the trees are pruned in the next way. I know the city puts a lot of resources in, and the resources collected through the parking meters are going to service a whole bunch of things in the city. But as you know, commercial businesses pay a higher tax rate. They expect the commercial streets to be in pretty good shape and really welcoming and sending a positive signal to people that are coming down and looking to spend their time and their dollars. What we're advocating for is let's look at some capacity solutions that may be there in laneways or perpendicular streets so that we can, have a little bit more business flow, as well as this third piece, which could be, a new marketing scheme, a new initiative related to business retention, something we're not doing now, we're not doing as a collective, we're not doing with the city, that's new and incremental. And it just may be that, and it kind of blunts the, tax grab. It's like, no, this program is focused on business success, and here's what we're doing. The rate increase is just one of three things. We're looking at capacity, and we're also doing these other things around, business development, business enhancement. So,
thank you.
We're just trying to make that case. We know it's complicated. We know Eric and Jerry and everyone's doing a really good job of managing that price piece. The capacity piece, I think the report points to some flexibility for staff to go in and make some of those calls and assess the situation. And then the third piece is what the BIAs just want to have a new discussion about that, but it has obviously implications for you because we're saying put a few dollars to it.
Thank you.
So a motion to continue past 6 o'clock would be a bit late, but still in order.
So moved.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. So we'll finish this item, then we can discuss whether we break for a bite to eat. Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much, Mr. Reagan, for coming and for all the work with the BIAs. I'm going to take up on the last point. It was a great event with all the BIAs on Monday night, and I used that opportunity to talk to as many people as I could about this very item. My understanding is there's quite a worry that increased parking rates, will drive away some customers who will choose to go to places where the rates are either low or there's free parking, including malls, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's the intent of the request to get a percentage of the parking revenues. I think it's 1%, is it? Was that suggested? Maybe
we haven't made any, as a collective, there may be individual BIAs are going,
Okay, some people just suggested that to me on Monday. So, okay, that it's not it's not in your letter, right? That the intent of that is to draw back customers. So the fees might be high, but then if you've got a number of other programs that you can put money into, you can mitigate maybe some of that loss. Is that a fair?
I think that's a fair comment. We don't know exactly what it is. We haven't put a price tag on it. This is an opportunity as city staff and council look at a new policy framework with the intended purpose and objective of supporting business success.
Right.
Maybe there's some legs to the stool that can be worked on. Because I'm with Councillor Raymond Louie that some will say it's a tax grab and there's this how do you blunt that? We know the tool's effective. It absolutely is effective in getting the turnover going, and that can support business, but it also is deterring. It also is dampening effect. We know people avoid certain commercial areas at certain times because it's costly.
Right.
Now, it's hard to tease out whether it was a congestion and parking availability and cost. Well, that's where the data comes in, and it's not just the data you can collect from the new technology on the parking meters. It may be intercept surveys. It may be vacancy rates. It may be a number of things that we just haven't thought about yet, because we just know that businesses are under a lot of pressure.
Right.
Small businesses on retail streets. It's not easy.
Right.
And as you know, cost of living, affordability, affording rents, paying lease, staff costs.
Absolutely.
Everything.
Absolutely. I also heard from some people on Monday night that at the BIA meeting that that there are areas in the city that don't have meters, and they want meters because they're on commuter routes, out in the Renfrew area in East Hastings, for example, where people park all day, they see them. They get on buses, they go downtown, they work, they leave their car there all day. There's no penalty to that, obviously, and they can. So I don't know what other areas of the city, but have you, as a collective of BIAs, identified some of those places and passed that information on to staff?
My understanding is that I think individual BIAs are pretty good at communicating with staff and saying, oh, here's a pressure point, here's a light industrial area, and there's a new use in there, and we've got a lot of employees that are plugging up all of the parking on the street, and as a result, we're finding that the small business can't get the person to come in and drop off the dry cleaning. So we know that happens. We know city staff work closely with BIAs to sort of mitigate, understand, and then, if it makes sense, implementing this necessary but cost. It comes with a cost, and we just think that there's a balance to this formula here that in the report was really good, but it was really strong on here's what we can do on rates, and here's our process, and so we don't have to come back to council. Here's how we'll approach that. There just may be other pieces to it that on a case-by-case basis, we want to get into the details of it. And there just may be a principle that as you pull resources, as maybe you get over $3 or $4 an hour, it really starts to hurt. When you get to that meter and you plug and it's $7 or $8, or that starts to send a really strong message, and certain businesses can be impacted by that.
Okay, one other point that you didn't raise, but I did have several people talk to me about on Monday night, was the need for data. Like, they like the data, now more data collection part of this, of course, to be used partly to readjust rates if needed. But also several people mentioned the impact on loss of parking spaces in some particular areas. I mean, I think it's more felt downtown maybe, but and around particularly bike lanes, but are there any other forms of data that you would suggest we make sure we collect as we move forward with?
We're working on a partnership with the city related to pedestrian counting, so capturing that information, how many people, which direction are they flowing, that sort of thing. Similarly with parking data, that would be good. Vacancy rates, I mentioned that as a proxy for how well a street is doing. But there may be other pieces of data that just go in to give us a sense of how is how is this commercial ecosystem functioning? What are the key indicators that indicate health? And the parking meter rate, at $7 or $8, some people might, be able to interpret that as you've got a really high demand area. People are willing to pay that much money to come in. But we do bump into the other side of that, which is capacity.
Right.
If you've got limited capacity and demand, some people are going to be, paying those high rates. We're just asking for this policy direction to consider not just pricing, but to give not necessarily equal weighting, but very strong consideration to these other things, capacity and outside of the box initiatives that we can do that may, as some BIAs have already alluded to, may put a line of sight between, okay, there's revenue here, is there an ability to do that? Probably very tricky to do at City Hall, but you got some very capable and competent staff, so it'll be fun working on it.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Anybody prepared to move the recommendations? That's all our speakers. Councillor Louise moved them. Ready to go to the vote? So if you'll please show us the voting card. Okay, that passes with Councillor Genova opposed. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience, Mr. Reagan. Welcome. Okay. So I recommend we take a 15-minute break at this point. Sorry to those who are still waiting, but we've been here since quite a long time. So we'll come back about 6:30. I say it's 6:15, so let's say 6:20, 6:35. Refer to another meeting. Yeah, I'd be fine with that, sure. Yeah. This is the homeowners. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. First, I'd like to recognize Councillor Genova, who has a procedural suggestion to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know that there was a speaker here to speak to item number 8, which happened to be my motion on Homeowners Advisory Committee. He was here since 9 this morning and just had to leave 15 minutes before we went to break for an urgent matter. It's not just because of him, it's because of the late time in the day, and the person seconding my motion also, is here, but was just hoping to refer that to the next council meeting in the interest of time and the fact that we haven't really had sufficient break today as we're trying to get through the agenda.
Thank you very much. So the proposal is to refer this matter to the next council meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Council.
Pardon?
Oh, sorry. Next
What's that?
committee meeting. Next committee meeting. Yes.
Well, to the next council cycle, whatever it turns out. Yeah. Sorry, do you want to the next committee meeting? Okay, well, let's refer this to the next meeting of this committee or the next committee meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
Boy, we're ending just in time. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, go ahead. No, the list was closed at 9 o'clock this morning, according to the rules, right? Yeah. Okay, we'll call that a deal. All right, thank you very much, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you.
So now, Councillor Reimer, would you like to introduce this motion that we're about to discuss?
Thank you, Chairperson. And I apologize to the speakers. I know you've been waiting a very long time. I normally would not take this moment to introduce when you've been waiting so long, but I have heard some vaguely, some things that have potentially looked at it from a perspective that was not the one I was looking at it from. So I just wanted to clarify what my intentions were in bringing it forward in the hopes that that helps our debate go a little smoother when we get to that point. As Council knows, I do chair the Nominations Committee on behalf of Council, and as a result of that, work quite closely with all of the advisory committees, including the ones that I'm a direct liaison to. When the trustees were, never quite sure what the word is here, but let's call it dismissed by the Minister of Education, the direct impact on City Council was that our advisory committees, which have in their terms of reference a position which is a liaison to the Vancouver School Board, quite a number of advisory committee members, both chairs and regular members of advisory committees, were in touch with me with concerns about how this would impact their work moving forward. In discussion with those members and with the committees, it became clear that the desire from the committee's standpoint, and these are resident advisory committees, these are not operational committees. The Joint Child Care Council, for example, will continue to have a staff person from the school board. It's not part of this motion. The Joint Space Usage Committee, all of the operational ones will continue to work staff to staff. This looks specifically at the question of resident advisory committees, either resident advisory to staff, which are the type B, or resident advisory to council and mayor, which are the type A, and seeking to have the individuals who were democratically elected to represent the public on matters relating to children, youth, families, and public education facilities in the city have their voice included in the consideration of residents advising us on matters in the city. And then in contemplating that, and in discussing it with advisory committees, it hadn't been my intention originally to speak to the issue of the election itself, but it became quite clear from that discussion with our advisory committees that this depriving of our resident advisory committees of a duly and democratically elected liaison to the school board was a significant issue. It deprives our residents of an ability that every other resident in British Columbia has to access that kind of trustee, and did get me to thinking that that we do have a duty as a council to stand up for that it's not. I think there's times in these sort of morally ambiguous moments where we try and sort of take neutral stances, and it was clear that there's a direct impact on our democracy here at the city as a result of this decision by the provincial government to deprive our residents of that democratically elected voice in relation to education. and children, youth, and families. In any event, it is why I brought forward the motion. I'm most particularly concerned in the immediate about our advisory committees, but I think the best resolution in the not too distant future would be just simply to hold an election and allow not for a special representative, but a normal liaison trustee.
Sorry.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Council today. My name is Aaron Leung, and I'm the Vice Chair of the City's Children, Youth, and Families Advisory Committee. I'm here today to convey the committee's support for this motion. At our meeting on November 10th, the committee carried multiple motions related to public education in Vancouver, including one that supports the amendment to Type A and B committees, and another that called for the establishment of an election for Vancouver residents. A letter was circulated to Council on Monday that outlines our current positions and recommendations. We have been quite active in our advocacy for public education. In April, the committee sent a letter to the Minister of Education calling for the ministry to work with the Vancouver School Board to solve the budget deficit to better serve Vancouver students. We and many other parent and student advocacy groups called for stable, adequate, and predictable funding. In May, we supported the rejection of the 2016 operating budget and supported the restoration budget. It is our belief that all students, no matter their race, gender, sexuality, and socioeconomic status, deserve equitable access to education. In light of the dismissal of a democratically elected board, the committee is concerned about the potential actions taken by an individual who is not elected by citizens. For example, the option given by the minister in June to transfer money from the sale of Kingsgate Mall into the operating budget was of concern to us and is not allowed through the School Act. This option was rejected by the elected board. The forensic audit report and the Ernst & Young report suggest that the board should assess the real estate value of surplus land. At our meeting on November 10th, the committee affirmed its position that school land should not be disposed of and, if considered, should be done by a Board of Education elected by Vancouver residents. The committee strongly believes that citizens should have the ability to elect its Board of Education to make decisions on its behalf. Moreover, we are concerned that the appointed trustee, who is not elected and therefore unaccountable to the public. It is time for democracy to be restored at the Board of Education. Citizens deserve to have a choice for the representatives at the board. Citizens gave Council, Parks Board, and School Board a mandate for 4 years, and they deserve a by-election to restore that mandate for the board. Before the trustees were dismissed, they played an important role on our committee as a liaison to the Vancouver School Board. With respect to the amendments to the guidelines for Type A and B committees to allow for dismissed trustees to continue to serve as special representatives, we see this as a positive step that supports our work to provide Council, School Board, and Parks Board with sound advice and with timely input and feedback from our liaisons. We as citizens hope to support our elected trustees in their potential capacity to serve as a special representative at our advisory committee meetings. As an advisory committee for children, youth, and families, we would greatly appreciate the additional support that makes our work possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming and thanks for your patience. I don't see any questions. So many thanks. Our next speaker is Mike Lombardi. You can lower that, Mr. Lombardi, if you wish, or keep it at whatever height you like.
Good evening, and great to see everybody. And I'm not used to waiting around at meetings anymore, but I got a lot of work done on my phone. Anyway, it's I probably should put my glasses on. This is one of the things that I've noticed in the last year or so. Anyway, it's great to be here, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And you know, as a democratically elected trustee, it's delightful to come and to thank the council for many of the resolutions you've taken over the year in supporting us in our work to advocate for kids and to do the best we can for kids in the city of Vancouver. Now, you know, we were elected to make our schools better places, not to make them less than they were when we started. I've been elected for 3 terms, and this is my 8th year. And on October the 17th, along with my 8 other colleagues, we were dismissed by the provincial government. What we've been doing since then is continuing to advocate for good public education and adequate funding. We've been monitoring what's going on at the school board, and we'll continue to attend meetings of advisory committees and the board to make sure the kids of Vancouver get their fair shake and are entitled to a good quality public education system. Now, in terms of the two resolutions that you've got in front of you tonight, the first one is one that I certainly support. There are 17 advisory committees that Vancouver School Board folks sit on, everything from the Public Library Board, Vancouver City Planning Commission, the Disability Advisory Committee, the Food Council, and from what I gather, I know I've sat on 3 or 4 of them myself. I think they've been very productive and great opportunities to bring information and from the context of Vancouver schools to those committees, and I would very strongly urge and recommend that that go ahead as being recommended by the notice of motion. In terms of the second one, I think this is the even more significant one. As I said, on October the 17th, we were dismissed for standing up for the kids of Vancouver. And it's something that I think we felt very strongly about. After making $100 million worth of cuts over the last decade, we said enough is enough. And with the support of teachers, parents, students, and community organizations, they said, we don't want you to pass that budget, which gives you another $21 million worth of cuts. So we were very proud of the fact that we stood up. Since that time, since we were dismissed, we've had all kinds of calls from organizations and members calling for a by-election, the Vancouver District Parent Advisory Council, all the stakeholder groups in Vancouver, the BC School Trustees Association, 7 or 8 individual boards, teacher organizations, and they keep coming in, and I'm very gratified that the citizens of Vancouver especially believe that there needs to be a democratically elected board in place to provide oversight and to make sure that the Vancouver public schools remain what they are, world-class institutions, although at risk because of this chronic underfunding. So we would like a by-election to be called. There are some very significant decisions that are going to be made in the next 6 months and potentially longer. You probably haven't had a chance to read the special advisor's report. It was not much of a forensic audit because it didn't find anything of a forensic nature, but some of the recommendations are quite disturbing, and we're very concerned that they will be addressed over the next little while. Things like selling off Kingsgate Mall, selling off schools, leasing schools to private schools, no longer holding committee meetings in public but holding them in private. And there are some significant ramifications in there which will be dealt with. And the sooner we get a democratically elected board back in place, the better off everybody will be in Vancouver. So I certainly fully support the recommendation to call for a by-election, and I think it'll keep us in good stead. So thank you very much for your support up till now, and be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Yes, there are questions from Councillor Carr. Oops, sorry, Councillor Carr, you went by, I clicked you there.
Oh.
Okay, there you go. Okay, I'll advance Councillor Reimer.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much for actually spending a number of hours watching us debate issues and staying to speak to this motion. I very much appreciate it. I have just one question, and that question relates to the fact that we've received correspondence from Diane Turner that makes a recommendation to this motion, and I'm very interested in knowing your response to her recommendation. Her recommendation is that we should not, as a council, appoint elected school board trustees as special representatives, but instead either her or a staff person from the Vancouver School Board should sit on our committees. I'm wondering if you could respond to this particular suggestion. I appreciate knowing from you the pros and cons of this.
Sure. Well, first, I've heard of it. Doesn't surprise me. Let's face it. The official trustee represents the Premier's office. She does not speak for the citizens of Vancouver. In my view, this is a decision by council. Council, my understanding is it establishes these committees to get input and advice from folks who were democratically elected and have an understanding of issues in our schools. Personally, I think it would be unfortunate if these committees no longer had that voice. I can guarantee you that Diane Turner will not attend any of the meetings, and I don't think it's an appropriate role for staff. I think there are great opportunities which were described by Councillor Reimer earlier where we do have staff meetings, on a regular basis, and we share information at the operational level. But I think it's totally inappropriate to have staff people at advisory committee meetings. And of course, the various advisory committee meetings work in a different way. When I was in the Public Library Board, I actually had a vote. On Vancouver City Planning Council, I don't have a vote. So I think the various rules changed, but I think the idea of having democratically elected trustees at the table to provide input, and I notice the motion says without vote, makes a lot of sense to me. So I do not concur with the advice you got from the official trustee, and I think I can speak on behalf of, I can't speak of on behalf of all the trustees, but I know the trustees I've spoken to would be happy and delighted to be able to continue to contribute to the work of the city in whatever way council sees fit.
Thank you very much for that.
Councillor Reimer?
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for coming and for waiting so long to speak. So as I heard you, you're still going to meetings of the school board and trying to track what's happening there?
Yes, we've, so far, there's only been one committee meeting, and that was on, I guess, a Wednesday, and I think about 6 trustees were there. The first public board meeting is going to be coming up on Monday, and I think we're going to have a pretty good contingent there.
So you're quite engaged, although it's astounding, one committee meeting in a month.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, it's like you make a decision to run because you're interested. And, you know, I've always been an advocate for public education. I will continue to be so. And I'm going to continue to pay attention, continue to focus on what's going on and provide advice and advocate to the best of my ability. So I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. Well, so then you might have an opinion on this then, because I think school property use has been a pretty major concern. I know at the Children, Youth and Families Committee, it was of the motions they passed, that was one of their key concerns. And we have the Supreme Court case that just came down that's likely to have significant impacts on 95%. Most of our schools now would be well over 95% capacity by the new class size and composition rules that would be established. So can you tell us a bit about the process that would go through?
Yeah, well, that's a very good question. As you know, a very significant decision was made last Wednesday, and that was the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the BC Teachers Federation that the stripping of the collective agreement, which occurred in 2002 by then Education Minister Christy Clark, was illegal and unconstitutional, and they've ruled that that needs to be implemented. In Vancouver's case, we did have a significant report on this done in 2014. It would mean potentially the hiring of another 250 teachers, the need for 100 more classrooms, and about $15 million back into our budget. So it's very, very significant, and I think what it takes is a board which is in tune with what's going on in our schools, in tune with the needs of teachers and students and the parents to do that kind of work. And today I was quite surprised to see a news release from the official trustee basically saying, well, we need money, but we've got lots of priorities, instead of saying we need the immediate implementation of this so that our kids and our families can have access to smaller class sizes and specialist teachers. So I'm very concerned about it, but I think it's very important that it be addressed, because the kids of Vancouver basically have illegally been deprived of programs and services for 15 years, and it's time to change that, and we need to change it as soon as possible.
And the window to respond around the court cases now, like if we don't have a democratically elected board in place, it will be a provincially appointed person who deals with that 15 years of deprivation in our schools. Is that a...
What will typically happen, of course, we haven't actually seen the written judgment yet, but you know, the two parties will be basically told to sit down and work it out. And I know the teachers are very clear. They said it's easy to work out. Start hiring the teachers, bring those counselors in, bring in the teacher librarians, let's hire those teachers, and that'll be done. And then, of course, what will typically happen is, you know, we had our own Vancouver collective agreement, which had those clauses stripped out of it, which was a very progressive document that had been signed by the two parties. And yes, the school board would sit down with the teachers, organizations, and work out the hiring of those teachers, where they go, how they're allocated, with the goal being smaller class sizes and great support by specialist teachers. But that would be worked out at the local level.
So in the absence of a democratically elected board, Vancouver resident, every other child and youth and family and resident in the province would have a democratically elected trustee advancing the local area's interests, except for Vancouver.
That's correct. It would be part of the budget process, and yeah, I think it's critical. We've been at this for some time now. We're very clear on where the priorities are, where the additional staffing is required, and I think it would be very foolhardy to have someone who has not been part of our system and is not accountable to anybody but the Premier to take on that kind of responsibility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lombardi, for coming today. Just a few more questions, Mike. Don't sit down. Don't sit down yet. First of all, not a question, but thank you for serving. And on behalf of my family, which had of 3 that have gone through the public school system, the last one not quite through yet, which you were a trustee during that time. So thank you for your service. A couple of questions. First of all, just perhaps dovetailing it in with Councillor Reimer's questions. The class size wasn't the only issue dealt with by that Supreme Court decision. It was the impact on special needs. You know, this past weekend I was talking to one teacher where she has 12 special needs students in her class, which makes it very challenging, of course, to teach. And so maybe just some comments on that impact.
Sure.
Well, we're in questions, Councillor Ball, so if you think the question is out of order, is that your point? I see. Okay.
Well, let me rephrase the question, Mr. Chair.
Please do, yeah.
The issue of special needs and the experience that you have as a trustee, that situation as it relates to providing services and the importance of the services and as we provide as a community, how does that impact the ability for our children to function within society when they don't have proper supports within our school system?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Councillor Ball, did you have something to say?
Direct your comments through the chair, please, Councillor Louis. No, Councillor Deal, please. No, no, just hang on.
Mr. Chair, I think this is
motion
following on the lines of
He's completed his question, Councillor Ball. We'll hear the answer, and then
I'd like
hopefully
your
we can
ruling
stay on
on
track.
this.
Mr. Lombardi, do you care to answer?
Sure. Well, of course, as you know, supporting our students for special needs is very, very important to us. In Vancouver, we spend $60 million a year on that, and we only get $30 million a year from the province on that. The formula, which is in the class size and composition agreement, provides significant additional resources so that you can only have a maximum number of special needs kids in a classroom before you get additional support. Right now, as you mentioned, we do have some classrooms with up to 10, 15 special needs students, and that's not great for kids, it's not great for families, and it's not particularly productive for those teachers and adults in that room. This new formula would allow us to have a very specific formula which would have first and foremost meeting the needs of the kids in mind, so it would be a great addition, and probably half of those 250 teachers would be there to provide support to special needs students.
Okay, thank you. Just in regards to the forensic report that was mentioned by the other speaker, could you just tell me a little bit more about your comment that it wasn't really a forensic audit? Explain that a little bit more to me.
What I mean is this, is the minister, when he created the audit, and of course, you probably know we're the most audited school board in all of North America. We've had 3 external audits over the past 5 years, and none of them have found anything wrong with our budgeting system. In fact, the Auditor General of BC was our Auditor General this year, and in September gave us a clean bill. You know, whenever you mention the word forensic, it's for a purpose. It's to show that maybe there's something going on that shouldn't be going on. Well, the report was very clear. There were no forensic findings of any sort. There was a little comment about our cell phone bills, that perhaps we should pull out any cell phone calls that we make in private and pay for those on their own. Other than that, there was not any reference to anything in the whole report. So it dealt with a variety of other things, which was basically sell schools, lease out space to private schools, reduce transparency, don't meet in public, and it was an excuse really, I think, for the minister to create this figment of an imagination that the books of the Vancouver School Board were not in order, but they're very clearly in order because the Auditor General of BC has given us a clean bill of health this year.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Penny Noble is our next speaker. Thanks, Mr. Lombardi. That's all the questions for you.
Thank you very much. And I also thought that these long meetings were behind me. But thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you to Councillor Reimer for clarifying where you were coming from on this motion. And I do, I am happy to see that the City of Vancouver is taking such an interest in what's going on at the school board. I think it's really, really important to have a relationship between the school board and what happens for the kids in this city. And I believe that's been improving over the last couple of years, and I'm delighted to see that. And I also would like to say that I have great respect for my colleagues, the former trustees, all of them, and that I do believe that we all wanted to get to the same end result, but that we have different ways of getting there. And so for me, what I want to speak to today is I do have a little bit of a different perspective that I hope you will give some, that I hope you will open your minds and give some serious consideration to. First of all, in my mind, this is two motions. One is about whether there should be a by-election. The other is about the committees. And I'd like to speak in particular about the committees. And first of all, I absolutely agree that there should be democratically elected school trustees on these city committees. I myself was on two. The one in which I was able to engage with most was the Vancouver Heritage Commission. It was something I enjoyed very much. And I'll just give you this example to illustrate the point of what I'm going to say next. When I got on that committee, it became clear to me that there was a lack of understanding in the whole heritage community as to what happened at the school board and what constraints the school board was under. And this resulted in a sort of combative environment with heritage groups actually sort of fighting against the school board and not getting anywhere together. I feel quite proud of the fact that I created an advisory committee on heritage to the school board, which was comprised of partially of a subcommittee of the Vancouver Heritage Commission. And as a result of that, I hear they're still going on strong, and they had a meeting today. As a result of that, they're now working together, not fighting with each other and against each other, and they have now got a much better understanding. There's still a lot more to learn, but the point I'm making here is I think it's really important to have these liaisons. However, what I'm getting to is whether you think it's wrong or right that the school board was fired is irrelevant. The fact is we are no longer trustees on the school board. I was able to have that role, and so were other trustees, because we were there at the ongoing meetings. We were at the table. We knew the decisions that were being made. We were also at in-camera meetings. We could contribute to those committees, the city advisory committees that we were a part of. We could also then take information back to the school board. So I simply do not see a role for an ad hoc or whatever we're calling it to appoint people that were former trustees to these committees right now. And I question what the goal of that is. If the goal is for the betterment of the kids in the district and the school board to do its work better to that end, I do in fact think on a short-term basis it would make more sense to have staff from the VSB just on a short-term basis, because they're the ones that are at the table. They're the ones that know what is going on. They can fulfill that role of liaison. It's not possible to fulfill the role of a liaison when you're no longer part of the body you're supposed to be representing. I did hear the comments that people are, former trustees are going to meetings and so forth, but that's one really tiny part of it. You're really not in the picture. So, I really don't feel there would be any benefit whatsoever. And also, if you do want to be involved with one of those committees, you can actually apply to be on the committee like any other ordinary citizen. So that's my feeling about the committees. Also, just to address a couple of comments about democratically elected trustees and that we're the only municipality in the province without any, I would just point out we're the only municipality in the province where the trustees elected in essence, to engage in an act of civil disobedience, which was to actually break the law for something they believed in. So some of the trustees who voted against the budget did it because they believed strongly the way to do it was to go in that path. There are consequences for acts of civil disobedience. And we're lucky that we have the opportunity to engage in those kind of acts in this country, but they are not without consequence. And all of the trustees that chose to do that knew that it was very likely they'd be fired, and in fact said, we're willing to be fired over this. So I don't understand why people are talking as if that wasn't democratic when people actually made the choice. And the citizens voted for the trustees, but some of the trustees they voted for made that choice to actually break the School Act. And I'm not saying it was wrong or right they did that, but that was a choice.
There are questions, but let me just conclude there. That would be great, and we'll get some questions. Councillor Reimer? Your mic was not directed at you, but that's okay.
Could I just answer, you asked whether I would volunteer. I actually have applied to be on the Heritage Commission just as a regular citizen of Vancouver.
Okay, Councillor Ball?
Yes, thank you very much for coming in tonight. You were just about to complete a sentence about the board had been fired for cause, and then you were going to go on as to your further opinion as to whether or not you would agree with the recommendation that had been made, I think, by the trustee. I think that's what you were saying. I was just didn't want to miss it.
Which recommendation are you talking about?
Sorry,
which recommendation?
The recommendation from this about the advisory committee, whether or not there should be people appointed to committees.
I don't think there should be former trustees appointed to committees because they would not have the ability to be a liaison between the school board and the committees because they're actually no longer trustees.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear the end of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. That's all your questions. So our next speaker is Hazel Pangilanan.
I am very honored to be here today presenting in front of all of you. So I will try to make this short. So my name is Hazel Pangilinan. I am 15 and am a current grade 10 student attending Gladstone Secondary School. So I am here representing as a East Van student. Today I will be presenting the Gladstone Declaration for you all today. A little bit about myself. The past couple months, I, among many others, chose to take initiative to save Gladstone during the times when the district school closures list was released. I petitioned, canvassed, I went door to door, definitely advocating for students and advocating for Gladstone. I was one of the main organizers for the Save GSS committee as well. So the Gladstone Declaration is a document, and I, along with many Save GSS committee members, have drafted this. It is a symbol for district school-wide solidarity amongst all 18 secondary schools. I will just read a quick passage that relates to this motion. We ask the minister, just to keep in mind, this is before the board was fired. So we ask the Minister of Education to withdraw firing the Vancouver School Board and instead work alongside the board, its trustees, employees, and parents, teachers, support staff, and students. We must now collaborate as one to meet the needs of students and ensure the best possible public education for Vancouver students. So in signing this document, we, the elective presidents of Vancouver secondary schools, who represent our own respective student bodies, agreed to support the sentiments stated above. So as a student, I am in favor of reinstating the Vancouver School Board because I believe that teachers, parents, staff, and students especially should have a voice in who represents their concerns, desires, and their opinions. As a student, I believe in democratically elected board as opposed to a appointed one. That is all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. There's no questions. Okay. Terrific. Okay, so we're ready for debate on the motion. I think it's been introduced by Councillor Reimer. Is there anyone who wishes to speak further to it? Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, obviously, I did ask questions, as you probably imagine, to try and get some response back to the request that has come, or the letter that has come forward to us from the Diane Turner, the official trustee appointed by the province. And the response I received from Mr. Lombardi did outline for me the concerns around having staff members and a non-elected appointee from the Premier's office replace inadequately, and if I can sort of give that that judgment word to what Mr. Lombardi put forward to us, the role that elected school board trustees would have provided in the form of liaisons. And I listened carefully also to Ms. Noble's submissions on this particular subject, and understood that that from her point of view, it would make more sense for staff to sit on the committees rather than the trustees. It's my conclusion that what's happened in Vancouver is we've lost a democratically elected body. We've lost the democratically elected school board, and there are consequences to that. And one of the consequences to that is the loss of liaisons between the city committees, A and B committees, and the school board itself. But there's roles to be played around those liaison positions. So I believe that by inviting the formally, the duly elected school board trustees to apply, not be appointed, they would not be liaisons, they would apply to sit on the committees, would do one of two things that all liaisons do, and that is to inform from a perspective of knowledge around, in this case, the school board and school board activities, which I think all of the duly elected school board trustees have that knowledge, to inform the committee of that. The other part of a liaison activity is to report back to the school board. And certainly I don't expect that would happen on the part of any appointed representatives, call them special representatives. I don't expect that would happen, but I do believe that the chairs of those committees could provide information back to the school board if that was the desire of the committees. So I don't think a liaison role would be necessarily hampered. It would absolutely not be as fulsome and as useful as having the situation be as it were. Duly elected school board trustees sit on the committees, provide input, and take the input back. But I think the system could work. So I will support that piece of this motion. And in terms of the second piece of the motion, B, I absolutely support us writing to the Minister of Education and Premier to state our support for the return of a democratically elected school board, and to do that expeditiously.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Ball?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. I think everybody would like to have an elected school board again. I don't know anybody that doesn't want an elected school board. I think, however, the situation that has happened is because the past school board was fired for cause. Now, our mayor has frequently said the law is the law. And the law being the law was the School Act. And the School Act was not respected. So we have a problem because the school board was fired for cause. There are many ways for people who have been elected in the past to serve. I know there are many ways to serve at the city. However, I do think that given that the provincial government has legally, and there's nothing illegitimate or legal about an appointment of a highly respected educator to serve as an interim board. Right now, she has just been appointed. She is just getting things organized. And I think to not respect someone who is respected throughout the education area, I think is a terrible sadness. So I think we should give her the chance, let things sort themselves out, let the provincial government decide. Perhaps there are ways of working with school boards that need to be cleared up. Perhaps the job isn't clear. There are many things that the province needs to look at because they're the ones in charge here. So it is with regret that I really am very sad that things came to this pass, but I do know that all of us will look forward to, and there will be democratically elected school boards in Vancouver as soon as the province sorts out the issues that they had with the previous school board. So therefore, I will not be voting for Councillor Reimer's motion, even though I fully understand it comes from a good heart and a good place, but I think, as the mayor says, the law is the law here.
Councillor Reimer. All right, Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. Well, listening to Councillor Ball, once again, I feel it's necessary to take exception with what she's had to say. I can certainly understand that Councillor Ball may not, and obviously doesn't take kindly to A, but she can call for a separation. I do not understand why Councillor Ball, if she believes in democracy, as she's claiming she does, wouldn't be keen on having a by-election as soon as possible to clear this up and to reestablish a democratically elected school board. I mean, this is really a very serious matter not to have a democratically elected board. Whether you agree with this or don't agree with this doesn't matter. You can have a difference of opinion on this, but certainly I would think that Councillor Ball would be very enthusiastic to ask for a separation and vote for B so that the government, in fact, in 6 months can get on with a democratically elected board, whatever issues that they feel they have to clear up can certainly be done in that with the person they've got in now. But I would hate to see this school board go on for 2 more years, 2 years more, without the students being represented by a democratically elected board. So I'm hoping that when I separate this, which I will indeed, that we'll have the support of those who really believe in democracy.
Councillor Louis.
I would
Councillor Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start by saying that this is an important position that we as council would be taking, that it is rare, not that it's never happened, it is rare that trustees are removed from their position. And to cite the law as the reason on why might be appropriate from a technical standpoint. Certainly, a budget wasn't submitted on time. But why is the question? Do we want to have a continuous erosion of our school system? And the answer for me is no. Having seen the class sizes grow, have seen the support level of our students diminish, I say that I agree with the position that the trustees had taken in the majority, that the continuous erosion of our school system was not appropriate. In addition, there was seismic upgrades to the school systems that our trustees were fighting for, which I think is also a very important goal to safeguard the lives of our children. And so why is it that we now are seemingly quibbling over the law when we have the future of our children, the lives of our children, being championed by individuals willing to give up their positions as elected officials. I think that these individuals are good representatives for us on our committees, that they should have the opportunity to be either reconfirmed by the public as they were first elected, or not. I'm not afraid, and I don't think they're afraid of that public test. And we should allow that to happen and be supportive of that to happen. This quote of the mayors of the law is the law. Well, I'll quote a few other people that have said, I was just following orders. But following orders isn't necessarily the right thing to do. And I don't think that in this instance, the right thing was done in firing of our trustees. I would rather have them representing us and giving their input at our committees than not. And so I will absolutely be voting in favor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, there's what Councillor Louis done. I see no one else on the list, so I think it's your call.
So Chairperson, I have a couple comments in closing, some of which is just to clarify the record. Apparently the earlier comments, I wasn't as clear as I could have been. The motion very clearly states that there's no intention here to have a liaison from the school board. It would actually remove the words liaison trustee, because I can appreciate Ms. Noble's points that if one is not a trustee, it would be, you'd have nothing to liaise with. So the point here is not to have one person who was a liaison become a liaison in another capacity. It's to move from that system to one of a special representative. We have many, many, many committees, well more than Ms. Turner or any human being on their own could represent any body at. But luckily those committees, most of them are at the staff level, and they do have school board staff. In fact, I was at one last week with Ms. Turner. We had a lovely talk about school facilities and usage. I'll be at another one this Friday with Ms. Turner and school board staff to continue to have that discussion around childcare. So I have full confidence that at the operational level, all systems that worked well before will continue to work well. The advisory committees, which are comprised of residents, whether they are citizens or not, because we've never discriminated against non-citizen residents from having their views expressed at advisory committees, are there to express to council values and opinions, not expert advice. That we do have places for expert advice, and some of those residents may be experts, but that's not why they're there. They're there because they have a lived experience within whatever area of expertise. Aaron Leung, who spoke to us, is the chair of an advisory committee. He's not an expert on anything other than his own experience, and he does a fabulous job of representing that and using his leadership skills to marshal others' views on the committees. The point of having an elected official there, whether it's from council or Parq or from schools, is to have values and opinions expressed on the subject matter at hand. So while I'm sure Ms. Turner has those values and opinions, it's not why they're there. There's no mandate there for them. And I think it's really unfortunate that the Premier and the Minister of Education have put us in a position of what essentially feels like, to Councillor Ball's point, putting a very good human being on trial. I like Diane. I've known her for a long time. She's very competent. She is an expert in many regards. However, the School Act and here at Council, for our City Council, does not does not presume that an expert who is a good human being will be in charge of the governance level of that. It's a mandate derived through a democratic election, and we don't have that right now. We have a long debate about civil disobedience. 5 more hours would have resulted in that transgression being reversed, and the trustees were well on record that that was intended, so we can go back and forth on what the right thing for the Premier to do would have been, but the thing that would resolve the matter the best is simply to hold an election as soon as is humanly possible. Every day that the Minister of Education and Premier don't set a date for that election that is within a reasonable time frame tells me that they don't want Vancouver residents' voices expressed and the values and opinions of Vancouver residents in the decision making around our education system. We feel that loss at our advisory committees, and I think we have the opportunity here to put in a stopgap measure, but I think really the remedy, regardless of your opinion about the firing, the pathway forward is to get a new board in place as soon as is feasible, and that's what that motion calls for, and I'm very supportive of severing it because I think it is important that people take positions on issues of this grave of import to the city.
Okay, so we'll go to a vote on each of sections A and B. So if you could just cast your vote now on section A, the first resolve. All those in favor, those opposed. So it passes with Councillor Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova in opposition. And now we'll do B. We're on B now, yeah. So you're not showing a vote there. Okay, in opposition. So I say it's passed with Councillors Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova in opposition. Okay. So the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We'll convene a regular council. Who's the mayor?
Thank you. We'll now convene regular council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on City Finances and Services. Madam Clerk, could we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Louis in the chair, Mayor Robertson is absent, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Deal, Councillor Jang is absent, Councillor Reimer, Councillor Meggs,
here.
Councillor Ball, Councillor Carr, Councillor Affleck, Councillor DeGenova. You have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll now accept a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations, moved by Councillor Stevenson and seconded by Councillor Ball. We'll take Councillor Carr. No, they look completely different. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Councillor Stevenson's motions and seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Seeing none opposed, the motion is carried. And it's carried unanimously. Next, we have bylaws. We have a bylaw on the agenda for consideration, which is related to item number 6, encouraging homes for renters. Recommended approach for taxing empty homes. Would someone like to move adoption of the bylaw? Moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Reimer. Is it not? Councillor Deal? Councillor Deal. One of you. Is there, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There is none opposed. The motion carries unanimously. The vacancy tax bylaw is approved. We need a motion to adjourn. So moved by Councillor Deal, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. We are adjourned.